Chapter 1293. The sudden change shocked Fengzi even more than them. Although he said that he could not see through Yao Manlin's charm technique, he kept his guard up in his heart. Yao Manlin's charm arts could already rank in the top 20 of the Eros demon race. Several martial emperors felt a headache when facing her. Today, she actually fell at the hands of a Kunlun realm brat. How could he not be shocked? After the shock came overwhelming rage. To think that this Xiao Chen could still resist and escape his control. How could he not be angry? Go to hell! Fengzi's figure flashed, and he turned into a gust of wind, directly disappearing without a trace, leaving no trace behind. This was the innate ability of the Wind Demon Monarch's bloodline, Wind Wings Evasion. It could hide in the wind, raise one's speed, and conceal one's tracks. Xiao Chen scanned with his spiritual sense and found that he could not find Fengzi at all. With a thought, he unfurled his 1-kilometer-long saber domain. Fengzi's swift figure immediately appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes, leaving no place to hide. Pooh! Xiao Chen picked up Yao Manlon with his right hand and tossed her at Fengzi, causing her to scream in horror. A strange look flashed in Fengzi's eyes after he executed his evasion. How can it be? To think that he guessed my direction. However, Fengzi did not have time to think. His lightning-quick strike was about to land on Yao Manlon. Damn it! Fengzi revealed himself, wanting to avoid Yao Manlon. He could already tell that Yao Manlon was in a dangerous situation. He could already tell that Yao Manlon's attack carried a strong force. He could not receive it and could only dodge. With his killing move broken, Fengzi felt frustrated. How could he care about Yao Manlon? As for what kind of injuries Yao Manlon would suffer after she landed, that was not something he could care about. Fengzi's figure flashed, and he executed Windwing's evasion again. Furthermore, he was even more careful. Fengzi's body merged into the wind, not releasing any aura at all. He wanted to silently injure Xiao Chen severely. By relying on this Windwing's evasion, he had killed several martial emperor-level demonic beasts. What happened earlier was just a coincidence, so Fengzi still felt very confident. However, he was wrong. Within 1 kilometer, no matter how careful he was, he could not hide from Xiao Chen's saber domain. Bang! Xiao Chen's figure flashed over and directly kicked him out. Xiao Chen stomped on Fengzi and sent him crashing to the ground. Fengzi fell to the ground and ate a lot of dirt. This kick was too fast, causing him to land before Yao Manlon. When Xiao Chen saw that Yao Manlon was about to land beside him, he casually kicked with his left foot. Yao Manlon vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying before she landed on the ground. The incomparably savage Fengzi was trampled under Xiao Chen's foot just like that, while the poisonous woman was sent flying with a casual kick. Such a scene flabbergasted the 3 surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace, not daring to believe their eyes. Before coming, Yingyu, who had been worried about Xiao Chen's strength, could not react in time. After Yao Manlon landed, she flopped around a few times. Wounds covered her body, and she showed a pained expression. As she looked at Xiao Chen, horror filled her eyes. All along, Yao Manlon had been toying with men in the palm of her hand. She had never felt such fear when facing a man before. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yao Manlon's mind. Flee. However, how could Xiao Chen give her a chance to flee? After killing more than 1,000 martial sages of the Sky Dome realm, he could come and go as he pleased. There was no such thing as this. At some point in time, the lunar shadow saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. A resplendent saber light flickered, and the scabbard left on its own. Shwa! The scabbard moved like a meteor, leaving behind a cold purple light. Pussy eye! It pierced through Yao Manlon's back amid a scarlet light, pinning her to the ground. These two were still very useful. They both had secrets on them. Xiao Chen did not intend to let them go so easily. Ah! Electricity flickered on the scabbard, causing Yao Manlon to cry out in pain. She could no longer move. Eros demons were not good at fighting in the first place. After receiving such a blow, she would not be able to stand up again without external help. Fengzi, who was below Xiao Chen, was not easy to deal with. So, Xiao Chen did not waste any words. He raised his saber, preparing to cripple this person personally. You are not strong enough to kill me. Pussy eye! Fengzi roared furiously, and a pair of purple wings unfurled from his back. When the wings flapped, they kicked up a strong wind. As the wind blew, Xiao Chen's body bounced back uncontrollably. Yingyu frowned and said, "Oh no!" This Feng Zi activated his royal bloodline. Xiao Chen did not lose control of this extremely strong saber strike. With a thought, the rapidly descending saber came to a stop the moment the tip of the saber touched the ground. Feng Zi did not waste any energy. When he saw this scene, his expression turned grave. "You are the bladesman who killed my servant?" When Feng Zi saw the saber in Xiao Chen's hand and the saber intent in Xiao Chen's eyes, he immediately guessed Xiao Chen's identity. Xiao Chen said calmly, "If your servant is that fool who came to Qingyun Peak, then it is me. In that case you can go and die." Feng Zi snorted coldly. Then he spread his wings and charged toward Xiao Chen. After Feng Zi spread his wings, his aura became terrifyingly strong. He knew that Xiao Chen could see through his wind wing evasion, so he stopped executing it. Feng Zi flew forward and started a close combat with Xiao Chen. His hands were his most terrifying weapons. Unexpectedly, Feng Zi could catch the lunar shadow saber, which contained a strong saber intent, with his bare hands. Furthermore, his attack speed was incredibly fast, looking like a spinning clump of light. Dang! 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 Feng Zi's palms clashed intensely with Xiao Chen's saber, giving off melodious metallic clangs. Cracks appeared in the surrounding space, looking like it would crumble at any moment. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The other party was actually faster than him. This was the first time Xiao Chen met someone of the same generation who was faster than him. After Feng Zi spread his wings, he seemed to have become a completely different person. Once the demonic world royal clan geniuses got serious, they could not be underestimated. However, Xiao Chen still held victory in his grasp. As he faced the other party's unpredictable attacks and storm-like attacks, Xiao Chen countered them calmly and slowly. 2 flames burned in Xiao Chen's eyes, 1 golden and 1 white. The 2 flames, the lunar true flame and the solar true flame, each carried a formless energy as they spun around Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen split his law energy into 2 and sent it in. A Taiji force field formed under his feet. Xiao Chen had not comprehended this miraculous force field for long, so he could test it out on Feng Zi. He moved his feet, and his entire body twisted like water. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, followed this feeling and swung his saber, blocking Feng Zi's attack. Initially, the combination of the Taiji force field and the saber technique was riddled with openings. The other party's claws covered Xiao Chen's body, making him look very scary. However, Xiao Chen did not care at all. He had a half-step golden body. As long as he protected his heart of an emperor, he could completely ignore the other injuries, such as losing an arm or a leg. Haha, not bad. This is the first time I've seen someone of the same generation who is faster than me. Xiao Chen could feel that his saber technique and the Taiji Dao were starting to match. He felt happy and could not help speaking happily. However, to Feng Zi, these words of praise sounded like great humiliation. Feng Zi had attacked with all his might, but he only received a not bad evaluation. Clearly, Xiao Chen was handling this with ease. "I don't believe that your physical body is really made of iron." The mark on Feng Zi's forehead flickered with light, and his movement technique soared. Immediately, it seemed like the sky was filled with Feng Zi's figures, surrounding Xiao Chen and attacking him non-stop. Good timing. Xiao Chen's consciousness completely immersed itself in comprehending the Dao. Within the formless Taiji force field, his movement slowed down again. In fact, it was so slow that Xiao Chen's every move could be seen clearly. In the eyes of Yingyu and the others, Xiao Chen's every move was broken down into 10-odd afterimages. Every afterimage lingered for a long time, as if they were blocking Feng Zi's attacks. As the battle continued, Xiao Chen's afterimages layered over each other, leaving behind tens of thousands of afterimages. This fellow has a formless force field around him. While my movements look very fast, in reality, the force field slows me down significantly. I have to break this force field. Feng Zi saw that Xiao Chen was growing stronger as he fought. Initially, he was covered in wounds, but now, he could receive most of his attacks. So, he decided to forcefully break that force field. Winged Demon Finger. Break for me. Feng Zi retreated 1 kilometer and pointed at Xiao Chen from afar. A strong wind blew away the clouds, and an ancient finger descended from the sky, thrusting towards Xiao Chen. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this was not a finger at all. Instead, it was a solid storm that took the shape of a gigantic finger. It pierced through the sky and tore through the layers of space as it descended. This finger equaled the might of a small perfection medial-grade profound martial technique of the Kunlun realm, possibly even stronger. Whoosh! The many layers of Xiao Chen's afterimages merged back together with a whoosh. The instant they merged, Xiao Chen thrust the lunar shadow saber forward and happened to block that gigantic storm finger. Bang! Xiao Chen quickly fell backward. Feng Zi smiled coldly and said, "Trying to fight with me? You are seeking death." However, before Feng Zi's smile could freeze, he was shocked to discover that Xiao Chen's back was about 1 meter above the ground. In fact, he had not truly fallen. "Rise!" Xiao Chen shouted and circulated the Taiji force field. This force slowly lifted him up. The saber swayed gently, and the storm finger moved like a snake. A smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face. He thought to himself, "How dangerous! This storm nearly crippled me. Fortunately, I managed to hold on at the last moment." In the earlier moment, Xiao Chen experienced a test of life and death in what seemed like a simple scene to others. The winged demon finger instantly shattered Xiao Chen's Taiji force field. At that moment, his internal organs trembled endlessly, cracks appearing in them. Just as Xiao Chen felt horrified, the shattered Taiji force field reformed on its own. Without needing Xiao Chen to control it, it drew out all the remaining law energy in his body and started circulating it again. As the gigantic finger moved, it kicked up a boundless strong wind. The entire world trembled. Many small hurricanes appeared on the horizon, numbering in the thousands, filling the sky. Chapter 1294. Feng Zi exclaimed, "How can this be? To think that my winged demon finger is like a toy in his hands." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "The game ends here. Many thanks for your teachings. I have just barely grasped the rudiments of this Taiji Dao." However, as Xiao Chen had just grasped the rudiments, he could not use the Taiji Dao to destroy this winged demon finger. However, if he continued fighting, he would not make any more breakthroughs. So, Xiao Chen lost his patience. After dispelling the Taiji force field, Xiao Chen circulated his primordial energy, and a heavy emperor's might spread out from his body. The lunar shadow saber released a light as it hacked down. The weakened winged demon finger instantly split in half. Primordial energy. Feng Zi felt dizzy, not daring to believe what he saw. Saber intent filling the air for me to use. With a thought, a vast saber intent spread out within 1 kilometer, gathering on the saber. Then, Xiao Chen took advantage of the opportunity to leap up and hack down with his saber. Kasie! Kasie! When this saber descended, space tore apart like tofu. Before the saber arrived, it had already arrived before Feng Zi. Feng Zi instantly went flying, his clothes tattered, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A saber domain that already reached the microscopic realm. Feng Zi no longer had any fighting spirit in his heart. He turned and fled, only wanting to leave this place quickly. Xiao Chen, who was radiating a vast emperor's might, immediately suppressed Feng Zi's aura, even though he had already activated the demonic world's royal bloodline. In this world, the most dazzling light was Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen circulated his primordial energy, the stalemate instantly broke. As Xiao Chen watched the fleeing Feng Zi, he quickly swung his saber, gathering all the glory of the various mysterious phenomena into one saber strike. Instant of glory, a painting within a painting. Feng Zi felt a huge pressure. When he turned his head to look, he was immediately startled. He saw a huge and vivid painting covering the area and flying towards him. Winged demon finger. Condense. Feng Zi could no longer care about overdrawing on his strength. He clenched his teeth and executed the winged demon finger again, gathering all the energy on his finger. Kasie. The painting of glory shattered. However, before Feng Zi could rejoice, a new painting appeared. Break. Feng Zi, who still did not know that he was in the painting, heard Xiao Chen shout and saw space shatter, revealing him in the space in the painting. His body immediately suffered the pain of thousands of explosions, causing him to howl in pain. Feng Zi activated a necklace on his chest, and a protective halo appeared around him. This was a protective item given to him by the Wind Demon King. Xiao Chen could even flee from a sovereign martial emperor. However, He used it up prematurely against Xiao Chen today. White-robed bladesman, every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I will definitely take revenge for today's grudge in the Kunlun realm in the future. Seeing Feng Zi's protective light shield, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and stopped attacking. This guy's speed was already amazing, and now that he had taken out his life-saving artifact, there was no point in chasing after him. In any case, Yao Manlan had already been captured. There was no need to fear that they would not be able to dig out the secrets of her line of work. The 3 surviving old men of the Sky Dome Palace walked over and asked respectfully to Xiao Chen, "Might I ask for little friend's great name and which senior you are a disciple of?" Respect for the strong regardless of seniority was the tradition of this world. Xiao Chen gladly accepted, not finding it inappropriate. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, there is no need to stand on ceremony. I am Xiao Chen, considered a member of the Bushan Palace as well. The Thunder King conferred me the title of Blue Dragon King long ago." Conferred king? The Thunder King conferred you that? He was conferred king at such a young age. The 3 old men had not left the Sky Dome Palace for a long time. They were startled, their faces filled with incredulity. In the blink of an eye, this Xiao Chen's status was even higher than theirs. "Greetings, Blue Dragon King." The 3 old men quickly bowed. This was the rule of the Bushan Palace. Before advancing to martial emperor, when one was conferred king, everyone had to show respect. At this moment, Ying Yu and the hemp-robed old man walked over. When they saw the 3 old men of the Sky Dome Palace bowing to Xiao Chen, they were stunned. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "You are too polite. You should take care of this demonic girl first and then tidy up the Sky Dome Palace properly." Right. Old Yun, who controlled half of the Sky Dome Heart, said, "This demonic girl has caused great harm. We have to interrogate her properly." When the 2 old men beside old Yun saw Yao Manlan lying on the ground, they mercilessly knocked her out with a palm strike. Then, they placed restrictions in her body, temporarily turning her into an ordinary person. "We will go and deal with the aftermath first. Blue Dragon King, how about you rest in the palace first? After we are done, we will come and entertain you," old Yun invited. Xiao Chen felt excited. There were some places in the Sky Dome Immortal realm that he was very interested in. He could ask these 3 old men about them, so he did not hesitate to agree. Old Yun revealed a smile and retreated. "You are really good. You tricked me into such a miserable state. To think that I was worried about you when I came. Should I address you as Blue Dragon King now?" Ying Yu scolded jokingly after the 3 old men left, her eyes filled with mockery. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Back then, I already told you that I would do it alone. If you did not believe me, there was nothing I could do." When the hemp-robed old man heard this, he revealed an embarrassed expression. He smiled and said, "I will take my leave first. I have not been out for a long time. The world has really changed. The demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan are actually this strong. Goodbye. Are your injuries all right?" Ying Yu asked as she pointed to the wounds of various sizes on Xiao Chen's body. Strong demonic qi lingered on them, making them look very scary. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "These are just superficial wounds. They are not a problem. Let's enter the Sky Dome Palace first." Ying Yu shook her head and said, "I won't be going. They are definitely looking for you to discuss the situation this time. I will not interfere with the internal matters of the Bushan Palace." Xiao Chen recalled that Ying Yu belonged to the Ying clan. Although the Ying clan was strong in the Kunlun realm and had abundant accumulations, it was not under the jurisdiction of the Bushan Palace. Xiao Chen did not force her and let her go. A servant of the Sky Dome Palace arrived late and led Xiao Chen to a pavilion in the inner palace. Now that he had some free time, Xiao Chen did not rest. He continuously thought about the earlier battle. There was both joy and worry in his heart. Xiao Chen rejoiced because he had gained a basic understanding of the Taiji Dao. In the future, he would have another strong move. Xiao Chen was worried because he did not know how strong Feng Zi was among the demonic world's royal clan. If this person was not at the peak, then the demonic geniuses of the demonic world's royal clan would be somewhat horrifying. Feng Zi left 2 deep impressions on Xiao Chen. First, the other party was even faster than him. Second, once the other party's royal bloodline was activated, his strength underwent a qualitative change. If not for Xiao Chen condensing the heart of an emperor and being able to cultivate primordial energy, he would not have won this battle so easily. However, primordial energy was not invincible. After others found out about it, there would always be a way to deal with it. Xiao Chen could not lower his guard against the deep abyss demonic races. 4 hours later, Old Yun walked in apologetically. Sorry for making the Blue Dragon King wait for so long. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and smiled. I was not bored. Old Yun, please tell me about the casualties. When Xiao Chen mentioned the casualties, Old Yun's expression turned grave. 1,000 martial sages all died. None of them survived. Fortunately, the Sky Dome Dragon formation was not broken. When the Bushin Palace sends new people, it will be able to resume operations. However, Old Yun wanted to say something but stopped. Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. However what? Old Yun replied after some thought. However, the good days are probably over. Although the demons did not break the agreement and send Emperor Wu, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that they have fought for the Sky Dome heart. However, this is the first time in the past 10,000 years that someone has snatched the Sky Dome heart. I'm afraid there will be great chaos. A demonic calamity? Old Yun shook his head. In the past 10,000 years, we have experienced several demonic calamities. The Kunlun realm has to suffer a demonic calamity almost every 1,000 years. However, no matter which demonic calamity it was, our Sky Dome Palace was never attacked. The more important thing is that the demonic calamity that was supposed to arrive this time has not arrived yet. I believe that once it does, it will be a great calamity. At that time, no one will be able to avoid it. Xiao Chen's heart sank. A great calamity? This Old Yun could be considered a veteran of the Bushin Palace. His words were most likely correct. The two chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Chen spoke of his intentions. Does Old Yun know of any unknown forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm? There are really a lot of forbidden lands in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. However, to the Blue Dragon King, most of them should not be considered forbidden lands. Old Yun thought for a while before saying, the Blue Dragon King wants to explore the Sky Dome Immortal realm. What's wrong? Could it be that there are some prohibitions against exploring? Old Yun smiled and said, the Blue Dragon King misunderstands. Even if there are treasures in the Sky Dome Immortal realm, they are just magic skills. No one needs them or cares about them. If the Blue Dragon King wants to explore, I have a map here that records all the forbidden lands of the Sky Dome Immortal realm in detail. There are clear classifications: Martial Sage, Blue-Robed Emperor, Half-Step Emperor Wu, and Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands. There are all of them. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was startled. There are even Sovereign Martial Emperor level forbidden lands? Xiao Chen was really not sure about this. Previously, when he was in the Sky Dome Immortal realm, he had not been strong enough, so he had only explored it roughly. There is. However, there is only one. If the Blue Dragon King does not need to, it is best not to go there. Xiao Chen received the map that the other party handed over. Intense interest appeared in his eyes. His two minor magic skills were no longer of interest to him. Xiao Chen needed a major magic skill or even a supreme magic skill. Magic energy was not a problem. Once the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation broke through to the 8th layer, his Sea of Consciousness would expand again and hold even more magic energy. Old Yun, do you mind if I stay here for a few more days? Xiao Chen asked. Old Yun smiled and replied, what is there to mind? The Sky Dome Palace welcomes the Blue Dragon King at any time. You can stay as long as you want. Many thanks. Xiao Chen needed time to understand the restrictions on the map. He also needed time to consolidate his comprehension of the Taiji Dao. At this point, it was extremely difficult for Xiao Chen to raise his strength. The appearance of the Taiji Dao allowed Xiao Chen to see a trace of possibility. If he succeeded, it would be a great help. However, this was not enough. For his great tribulation of wind and fire, it was far from enough. Hence, Xiao Chen needed a magic skill that could help him clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, a supreme magic skill. Spreading out the map, Xiao Chen thought carefully. He ignored all the forbidden lands below Half-Step Emperor Wu. The reason was simple. The old men of the Sky Dome Palace who had this map were all Half-Step Emperor Wu's strength. They should have all been there before. Chapter 1295. Since someone had already visited these places, how could there be anything good left? In that case, there were not many left. There were a total of 10 half-step Emperor Wu, level Forbidden Lands, for Emperor Wu, level Forbidden Lands, and only one Sovereign Martial Emperor level Forbidden Land. Ao Jiao, help me check the periphery first and choose a route for me. Xiao Chen did not have much time. Right now, he needed to comprehend the Taiji Dao and the saber domain, which focused on the saber. Any time he could save would be a gain. Ao Jiao flew out of the Immortal Spirit Ring and grabbed the map. She smiled and said, "Leave it to me." After saying that, Ao Jiao silently flew out like a dancing spirit. As Xiao Chen watched her leave, his lips curled up in a faint smile. On an island in the deep sea that led to a crack in the demonic world, Chu Chaoyun sat cross-legged with a sword on his back. His eyes were closed as if he was waiting for someone. Whoosh! After a while, a wind demon wrapped in a golden shield spread its wings and flew through the sky at lightning speed, moving even faster than a meteor. The air could not stop it at all. Chu Chaoyun opened his eyes and entered deep thought. He failed. Even with Feng Zi working with Yao Manlan, he could not obtain the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. It looks like he returned. What a coincidence. However, this is fine as well. If this Feng Zi really obtained it, it will be much more troublesome for me to retrieve it in the future. Revealing a smile, Chu Chaoyun slowly stood up and paced around. Since only one person returned, it meant that Yao Manlan was captured. This was a major matter. Xiao Chen wondered what Lang Yu would do. Yao Manlan could be considered her disciple. Interesting. After this failure, the Bushan Palace should be on guard. The 18 demon monarchs would probably not send more people to make a move. However, great chaos was about to descend. This storm could not stop. I should make my final preparations. 10,000 years is a cycle. I really look forward to the final battle with you. Don't die so early. After learning that Feng Zi did not obtain the Sky Dome heart, Chu Chaoyun was in a good mood. His figure flashed, vanishing from the island. There were 10 half-step Emperor Wu grade Forbidden Lands in the Sky Dome Immortal Realm. Due to Ao Jiao's advanced scouting, Xiao Chen only spent half a month to explore them all. Other than killing a few difficult Xian beasts and obtaining a few Xian cores, he had gained nothing. He hadn't even seen a small magical power, let alone a great magical power. As for an even stronger supreme magical power, there was no need to even dream about it. 10 failures with nothing to show for it had severely dampened Xiao Chen's spirits. Before this, he was filled with anticipation. Who would have thought that this would be the result? Magic skills were hard to find. Even though this was once the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's residence, it was too difficult to find it after millions of years. There are also 4 Emperor Wu, level Forbidden areas. I hope I won't come back empty-handed. Following the map, Xiao Chen arrived at the first Emperor Wu, level Forbidden area. An icy lake appeared in Xiao Chen's line of sight. Cold qi assaulted him, but it did not freeze. It was incredibly mysterious. I could not endure this icy lake after descending to 1 kilometer. I did not receive any attacks, but I did not obtain any information, Ao Jiao said. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "This temperature is very harmful to the body. Even the Emperor Wu golden body cannot endure it completely. It is already very incredible that you could descend to 1 kilometer. In that case, you only have a half-step golden body. Isn't that even worse? Hence, I can only stay in there for half a day at most. After that, I have to leave." Splash! Xiao Chen fell into the lake. The first 100 meters were fine. After 500 meters, he had to circulate his energy to protect his body. After 1 kilometer, cold qi invaded his body. Aside from circulating his energy to protect his body, Xiao Chen also had to deal with this cold qi. However, it was fortunate that the cold qi did not increase in intensity. He could still endure it as long as it did not persist for too long. After descending for 3 kilometers, Xiao Chen finally stepped on the ground. The ground was covered with a thick layer of ice, which was very solid. In the lake, Xiao Chen knocked on the ice, but there was no sound at all. He turned his head and looked around. In this lake, there was a kind of crystal-clear ice fish. They were not large in size and looked very docile. There were many of them, and they did not seem to be afraid of Xiao Chen.
They swam above and around him without any scruples.
There's nothing here. It looks like I came here for nothing again. Xiao Chen stood up, creating a series of bubbles and gurgling sounds. However, this fish was not bad. Perhaps he could catch a few and roast them. They would definitely be delicious. Being able to live in such a cold place, there might be other unexpected miraculous effects. In this emperor-level forbidden land, aside from the extreme cold, Xiao Chen did not find anything special. He had already lost interest and could only set his sights on the ice fish. Hey, this fish is so cute. Why do you want to eat them? In the end, this suggestion caused Ao Jiao to protest. Xiao Chen directly ignored it. When he really roasted them, that foodie Ao Jiao would definitely be drooling. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed an ice fish that passed by him. In the end, his hand slipped, and the fish's tail gently swayed, slipping out of his hand. I actually failed to catch it. However, since I'm here, I definitely can't return empty-handed. Xiao Chen was very patient. In the end, the ice fish slipped out of his hand several times, and he could not hold it at all. Moreover, these ice fish were not afraid at all. They even spat at him. I don't believe that I can't catch them. Xiao Chen was a little angry. He released a trace of killing intent in his heart, and it began to spread in the lake. Whoosh! However, it did not matter. The following situation made Xiao Chen afraid. The moment he released his killing intent, the entire bottom of the lake suddenly quietened down. Tens of thousands of ice fish stopped swimming. They turned their heads and looked at him silently. No matter how one looked at it, this situation seemed a little strange. Ao Jiao, why do I feel that something is wrong? My skin feels like it's on fire, but I don't feel any pain at all. Xiao Chen rolled up his sleeves and took a look. He saw a layer of frost on his skin. With a gentle touch, large patches of frost fell off. Even his bones could be seen. This scene made his face pale. His hair stood on end, and he felt a chill run down his back. Earlier, the ice fish did not spit saliva. It was clearly an extremely high-grade ice fire. Even his half-step golden body could not withstand it. Two. Tens of thousands of ice fish opened their mouths at the same time. Streams of saliva-like ice fire shot at him like bullets. Xiao Chen was scared half to death. He had never panicked like this before. He executed his movement technique to the extreme and quickly swam up. Fortunately, the shoal of ice fish did not chase after him. After they chased him away, the bottom of the lake regained its calm. Xiao Chen, who was covered in ice and fire, broke out of the water. When he landed, he immediately activated the solar true flame in his right eye and covered his entire body, eliminating the layer of fire on the surface. After that, he spent a lot of effort, even using his primordial energy, to eliminate all the ice and fire in his body. Fortunately, he discovered it early, and the ice and fire did not seep into his meridians or internal organs. Otherwise, he would have been in big trouble. Ao Jiao could not stop laughing at Xiao Chen's embarrassing state, scolding him. Who told you to be greedy? I already told you not to catch those ice fish. Now you know the consequences, right? Xiao Chen felt somewhat embarrassed. After being chased away by a shoal of ice fish that looked down on him, he did not have the face to argue. However, Xiao Chen's interest in this cold water lake intensified. He had never heard of an ice fish that could spit fire. Furthermore, it was such a mysterious ice fire. What exactly made this shoal of ice fire change? When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen preparing and wanting to go back into the water, she quickly stopped him. Hey, you still want to go down? Are you really unwilling to die without being able to eat fish? Xiao Chen smiled. Silly, am I that greedy? There is definitely something strange about this cold water lake. Have you ever heard of an ice fish that can spit fire? However, if there is an opportunity, I will definitely catch a few. My instincts tell me that the ice fish are delicious. Furthermore, they have other uses. TSK, you are still greedy. No matter what, Xiao Chen went back into the water again. This time, he learned his lesson and did not expose his killing chi. The gentle ice fish ignored Xiao Chen. Perhaps it was because the shoal of ice fish was too strong and did not fear him at all. Xiao Chen walked on the ice at the chilly bottom of the lake, calmly observing the shoal of ice fish. When one looked at the peaceful bottom of the lake, one would find it very beautiful.
The water plants swayed gently with motes of spiritual light. The gentle and beautiful shoal of fish swam around. If Xiao Chen were an ink painter, he would definitely use a brush to properly record this beautiful scene. Aside from the ice fish, there were no other large creatures at the bottom of the lake. This shoal of ice fish was the absolute tyrant of the vast lake bottom. Just think about it. Even Xiao Chen had to retreat after the shoal of ice fish flared up, leaving in a sorry state. What profound beast would dare to provoke them? How cold. Half a day is almost up, and I have not discovered anything. I have to go back up. Xiao Chen wanted to stay behind. However, the cold qi was too strong, injuring his body. He could not stay for long. However, the moment Xiao Chen swam up, he discovered that the entire shoal of fish were swimming quickly in one direction. They were not panicking. Instead, the shoal of fish gave off a cheerful aura. I should have stopped looking for food. Whoosh! Xiao Chen leaped out of the lake water and casually dried his clothes. Then, he sat down cross-legged and started to expel the cold qi in his body. Let me see what exactly this cold qi is. Why is it so powerful? With a thought, Xiao Chen sent all the cold qi in his body to his palm. A misty mist came out of his right palm. However, after all the cold qi was expelled from his body, it slowly gathered into a flame. The mist in his palm slowly condensed into a flame, exactly the same as the ice fish's saliva. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he entered deep thought. The flame in the ice fish's body is indeed not innate. It has something to do with this lake. Xiao Chen, who was even more determined, dove into the water once more. Then, he followed the direction that the ice fish swam to where they were looking for food. There was a patch of grass giving off motes of light. The branches and leaves of the water plants were covered with something that looked like dew, giving off a cold spiritual light. The food of the ice fish was this dew. As the ice fish ate, the motes of light dwindled. What is this? Xiao Chen asked in shock. Ao Jiao's eyes lit up. How beautiful! Quickly, swim over and take a look. Xiao Chen felt equally anxious. However, he still retained his rationality. Be careful. For this place to be known as Emperor Wu's Forbidden Land, it is not that simple. Chapter 1296. NN. I feel that we might have found a treasure this time. Little Ao Jiao nodded her head vigorously. Her smiling face was filled with anticipation. The 10 half-step Emperor Wu grade Forbidden Lands had been empty-handed. The two of them were rather dispirited. Now that they had made a discovery, they naturally could not contain their excitement. After observing for a long time, they discovered that the ice fishes eating were all very relaxed, not showing any signs of worry. Xiao Chen made his decision and swam over silently. However, he was still very careful, not daring to relax at all. The water plants stretched out as far as the eye could see. Humans were as insignificant as ants in this place. Xiao Chen observed carefully and discovered that the roots of the water plants did not penetrate into the ice. Instead, they were intertwined like a fishing net, crisscrossing and looking very complicated. However, Ao Jiao did not have as many worries as Xiao Chen. She was currently holding a jade bottle and working hard to collect these spiritual light dew beads. Very busy. If only little yellow feather was here. Looking at the lonely Ao Jiao, this thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind for no reason. Unfortunately, the solar divine flame, a legendary divine item, had long gone extinct. Ao Jiao, do you know what this is? Xiao Chen asked as he collected his thoughts and swam over. Hee. I don't know. Ao Jiao replied without turning her head. Collecting these cold light dew beads was even more difficult than collecting the dew from the mountains. One needed to be very focused. Xiao Chen smiled and sent a voice projection. You don't even know? Why are you so happy collecting them? Stupid. Didn't you discover what's special about these dew beads? Cold. Extremely cold. If you can collect enough of this dew, it would be more suitable for quenching than any water I know. Quenching. This was the final step in the forging of any weapon. Xiao Chen only recalled it after hearing Ao Jiao's reminder. No wonder Ao Jiao had been thinking about the materials needed for forging a divine weapon. She would definitely have thought of this step before him. If we use these spiritual light dew beads to quench the water, the quality of the divine weapon will increase by at least 30%. Hearing Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen's face lit up and he immediately joined in the collection. This was indeed an unexpected harvest. Although he did not obtain a magic skill, the mysterious dew he obtained would greatly increase the chances of the lunar shadow saber entering the divine weapon ranking in the future. Although collecting the mysterious dew was troublesome, he would get used to it after a few times. Xiao Chen quickly thought of a solution. He spread out his saber domain, and everything within 1 kilometer was under his control. Under his control, the tiny dewdrops shot into the jade bottle in his hand like bullets. Ao Jiao was not envious of such a simple and crude method. She preferred to collect them one by one. It gave her a special sense of accomplishment. While the two of them were happily busy with their work, they didn't notice that the large shoal of ice fishes had quietly dispersed even though it was obvious that they hadn't eaten their fill. Xiao Chen, we should have collected enough dew, Ao Jiao said with a smile as she held her jade bottle. Xiao Chen glanced at the vast field of water plants and smiled. There's no rush. This is a vast treasure trove. We have not even obtained 1/10,000th of it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the seaweed beneath their feet suddenly moved, shooting up like a fishing net. Before the two of them could react, the seaweed suddenly moved. Before the two of them could react, the water plants wrapped around their limbs, continuously pulling them upward. Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically. He did not rush to free himself. Instead, he shouted at Ao Jiao, "Quickly, come in!" A light flashed, and Ao Jiao turned into a sharp beam of light and entered the lunar shadow saber. Xiao Chen relaxed and calmly observed his current situation. Water plants covered tens of thousands of kilometers around. The water plants for tens of thousands of kilometers weaved into a net, looking like flower petals. Break! The situation was urgent. Xiao Chen gathered the saber intent in his saber domain and held the lunar shadow saber in a reverse grip. Then he looked around his left hand. However, to his surprise, the water plants were not hard. However, they were unimaginably tough, giving his unstoppable saber a strong resistance. After a long time, Xiao Chen finally managed to extricate himself from the water plants. However, he was already surrounded by them. The water plants were densely packed, layered over each other. Xiao Chen, who wanted to charge out, chopped down one layer. However, there was another layer. The surroundings were filled with dewy water plants. The dewy water droplets gathered and settled down, looking like a misty flame. How troublesome! Am I going to be trapped here? Xiao Chen tried many times. However, he discovered that no matter what he did, he could not chop down all the water plants in one go and create an opening. As for breaking space, there was a strange pressure in this cold water. The structure of space was even more stable than in the Kunlun realm. I only have one move left, Xiao Chen thought. That move gathered everything in the saber domain onto the saber. However, Xiao Chen had not succeeded even once. He was not confident of using it at this critical moment. Xiao Chen, don't panic. There is an exit above. There is still an exit above. At the crucial moment, Ao Jiao's voice rang out in his mind. That was right. The water plants soared into the air from the ice and gathered together. As long as they did not completely gather together, there would always be an exit above. Go. Every second counted. Xiao Chen executed his movement technique to its limits. He became like a purple lightning dragon leaping into the air. The instant all the water plants gathered together, Xiao Chen leaped out in the time it took for a spark to fly. Then, he soared up and landed heavily on the ice. The lunar shadow saber could not stab into the ice. Due to inertia, Xiao Chen tumbled back 1 kilometer before he flipped over and stood up. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. The fatigued Xiao Chen did not relax after escaping. Instead, he warily looked to the front. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall. Its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. The water plant was 10 kilometers tall, and its roots were very thick. As it stood tall on the ice, it pierced deep into the ice. A faint fiery light flowed on the surface of the water plant. When the amount of the mysterious dew reached billions of grains, it actually formed a terrifying ice flame. This also explained why Xiao Chen and the others had collected so much dew, but had not condensed it into a flame. The quantity was far from enough. What kind of flame is this? Why do I feel that it is even stronger than the lunar true flame? Ao Jiao revealed a strange expression in her eyes, unable to understand it. Flames were divided into yin and yang. Of the yin flames, The lunar true flame was undoubtedly the strongest. However, before the primal chaos split, before yin and yang were separated, there should have been flames in the universe. This mysterious flame before Xianxia should be one of the flames that existed during the primal chaos of the universe. In terms of grade, it was no weaker than the lunar true flame. This was a flame seed that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord personally found in the great universe during the Immortal epic. As for what this flame was called, Xianxia did not know. After so much time had passed, such a cosmic-level flame no longer existed. The only reason he knew about this fragmented information was because he had read about it in an extremely ancient, incomplete book. He looked at the thick layer of ice under his feet. Even the lunar shadow saber could not split it. Xianxia guessed that there had to be a flame seed here. Furthermore, that water plant was also a divine item from the Immortal epic. To think that it could take root in the ice and grow such a large patch of water plants. Just this point alone was sufficient to show how extraordinary it was. Great, great, great. Although I did not find a magic skill, my harvest today is even greater than finding a magic skill. Xianxia revealed excitement in his eyes, feeling incomparably joyful. However, the problem now was how to make a move. Be it this water plant or the flame seed hidden somewhere, they would not be easy to obtain. Xianxia, what should we do? Jiao asked unwillingly as she flew out and looked at the mysterious water plant. The feeling of seeing a treasure but not being able to obtain it was unbearable. Faced with Jiao's problem, Xianxia did not have a good solution. There's no rush. Let's take it slow. This water plant should scatter. When it scatters, I'll think of something. It is too dangerous to go over now. After thinking for a while, Xianxia swung the lunar shadow saber at the roots of the water plant with a whoosh. While this looked like a casual toss, in reality, Xianxia used his full power. He drove most of the remaining primordial energy in his body and infused it into the saber. Before Xianxia's expectant gaze, the lunar shadow saber instantly descended. It gave off an unparalleled sharp saber intent and stabbed the ice by 2 centimeters. Let's go! Xianxia only wanted to leave a mark. As long as he succeeded, it would be fine. He had exhausted a lot of his primordial energy. Now, he had no choice but to leave. The instant Xianxia left the water again, he truly relaxed. He fell to the ground and did not get up. He just lay there and rested. Each time he entered the water, he was frightened to death. This simple forbidden land exhausted him. What a beautiful flower bud! In his half-asleep state, Xianxia heard Jiao's soft cry. So he quickly opened his eyes. Xianxia saw a golden translucent stem, about a millimeter thick, in the middle of the lake. At the tip of the stem, there was an exquisite flower bud that looked like a bell. The flower bud was pale white, and its stem was as thin as silk. There were hundreds or thousands of them hanging down, looking like white snow, pure and beautiful. Unexpectedly, this was the scene of the huge water plant after it crossed the lake. Xianxia's mind trembled, and he stood up, no longer feeling sleepy. Back on Heavenly Star Island, for the sake of dealing with the fake Buddhist sect that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva supported, Xianxia had read some Buddhist scriptures. This flower bud looked like one of the 3 holy masters' flowers, the Adumbra flower. The other 2 were the Azura lotus and the Brahma cloud Bodhi. The 3 holy masters' flowers of the Buddhist sects, aside from the status they represented and their various mythical origins, each of them had boundless wondrous uses. The lotus cultivates the magic skills, the Bodhi comprehends the Tao, and the Holy King appears when the flower blooms. The first 2 sentences were easy to understand. It was just that cultivating on the lotus could increase one's cultivation. Using the Bodhi to comprehend the Tao could strengthen the Kamic core, achieving twice the results with half the effort. The flower blooms, and in that instant, a Holy King will undergo nirvanic rebirth. In layman's terms, the flower can bloom and be reborn, which is equivalent to having another life. It turns out that there is an Adumbra flower seed under the ice. No wonder it can penetrate the ice and bloom everywhere. At this moment, Xianxia's expression turned incredibly grave. No matter what, he had to obtain this seed. If it really had the effect of rebirth, then no matter how difficult his great tribulation of wind and fire was, he would have a 99% chance of clearing it. However, even after using his full power, he could only break through 2 centimeters of the ice. He could not extract the Adumbra flower seed at all. Chapter 1297. How hateful! All along, Xiao Chen had thought that his offensive prowess was already strong enough, that he would be undefeatable in this sky dome realm. Unexpectedly, at the most crucial moment, when the treasure was right before him, he could only stare at it. That was a divine item that could help him deal with his great tribulation of wind and fire. It was much more useful than any magic skill, emperor-grade secret treasure, or martial technique. What to do? What to do? What to do? Xiao Chen anxiously paced back and forth on the ground, going round and round. Even he himself did not notice that his expression had become a little scary. What's going on? Why did Xiao Chen suddenly become like a berserker? Xiao Chen's appearance frightened Ao Jiao. Her expression changed as she looked at the thousands of snow-colored flower buds gently floating on the water. Is it because of these flower buds? Whoosh! Ao Jiao waved her hand and sent out a strand of saber chi. It flew close to the surface of the lake towards those slender golden stalks, trying to chop them all off. The thousands of stalks swayed and entered the water, avoiding this strand of saber chi. Xiao Chen's mind buzzed, and he suddenly startled awake. His complexion recovered, and he asked somewhat blankly, "What happened to me earlier?" Ao Jiao's face lit up in joy. "Xiao Chen, you were enchanted by those flower buds earlier. Your expression was very scary, like you were about to become a berserker." The Adumbra flower. This startled Xiao Chen. This flower was not simple. According to legend, only those with great beneficence in the Buddha world could subdue it. It looked like that was true. He nearly fell for it. A strong wind blew, and the Adumbra flower bud reappeared on the water. It was still as beautiful and pure as before, looking like falling snow. Xiao Chen calmed himself and carefully felt it. He discovered that his mental state had indeed changed without him realizing it. An urgent thought appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, an impulse to obtain this flower at all costs. Something is wrong, Xiao Chen analyzed rationally. After all, a legend is a legend. Whether the effect of rebirth is real or not still needs to be verified. Given my mental state, I should be tempted, but I should not be so rash. It looks like there is indeed something wrong with this flower. He closed his eyes and guarded his heart. After a long time, he finally suppressed that impulse. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, the flower bud had already disappeared. Presumably, the huge aquatic plants below had all dispersed. What kind of flower is this? It's so scary. Ao Jiao revealed a serious expression and asked solemnly. Xiao Chen murmured, "The appearance of the epiphyllum is a fleeting moment of beauty, a nirvanic rebirth. This is the Adumbra flower that even Buddha would be moved by." Then, should we still go down? Xiao Chen's expression was decisive as he said calmly, "Yes. We must obtain this Adumbra flower seed. As long as there's a 10% chance, we have to do our best to get it. Nirvana and rebirth. No one could resist such temptation." Even though he knew that this flower was not simple, Xiao Chen was still tempted. However, at this moment, he was more open to it. He would follow his heart, do his best, and adapt to the circumstances. He would not fall into madness again. When Xiao Chen arrived at the vast patch of aquatic plants at the bottom of the lake, he immediately saw the lunar shadow saber stuck in the ice. Xiao Chen pushed off with his feet and leaped up in the lake, arriving before the lunar shadow saber with a few leaps. Then, he pulled out the lunar shadow saber and sheathed it. Slowly, Xiao Chen squatted down and observed the aquatic plants at the side. Looking at the seaweed next to it, all the other seaweeds were sticking to the ice. Only this seaweed was deeply rooted in the ice, growing tenaciously. Xiao Chen, who had already seen the huge aquatic plants, knew that this patch of aquatic plants grew because of this. The Adumbra flower would not produce the mysterious ice fire. It was very likely that the flame seed that Xiao Chen was looking for was under this Adumbra flower seed. As long as he obtained the Adumbra flower seed, he would be able to kill two birds with one stone, obtaining the flame seed of the mysterious ice fire. Xiao Chen reached out and grabbed the bottom of the aquatic plant. It did not budge. Then, he slowly increased his strength, but it still did not budge. Xiao Chen let go and stood up. With a thought, Xiao Chen drove his primordial energy. Then he pushed aside the surrounding 1 kilometer of lake water, forming an area no different from land. Taking out the formation plate, Xiao Chen started to carve the iron defense magic formation. After a while, a iron defense magic formation appeared, encasing the surrounding 1 kilometer. After activating the formation, a golden ring of light appeared. This way, even if Xiao Chen did not use his primordial energy, the small iron defense magic formation could help isolate the lake water. Xiao Chen spread out his saber domain, filling the surrounding 1 kilometer with his saber intent. Xiao Chen drew the lunar shadow saber and hacked at lightning speed, driving 100 strands of primordial energy at the same time. Accompanying this saber strike was Xiao Chen's horrifying King's Qi. This was already the peak saber strike that Xiao Chen could execute without using a martial technique. When the saber struck the surface of the ice, the force spread out, causing the entire frost water lake to shake, creating wave after wave of water. However, the saber only managed to chop off a layer of ice. When Xiao Chen scraped away the ice, he discovered that the water plant was only half an inch above the surface. This peak saber strike of mine can be swung 100 times at most. Any more and I will overdraw on my energy. If I continue like this, before I can obtain the Adumbra flower's seed, I will end up killing myself. It looks like I have to comprehend that saber strike. Xiao Chen thought to himself, only by advancing the saber domain to another level can I chop apart this layer of ice. Otherwise, I will only be able to see the 2 treasures but not touch them. I'll just treat it as cultivating. It's just a change of location. Xiao Chen stopped thinking and slowly calmed down. Then, he slowly experienced everything in the saber domain, comprehending his understanding of the saber. Within 1 kilometer, the light slowly shrank. It looked like darkness was spreading, shrinking inward. Everything sank into the most primal darkness. Soon, the lower half of Xiao Chen's body sank into darkness. Then, the darkness swallowed him up, leaving only the lunar shadow saber shining with a cold light. Whoosh! Everything that Xiao Chen collected receded like the receding tide. Failure. Another failure at the final step. How to gather the energy of this saber domain in the saber. Not afraid. Again. Drenched in sweat, Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and endured his fatigue, continuing to try again. Failure, failure, failure. Countless failures prevented him from seeing the path to success. Senior Lan Chaofeng's words seemed to echo in Xiao Chen's ears. Saber domain. Saber domain. Use the domain as the main and the saber as support. You cannot put the cart before the horse. Damn it! Is this really not possible? As a bladesman, if I use the saber as support and lose confidence in the saber, how am I going to hold the saber in the future? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. A bladesman has to use the saber as the main. The so-called using the saber as support was just the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu being too narrow-minded. Xiao Chen's heart did not waver. Persevering on his own Tao, Xiao Chen tried again and again. He even forgot the purpose of this trip. He immersed himself in comprehending the Tao. Just as he was about to lose all hope, he tried again. Everything within 1,000 meters was plunged into darkness. A strong saber intent surged out from Xiao Chen's body in his sea of consciousness and quickly gathered at the heart of an emperor. Kasie! Kasie! It was like a sharp divine weapon was being forged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It gave off melodious metallic clangs as it slowly took shape. It was like he was reborn. He felt like he was reacquainted with the world, understanding what the saber was. When the metallic clangs stopped, a small golden dot appeared in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. It looked solid and gave off an immortal light. It was like the sun illuminating the entire sea of consciousness, filled with explosive energy. The small golden dot contained a strong and horrifying energy. With a thought, the golden dot of light suddenly exploded. Light burst forth. In this dark world, Xiao Chen's eyes suddenly burst forth with a sharp light, lighting up the dark space. Following that, beams of golden light shot out from Xiao Chen's entire body. The golden light contained an unparalleled saber intent. Xiao Chen looked like a treasured saber that had just been baptized. Feeling the energy in his body, Xiao Chen hacked down with his saber, landing in the center of the water plants. Puxia! With this saber strike, the hard ice finally split in half and sank continuously. When the light faded, Xiao Chen was covered in sweat. He felt incredibly delighted, immersed in excitement. I succeeded. I succeeded. The small golden dot in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness was no longer there. However, the entire sea of consciousness was bathed in a layer of golden light. Xiao Chen felt that the small golden dot would soon rise up from his sea of consciousness like the sun. However, this was not the time to think about this. There were more important things to do. Xiao Chen stomped his foot ferociously, and the ice cracked with a crisp sound. Xiao Chen's eyes shone like torches as he looked carefully. 1 kilometer away, a clump of dense, flowing flames wrapped around a snow-white seed. That's it. The Adumbra seed. Indeed, it was as Xiao Chen expected. Everything in the entire frost water lake originated from that mysterious flame and ice seed. Be it the hard ice, the strange ice fish, the clumps of water plants, or the frost water dew, everything originated from here. Joy appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. After suffering comes happiness. I gained a lot on this trip. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, preparing to pull up the entire flame seed. That way, everything would end satisfactorily. However, just at this moment something strange happened. The entire ice surface suddenly shook intensely. Following that, the ice quickly crumbled, breaking into countless pieces that floated in the water. Xiao Chen's small iron defense magic formation was immediately destroyed, and he fell over. Bang! Xiao Chen landed on the ground. This time, it was real mud and not the cold ice. Xiao Chen, who had flipped himself up, was confused by this strange turn of events. He quickly retreated, trying to figure out his current situation. When Xiao Chen looked forward, he was immediately stunned by the scene before him. This, how can this be? A 1 kilometer tall Buddha statue appeared before Xiao Chen. The Buddha statue wore a golden kasaya, and Buddhist prayer beads hung from its right thumb. Its left hand held a clump of flame. This was the mysterious ice flame seed that Xiao Chen saw earlier. The flame seed wrapped around the snow-white Adumbra seed. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave Xiao Chen was not like it was carved. Instead, it gave him a sense of déjà vu. Right, that's right. Xiao Chen recalled that he had indeed seen it before. The feeling that the Buddha statue gave him was very similar to the huge immortal statues in the Kunlun realm's heavenly starry ocean. The immortal statues were controlled by the treasure master and turned into a market on the sea. However, compared to the immortal statues, this Buddha statue was much smaller, only 1 kilometer tall. Chapter 1298. A scene of the immortal epic appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This Buddha overestimated himself and barged into the Sky Dome Immortal residence, wanting to be unbridled. In the end, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord casually sent down a magic skill and sealed this Buddha in ice for 10 kilometers around, sealing it until now. Perhaps Xiao Chen had been wrong at the start. The hard ice did not come from that mysterious flame seed but from one of the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's magic skills. Fate came and went. This was probably the truth. After the end of an epic, millions of years later, the might of the magic skill weakened significantly. Furthermore, the Adumbra seed sprouted, weakening the might of the magic skill once more. Hence, Xiao Chen destroyed the entire magic skill. Looks like after you died, there was still a formless force field preventing the lake water from falling. You must have been someone of the Buddhist sect back then. Sorry for offending you. This junior will be borrowing the flame seed and the Adumbra seed. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and waved, collecting the flame seed into the immortal spirit ring. Boom! The instant the flame seed left the Buddha image's palm, the 1 kilometer tall Buddha image in front suddenly crumbled into pieces. The Buddhist prayer beads on its hand, the kasaya draped over its body, and the magic shoes on its feet all shattered. A pearl flickered with light amid the pile of fragments, hovering in the air. A Buddhist saraira. Xiao Chen was mildly startled. A saraira was a holy item that only an esteemed monk would leave behind. There was a glowing human figure behind the pearl. It was a miniature Buddha image. However, it was more lively, not as stiff as before. Its eyes even shone with an intelligent light. Rings of Buddhist light appeared behind the light figure, looking solemn and dignified, transcendent and holy. Many thanks, benefactor, for freeing me from the sea of bitterness, the light figure said. Unexpectedly, it was still alive. Xiao Chen took a step back, and his expression immediately turned cautious as he spread out his saber domain. The light figure of the Buddha image smiled faintly and said in an amiable tone, "Benefactor, there is no need to be nervous. I am just a remnant soul and will be reincarnating soon. The Buddhists pay particular attention to fate. I have been trapped here for an unknown period of time. Being rescued by you is fate. It's a pity that you're not a member of my Buddhist sect. Otherwise, you would be able to learn all of the magical techniques in my saraira. Xiao Chen could tell that this Buddha before him was different from the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and Zhuangzhanghe that he had seen before. This Buddha was not an evil Buddha. He immediately dropped his guard and said calmly, "Senior is too polite. I only did this unintentionally. It is already enough for me to obtain the fire seed and the Adumbra seed. But now that the immortal Tao no longer exists, reincarnation is no longer possible." The Buddha statue shook its head. "Epochs come and go. As long as the heavenly Tao exists, reincarnation exists. You can't feel it, but I can. Although I can't let you inherit my mantle, I can teach you a divine ability." Whoosh! A beam of light shot out from the Sarira and hit Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. Suddenly, a lot of complicated information appeared in his mind. It was a mystical ability called Dharma World. This is Dharma World. There are similar divine powers in the Taoist sections. Teaching it to you won't be breaking the rules of the Buddhist sections. The Buddhists talk about fate and believe in karma. I can see some Buddhist karma in you. Perhaps we can meet again in the future. Xiao Chen comprehended the mystical ability of Dharma World. It was a genuine major magic ability. Joy immediately filled his heart as he quickly thanked the Buddha statue. "Senior, please leave behind your Dharma name." The Buddha statue smiled amiably and said, "A Dharma name is a name given to those who convert to my Buddhist sections. I have not used my Dharma name in a long time, so I don't remember it anymore. You can call me Mahasvara Buddha." Mahasvara Buddha? Xiao Chen was startled. This was a true Buddha, an existence even stronger than Bodhisattvas. This was equivalent to an immortal lord among immortal cultivators, possessing an extremely high status. It looked like Xiao Chen's earlier guess was wrong. "I do not have much time. I will give you two things. Since you obtained the Heavenly Snow Divine Flames Fire Seed, remember to nourish it properly. Its rank has already fallen too much. As for that Adumbra seed, whether you can obtain it or not will depend on your fate. Don't force it and enter the demonic Tao." The figure of light pressed his palms together and said, "Amitabha," before turning into countless motes of light and disappearing. Whoosh! The instant the Buddha image vanished, the lake water that filled the sky poured down. Xiao Chen reacted quickly. He grabbed the Sarira and soared into the air. Without the ice, there was still the Adumbra flower, as well as this mysterious Mahasvara Buddha. This place was no longer a forbidden land. Xiao Chen's movement technique was no longer restricted. With a thought, he landed on the shore. As Xiao Chen looked at the ice shards floating on the water, he revealed an expression of deep joy. On this trip to the Forbidden Land, there were many twists and turns, nearly losing his life a few times. However, the final harvest was startling. Not only did he obtain the mysterious Heavenly Snow Divine Flames Fire Seed and the Adumbra Seed, but he also obtained a magic ability. As for the Sarira in his hand, it was originally the most valuable. It contained the Mahasvara Buddha's various magic abilities and the essence of his lifetime of comprehension. However, Xiao Chen was not a Buddhist sect member, so he could only keep it as a decoration. Otherwise, he would have made a huge profit. Delightful! This trip was not in vain, Xiao Chen said happily as he smiled, feeling refreshed. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, said, "Xiao Chen, do you know how to refine the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame?" Xiao Chen smiled without thinking much of it. "I don't know. However, you will know when you go to the Kunlun realm. Imochen definitely knows how to refine such a divine item. Let's not care about that for now. There are still 2 treasures in this lake. Let's collect them all." "What are they?" "Of course, one is the dew from the Heavenly Snow Divine Flame. The other is the absolutely delicious ice fish." "You are still not willing to let go of the ice fish?" Xiao Chen laughed loudly and said, "That is natural. One should not have any regrets in life. One has to try everything. If I don't eat such delicacies, the heavens will not tolerate it. I'm ignoring you. I'll go collect the dew. You go catch the fish yourself. It's fine. Just don't leave any saliva behind when the time comes." Taking advantage of the limelight, Xiao Chen gently pushed off the water and landed on a piece of floating ice. He saw many ice fish swimming on the surface of the water. Right now, the bottom of the lake was in chaos. Shock waves surged, and the environment changed drastically. These ice fish needed to come up. A relaxed smile appeared on Xiao Chen's face as he said softly, "Come out." Bang! Xiao Chen threw a palm strike, and the surface of the water immediately exploded, blasting thousands of ice fish out. The ice fish opened their mouths and spat out streams of ice fire that looked like saliva. Then they flew towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. This land was different from the lake bottom. His movement technique was much more nimble. Xiao Chen's feet instantly moved on the ice, dodging the attacks one after another. Xiao Chen's hands moved as fast as lightning, grabbing at the ice fish. Illusory images of his hands layered over each other. His speed was dazzling. Plop, plop. Thousands of ice fish fell into the water. Xiao Chen's hands were empty. He did not manage to catch a single one. Xiao Chen appeared dispirited. He did not believe this. I don't believe it. I can already deal with Emperor Wu. I don't believe that I cannot deal with these insignificant ice fish. While Xiao Chen was happily and depressingly catching ice fish in this remote immortal realm forbidden land, the reinforcements sent by Bushan Palace arrived. Logically speaking, Bushan Palace should not have reacted so slowly. However, when Old Yun saw the reinforcements, he immediately understood. The people who came were actually the direct subordinates of the three holy masters. They were all cultivators with martial spirits like the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Each of the three clans sent 300 people. All of them were peak martial sages, existences just one step shy of becoming the blue-robed emperor. As for the three people leading them, they were the peak half-step Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm. They were equipped with peak-grade king-grade secret treasures and could fight with Emperor Wu without being at a disadvantage. With the three working together, it would be easy to kill the first heaven layer Emperor Wu. These were the elites of the three holy masters. This showed how much importance the three holy masters in charge of the Bushan Palace placed on this matter. Yun Fei greets the three lords. Sorry for not going out to meet you, Old Yun, the person in charge of the Sky Dome Palace, said in fear and trepidation. The three showed arrogant expressions, their faces dark and somewhat sullen. The white-haired old man in the middle was a direct subordinate of the White Tiger Holy Lord. His name was Jianghu. He said coldly, Yun Fei, do you know your crimes? Yun Fei replied in horror. This old man does not know. What crimes have I committed? How presumptuous! You were careless and neglected your duties, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses, at least 1,000 martial sages dying. Is this not a serious crime? This accusation startled Old Yun. This accusation was too harsh. He knelt and said, This is simply because the opponent is too strong. It is not because we were careless. You are making excuses. On account of your loyalty to the Bushan Palace for so many years, I will give you a chance to make up for your mistakes. Old Yun rejoiced in his heart. Could it be that I can escape this calamity? Three lords, please speak clearly. Bai Yu, the direct subordinate of the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord, said, I heard that the Blue Dragon King barged into the Sky Dome Palace without a warrant, giving the demonic world's demonic spirits an opportunity to take advantage of, causing the Sky Dome Palace to suffer heavy losses. Is this true? Old Yun's heart sank. This meant that he was trying to frame the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. On the floating ice, naturally, Xiao Chen did not know that there was a conspiracy against him. He had already been completely engrossed in catching the ice fish. At first, he thought that these ice fish could escape his grasp only because of coincidence and the limitations of his movement technique at the bottom of the lake. However, he now understood that he was gravely mistaken. These insignificant ice fish were much more incredible than he had imagined. No matter how fast Xiao Chen moved, the ice fish would sense him the instant he got close to the fish. Then, it would gently flick its tail and dodge him. These actions looked simple and nimble, but they were actually very profound. The technique involved was even more exquisite than Xiao Chen's blue dragon cloud soaring art. The more Xiao Chen studied them, the more shocked he became. These fish were probably not ordinary fish. Of course, the ice fish's true name was not ice fish. Xiao Chen had casually named it after the ice. Xiao Chen had never seen such a crystal-clear fish with a docile character and a strong spiritual energy before. There were many profound beasts in the Sky Dome Immortal realm. All of them had immortal beast bloodlines in their bodies. This fish before him was no exception. Furthermore, the immortal beast bloodline was much denser than that of regular profound beasts. It would not be an exaggeration to call it an immortal fish. If I can comprehend this immortal fish's movement technique and make it my own, I can infuse it into my Thunder Dragon Steps. The essence of the Thunder Dragon Steps was explosive power, moving like lightning. As for this immortal fish's movement technique, it was good at dodging in an instant. The fusion of the two could be said to be flawless. Chapter 1299. Xiao Chen immediately took action when he thought of it. He started to carefully study the tricks of the immortal fish's dodging. While on the floating ice, Xiao Chen did not forget to cultivate the Taiji Dao. He used law energy to form a Taiji force field to help him comprehend the movement techniques of the immortal fish. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was high in the first place. He could deduce many things from one instance without any difficulty, so he quickly progressed. The floating ice had melted long ago. A circular Taiji circle appeared on the surface of the lake. The immortal fish swam happily under the pull of the Taiji force field. Occasionally, the lake water exploded, and many ice fish soared into the air. In the force field, Xiao Chen's movements appeared slow but were actually fast. As he attacked, he was like a blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with a startling aura. However, when Xiao Chen calmed down, space froze. His movements slowed as if time had stopped. Xiao Chen's every movement was broken down into countless small movements, forming many afterimages. As he comprehended the Dao, Xiao Chen's understanding of the Taiji Dao deepened continuously. This was especially so for fast and slow. Xiao Chen gained a new understanding. His eyes lit up, as if he had gained a new lease on life. In the past few days, there had been an increasing number of immortal fish on the surface of the lake. Perhaps it was because of Xiao Chen's peaceful aura, but the Yu-fishes liked to gather around Xiao Chen and tease Xiao Chen mischievously. The Yu-fishes did not know that their good days were coming to an end. Over the past half-month or so, Xiao Chen had already comprehended their movement techniques. All that was left was to infuse them into his Thunder Dragon Steps. Then, he would form a brand new movement technique, the Fish Dragon Art. It's almost done. Fish and dragons have many transformations. Whether one is a fish or a dragon depends on a single thought. Fast. Blue dragon emerging from the sea, startling the sky with one flight. Inside the Taiji force field, Xiao Chen first stepped on the lake surface, causing thousands of fish to soar into the air. Then, he attacked at lightning speed, like a dragon soaring into the sky, startling the clouds in the sky. The immortal fish did not sense any threat. They behaved as before. The moment danger approached, they gently swung their tails and dodged this lightning-fast attack. Slow. Spirit fish swings tail, concealing great skill. Their lightning-fast movements came to an abrupt stop, and the commotion in the surroundings came to an abrupt stop. Xiao Chen's body swayed gently, and his palm moved along with it, firmly grabbing the immortal fish that was swaying its tail. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. He should have been overjoyed after his success, but instead, he was calm. Let's see where you can run to now. The feast has begun. As Xiao Chen alternated between fast and slow, he executed the fish dragon art in an unpredictable manner. Every time he made a move, he never missed. Soon, many immortal fish appeared in the pool in the immortal spirit ring. Return. Xiao Chen stopped and dispersed the Taiji force field. As he stood on the surface of the lake, he seemed to have completely fused with the lake water. Not only did the immortal fish not leave, but they even swam towards Xiao Chen in groups. Plop, plop, plop. One by one, they jumped out of the water and moved their bodies. Xiao Chen smiled knowingly. They truly live up to being immortal fish. They know that the restrictions in this lake are gone, and there is no food left. Their flock will inevitably die. However, in the end, it was Xiao Chen's harmony with nature, his tranquil and peaceful Taoist demeanor that made them choose to believe in Xiao Chen. Furthermore, they liked this scent. This was an instinctive choice made by the immortal beast bloodline in their bodies. Above the lake, Xiao Chen did not stop moving. He continuously executed the fish dragon art, collecting all the immortal fish into the immortal spirit ring. Plop, plop. Immortal fish continuously leaped out of the water. Immediately, tens of thousands of fish soared into the air, materializing a magnificent scene on the surface of the lake. When Ao Jiao, who had been forced out of the lake, saw this scene, she was so shocked that she could not close her mouth. What's going on? After a long time, Xiao Chen finally collected all the immortal fish in the lake. In this practical combat, his fish dragon art and Taiji Dao merged even more perfectly. Whoosh! His left hand was like a fish, and his right hand turned into a dragon. Two completely different auras appeared perfectly on Xiao Chen's body. A taiji diagram covering the entire lake took shape. Two taiji fishes, one black and one white, swam slowly on the surface of the lake like they were narrating the great Tao of the world. It was peaceful and peaceful. It was like one could hear the breathing of the entire world. A gentle breeze brushed aside Xiao Chen's fine black hair on his forehead, revealing his handsome face. Xiao Chen smiled faintly at Ao Jiao. Then, he lowered his hands, and the taiji diagram disappeared. For some reason, Ao Jiao blushed, feeling her heart pounding heavily. However, after a while, she was startled once again. Boom! The originally peaceful scene on the lake vanished. Boundless waves surged into the sky, forming many majestic pillars of water. Then, they turned into a torrential downpour accompanied by strong winds. When the wind was strong, it could uproot mountains. When the rain was heavy, it could drown mountains and rivers. However, there were towering waves even stronger than the wind and rain. They rumbled like thunder, roaring endlessly, making the sky darken. The heavenly river shattered, and the wind blew, signaling the arrival of a storm. Between stillness and movement, Xiao Chen's taiji Dao improved by another level. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. As he walked in this torrential rain, he laughed wantonly, appearing wild and unruly. As the rain fell, Xiao Chen's clothes did not get wet. As the strong winds blew, they passed through his body. At the lakeshore, Ao Jiao watched this scene in a daze, deeply shocked by it. She was looking at this magnificent scenery, a rare sight that appeared only once in 10,000 years. However, she did not know that she was also in this scenery. The beauty at the lakeshore was equally beautiful. If there were any outsiders present, they would definitely beg the heavens to borrow a divine brush to draw this painting of beauty in wind and rain. The wind was beautiful, the rain was beautiful, but the person watching the storm was even more beautiful. After a long time, the rain stopped. Xiao Chen set up a simple stove by the lakeshore, preparing to cook the fish. Xiao Chen was in a good mood. Let me tell you, the fish in the lake are extraordinary. They are even ancient immortal fish. If not for this fish, my taiji Dao and movement technique would not have improved so quickly. Hence in life one has to try everything. If not for my obsession with eating fish, how could I have gained so much today? Am I right? Ao Jiao's lips curled up as she said, "It was just a stroke of luck. You praised that fish so much, but you still wanted to eat it." Xiao Chen smiled softly and said, "You don't understand. Living in this world, eating fish and meat is a barrier in the world cycle. If humans do not eat fish and meat, the heavenly Tao will collapse. I am not one of those hypocritical people. Why the need to put on an act? Of course, I will eat it if I want to. Stop spouting such fallacious reasoning. In any case, you are wrong to eat fish." Ao Jiao could not outtalk Xiao Chen. She pouted, looking extremely cute, showing off her tsundere nature. Xiao Chen smiled mysteriously. "If I told you that these fish would jump out on their own for me to eat, would you believe me?" Ao Jiao's eyes widened as she said sullenly, "That's impossible." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "In that case, watch carefully. Fish oh fish. I, Xiao Chen, am hungry. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite?" When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen putting on an act, she smiled and said, "Keep boasting. How can there be a fish that will jump out on its own for you to eat? I don't believe it." Plop. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, an immortal fish leaped out of the immortal spirit ring and landed in the pot. Plop. Plop. 4 more fish jumped into the pot. This miraculous scene stunned Ao Jiao. They really jumped out. How did you do it? I want to try as well. This lady is much kinder than a baddie like you. I can definitely do it. Xiao Chen smiled without saying anything. He gestured for Xiao Chen to do as he pleased. Ao Jiao leaned over and said in a soft and gentle voice, "Fish, oh fish. Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat it to satisfy my appetite?" Why is there no reaction? Ao Jiao said, feeling it was strange as she looked at Xiao Chen. Puh. Xiao Chen spat out some saliva from the immortal spirit ring and landed on Ao Jiao's face. Then, there was another. After that, saliva poured out of the ring like rain. Xiao Chen got the fish, But Ao Jiao got the endless saliva. The results were very different. Such a scene made Xiao Chen laugh endlessly. Then, he held his stomach and fell to the ground. Damn you, Xiao Chen. I'm going to kill you. Ao Jiao wiped off the saliva on her face and launched herself at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nimbly dodged, laughing endlessly. He imitated Ao Jiao's tone and said, "Fish, oh fish. Little Ao Jiao is hungry as well. Which one of you is willing to let me eat?" Ao Jiao felt very frustrated. Damn you, Xiao Chen. I'm going to fight it out with you. Z. Occasionally, the pile of extinguished firewood gave off sizzling sounds. Strands of azure smoke wafted out, rising into the sky. I'll eat. I'll eat. I'll eat. Amidst the thick fragrance, Ao Jiao seemed to have a grudge against the fish. She quickly finished off another delicious immortal fish. One more. I hate this fish. Ao Jiao wiped her mouth and said fiercely to Xiao Chen. She wished she could eat Xiao Chen as well. After the earlier commotion, Ao Jiao could not do anything to Xiao Chen. After she got tired of chasing him, she could only watch as Xiao Chen cooked the fish. When the fish was cooked, she exploded again and ate 3 fish in a row. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and handed one over. You said you wouldn't eat it. Now, out of the 5 fish, you've eaten 4. I've only eaten 1. Ao Jiao glared at Xiao Chen. You're still talking? You're already despicable enough. These fish are even more despicable than you. They're so kind and always protect them. However, they spat at me. If I don't eat them, I won't be able to vent my anger. Is it delicious? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled gently. Ao Jiao, who was chewing on the fish, said with a lisp, It's delicious. I really want to eat another one. Then, she felt that something was wrong and reacted. She quickly said, Tui, 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 tui. It would be strange if it was delicious. This despicable fish is not delicious. Humph. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You little glutton. You're so proud. It's clearly delicious and you like it, but you don't want to admit it. Ao Jiao blushed slightly and continued to eat the fish, ignoring Xiao Chen. Seeing Ao Jiao eat the fish, Xiao Chen smiled gently. He took out a spoon and tasted the delicious fish soup. Suddenly, he felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. There were thousands of soups in the world, but the best was still fresh fish soup. Of all the fresh fish soup, the one he was tasting was naturally the most delicious. Ancient fresh fish was indeed the best. Xiao Chen's guess was right. In the future, he would finally be able to taste it. No, Xiao Chen. You have to tell me. Why is it that when you speak, fish jump out and when I speak, they all spit at me? Ao Jiao finished eating and jumped to Xiao Chen's side. She stared at him with her big eyes, looking like she would not give up until she got an answer. Xiao Chen put down the spoon and took out a handkerchief to wipe the water at the corner of his mouth. He smiled faintly and said, Do you really want to know? Chapter 1300. Quick, tell me. Tell me why. When Ao Jiao saw Xiao Chen agree, her face lit up in joy. She shook Xiao Chen continuously. Xiao Chen's smile did not diminish. When Ao Jiao slowed down, he said unhurriedly, There are many things that seem miraculous. However, after you get the answer, you will discover that the reason is actually very simple. In order to maintain the anticipation in your heart, I have decided to never tell you this secret. You are seeking death. Ao Jiao was originally very happy. However, when she heard this, her face immediately turned dark. She pushed Xiao Chen down and pounded him with her small hands. Feeling helpless, Xiao Chen smiled and said, All right. Get up first. I'll tell you. These immortal fish are intelligent. The 5 fish that jumped out are actually the older ones in the clan. Even if I do not eat them, they will die. They might as well jump out and let me eat them. That way, I will not eat the younger ones. Ao Jiao suddenly understood. So, that is what Xiao Chen said. The logic is very simple. Then why did they spit at me? Xiao Chen smiled and said, 5 already jumped out. If you still want to eat them, then you are too greedy. It would be strange if they did not spit at you. I have fell for your trap. Ao Jiao said in a wronged manner, I am really wronged. Xiao Chen smiled and said, Are you satisfied now? Come,
Let's return to the Sky Dome Palace. We're going back just like that? Aren't there still forbidden lands that we have not explored yet?
There's no need. Fortuitous encounters cannot come one after another. Furthermore, I already gained a lot.
I have to be content. Even if there really are fortuitous encounters, I should leave them for later generations. Aside from what Xiao Chen said, there was also the uncertain danger. This was also the reason why Xiao Chen gave up. One had to be content with what they had. One should not be greedy and fearless just because one had great luck. If Xiao Chen really died here, his reputation would be ruined. He would not be able to cry even if he wanted to. The cultivation of the Taiji Dao invisibly made Xiao Chen's mental state and aura more peaceful, allowing him to see further. Sky Dome Palace. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately found that the security had become much tighter. The atmosphere was also quite oppressive and a little strange. However, Xiao Chen did not mind. The deaths of more than 1,000 martial sages was considered a major matter. After the reinforcements from Kunlun arrived, there would definitely be some changes. Without getting past the guards, Xiao Chen descended from the sky and went straight to his courtyard. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen has returned. Quickly inform the three lords. The Sky Azure Dragon Grand Array started to spin, like a fishing net that had been waiting for a long time. When Xiao Chen showed up, they immediately mobilized their forces. In the room, Xiao Chen sensed the strange fluctuation of the heaven and earth spiritual qi, but he didn't think there was anything wrong. In his mind, he was pondering the great magical technique, Dharma World. Dharmic World had a total of 9 revolutions. After cultivating the first revolution and executing it, one's body would grow to a height of 3,000 zhong, becoming a giant that looked down on the world. After executing this magic technique, it would not harm the body or affect one's nimbleness. The benefits were clear. Not only could it increase one's deterrence, but it would also increase one's explosive power and destructive power significantly. It was not too difficult to reach the basics, and the requirements were not harsh, either. This was an extremely popular magic technique in the Immortal epic. However, the magic energy required was startling. After the third revolution, the requirements would become harsher. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "With my current magic energy, it seems like I can barely cultivate this major magic technique. To ensure my safety, I have to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer." The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer had reached its peak long ago. However, Xiao Chen had purposely controlled it, stopping at this layer for many years. This was for the sake of continuously raising his strength. When it came time to undergo the lightning tribulation, he would be able to pass it easily and not need Ao Jiao to make a move. Now, Xiao Chen had a half-step golden body and grasped primordial energy. It was time to raise the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation to the 8th layer. Blue Dragon King, the 3 lords of the Bushan Palace wish to meet you. They are waiting in the Great Hall. Xiao Chen pushed open the door and discovered a servant that he had met a few times before. He said, "Lead the way. Where is Old Yun? Why don't I see him?"
Old Yun. Old Yun. It was just an ordinary sentence, but it caused this servant to tremble, not knowing how to reply.
Something happened. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat.
He stopped and said, "Tell me the truth.
How is Old Yun? Otherwise, I will take your life." The map that Old Yun provided played a huge role in Xiao Chen obtaining this great fortuitous encounter. If Old Yun suffered any injuries, Xiao Chen would not be able to rest easy. Blue Dragon King, please spare me. You will know everything after you see those 3 lords. I am just an insignificant person and do not know anything. I hope that the Blue Dragon King will not make things difficult for me.
Under Xiao Chen's strong might and pressure, the servant leading the way knelt down with a plop and spoke in horror.
It looked like the situation was somewhat serious. Xiao Chen's face sank. He extended his spiritual sense and immediately saw the 3 leaders of the Bushan Palace's reinforcements sipping tea. Wuxia, lead the way. I'll go and ask them personally. What exactly happened? Whoosh!
A strong wind blew, preventing that servant from opening his eyes.
When that servant looked up, he could not see Xiao Chen at all. The servant's eyes showed both anticipation and worry. This Blue Dragon King is a person of will. Perhaps Old Yun can be saved. However, those 3 lords clearly came prepared. No, I still have to go over.
A strong wind blew in the great hall, giving off a startling aura. However, the moment Xiao Chen appeared and landed, all the strong wind gathered on his body and stopped. This felt like an illusion. What a fast movement technique! He can control it as he pleases. His control is even more startling. The three people sipping tea were startled as they thought to themselves. Xiao Chen glanced at the three and immediately sensed the auras of strong holy beast martial spirits from the three old men. Vermilion bird, white tiger, and black tortoise. Xiao Chen immediately knew that these were the direct descendants of the three holy masters. I do not have time to speak nonsense with you. Tell me, how is old Yun now? Xiao Chen stepped forward and casually waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. The teacups in the three old men's hands exploded at the same time, turning into countless shards. There was no room for negotiation. Xiao Chen made his move in a tyrannical manner, not holding back at all. Such a tyrannical and direct method caught the three old men off guard. Even though they were very experienced and confident, they were still caught off guard. Jianghu, who was seated in the middle, calmed himself and said indifferently, "He neglected his duties and failed to guard properly. He has already been sent to prison and will be released after 100 years of confinement." Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen as he said angrily, "How absurd! I am not as clear as you on whether old Yun neglected his duties or not. For the sake of this Sky Dome Palace, he nearly lost his life. In the end, he did not die at the hands of the demons. Instead, he died at the hands of his own people. Humph! If we say that he neglected his duties, so be it. It is not your place to interfere. You should take care of yourself first before worrying about others." Bai Yu, the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's direct descendant, said with an indifferent expression, snorting coldly. "Blue Dragon King, old Yun did not neglect his duties. They were the ones who wanted old Yun to frame you. Old Yun refused, so they tortured him until he was half dead and locked him up." Just at this moment, the servant who led Xiao Chen here rushed in and quickly explained the situation. How audacious! The enraged Xiao Chen no longer said anything. He straightened his body and charged forward, sending a palm strike at Jianghu at lightning speed. Xiao Chen attacked on a whim. Furthermore, his lightning-fast speed startled Jianghu. Before he could react, Xiao Chen's palm strike struck his chest. Bang! The lightning-fast Xiao Chen was knocked back instead. He only managed to stabilize himself after taking 10 steps. Whoosh! Jianghu's clothes tore apart, turning into shreds and flying everywhere. Then, he revealed a set of white tiger battle armor covering his entire body. There was a breastplate, shoulder pads, arm guards, gloves, boots, leg guards, helmet, and a complete set of secret treasures covering his entire body. Roar! The battle armor flickered with light, and a white tiger image appeared behind Jianghu, roaring ferociously at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was very knowledgeable, and his eyes were very sharp. With one glance, he could tell that the entire set of secret treasures were all peak-quality king grade. Just one piece was worth a city. The entire set was even more expensive. Compared to a regular emperor-grade secret treasure, this set was much better. Furthermore, because it was not emperor-grade, it was easier for the half-step Emperor Wu to bring out its full might. This set of battle armor was extremely difficult to forge. Furthermore, it required a peak Grandmaster level refiner. The Holy Land probably did not have many of them, so Xiao Chen was really willing to pay. Ka! 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 The clothes of the other two old men on the left and right shattered, revealing a set of king-grade battle armor as well. The images of the vermilion bird and the black tortoise appeared, roaring at the same time as the white tiger image. Holy might connected. Their auras were startling, forcing Xiao Chen back a step. Seeing Xiao Chen take another step back, Jianghu felt very confident, no longer feeling fear. He said in a very arrogant manner, "Blue Dragon King, why don't you think about it? If we did not come prepared, how could we have fallen out with you? This peak-quality king-grade white tiger battle armor can block 80% of the attacks of a third heaven Emperor Wu." Bai Yu smiled coldly and said, "That old Yun did not know how to adapt to circumstances. He deserves such an outcome. However, it will be your turn soon." The white-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor said coldly, "Xiao Chen, you barged into the Sky Dome Palace's forbidden land, causing the deaths of 1,000 martial sages in the Bushan Palace. Now, we are under the orders of the 3 vice palace masters to revoke your title of Blue Dragon King.
Come with us to the Bushan Palace to receive your trial. Jianghu stepped forward with a surging aura and said, If you surrender now, I will not make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. You have no idea how strong the accumulations of a holy land are. Even if I stand here and let you hit me, you will not be able to kill me. Xiao Chen flung his hand. However, when he heard this, he started laughing. The other party's battle armor did indeed startle Xiao Chen somewhat. However, where did the other party get his confidence to be so arrogant? Is that so? Your tortoise shell is indeed very hard. However, no matter how hard it is just a tortoise. In the earlier palm strike, Xiao Chen had not used his full power at all. He had not even used his primordial energy. That was why he had suffered a slight disadvantage. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen had never feared the other party. It was impossible for Xiao Chen to surrender now. Capture him. Jianghu ordered coldly. Chapter 1301. The two old men on the left and right immediately moved upon hearing the voice, charging at Xiao Chen. With the protection of the battle armor, the two did not fear him. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his hand. Let me see how hard your tortoise shell is. Without even looking at the two, Xiao Chen stepped forward. He did not draw his saber, holding it in his right hand. Xiao Chen casually thrust forward, easily breaking the other party's attack and knocking him back. Like a magic trick, the lunar shadow saber leaped out and appeared in his left hand, sweeping out wildly. Boom! The black-haired old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor fell to the ground. The two old men used only half of their primordial energy. Compared to Xiao Chen, the difference in strength was like that of clouds and mud. Not giving Xiao Chen any time to rest, Jianghu charged over with a startling aura. Loud sounds rang out, and space trembled. Xiao Chen's empty right hand clashed with Jianghu's moves. Not only did Xiao Chen not retreat, but he even forced Jianghu to retreat continuously, panting. After breaking 10 moves, Xiao Chen already held the upper hand. He sent Jianghu flying with a palm strike. The seemingly complicated and dazzling movements were completed in a breath's time. Fighting 1 against 3, Xiao Chen easily knocked back the 3. Of course, the 3 had the protection of the battle armor and could not sustain any injuries. However, the pain from the heavy blows was unavoidable. You can't kill me? Let's see if you can kill me or not. As Xiao Chen spoke, he soared into the air and stomped heavily on Jianghu, who was halfway to his feet, ruthlessly crushing him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sonic booms resounded. Bai Yu and the white-haired old man, who were knocked back earlier, charged over, wanting to save Jianghu. However, Xiao Chen did not even bother to look. He still did not draw the lunar shadow saber. He simply swung it out, using a strong saber intent and primordial energy to knock the white-haired old man back. The sharpness of the saber and the force were simply frightening. The lunar shadow saber was like magic. It flew into Xiao Chen's other hand. Holding the hilt, he chopped down heavily. Bai Yu, who was about to injure Xiao Chen, was startled. He reacted quickly and moved very quickly. He clapped his hands together and clamped down on the lunar shadow saber's scabbard. The cracks on the ground spread out like a spiderweb. Bai Yu, who caught the saber, did not have time to think before the force of the saber forced him to kneel on one knee. Xiao Chen's face turned red. Even though he knelt down, it was still very strenuous. He felt like he would not be able to catch Xiao Chen's lunar shadow saber soon. Suddenly, he felt the force on the scabbard disappear. Thinking that Xiao Chen had run out of strength, Xianxia was overjoyed. He quickly released his grip and retreated. However, the instant he loosened his grip, an even stronger force surged into the scabbard. He could retract the force at will. When the scabbard pulled back, Bai Yu, who wanted to leave, cried out in pain and tumbled on the ground. On the other side, the white-haired old man attacked again. However, when he saw the lunar shadow saber spinning around and pressing forward, he paled in fright and quickly retreated. Xiao Chen, who had not even moved, used a few moves to beat the two old men into a sorry state. They were in great pain, but they could not rush over. As Xiao Chen dealt with the two old men with his hands, he did not relax either. He continuously stomped on Jianghu's body. Every step he took caused a loud rumbling sound to ring out. Even if there was a restriction on the ground, it had already shattered. Blood leaked out of a corner of Jianghu's lips.
He was in so much pain that his complexion turned purple. However, when Xiao Chen stomped on him, it was not only a humiliation to his face but also an unbearable pain to his body. When the servant, who had already hidden far away, saw this scene, his mind turned chaotic. Originally, he was worried for Xiao Chen. Now, he felt some pity for these three old men. They were too pitiful. If not for this set of battle armor, they might be able to ask for a quick death. "Xiao Chen, let me up." Jianghu, who could not get up at all, pleaded to Xiao Chen in pain. He was already in a sorry state, unable to get up. Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he retorted coldly, "Didn't you say that you would not die even if you stood there and let me hit you? Why are you begging for mercy now? Who gave you the confidence to be so arrogant, to dare to frame me? Who gave you the authority to torture old Yun and imprison him? Now you are begging for mercy? Dream on." The pain drove Jianghu crazy with despair. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. He shouted hoarsely, "Fellow Taoists, there is no need to hold back. Activate the Sky Dome Dragon Formation and kill him." The Sky Dome Dragon Formation could kill Emperor Wu, a great killing tool of the Sky Dome Palace. Back then, the Sky Dome Palace was careless when facing Yao Manlan and Feng Zi because of this formation. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the formation was, it still needed a person to operate it. Under Yao Manlan's charm arts, the Sky Dome Dragon Formation could not be activated before it died. As the saying went, this formation succeeded and failed because of it. Now that Jianghu faced the strong Xiao Chen, he could no longer care about anything else. He prepared to use the Sky Dome Dragon Formation to kill Xiao Chen. The expressions of Bai Yu and the old man wearing the black tortoise battle armor sank. They obeyed the orders and flew out of the hall at the same time. Although Jianghu was in pain and in a sorry state, his life was not in danger, so the two were not worried. "Xiao Chen, you are dead for sure. You are dead for sure. No matter how you humiliate me now, once the Sky Dome Dragon Formation is activated, you will not survive," Jianghu said hatefully as he looked at Xiao Chen through clenched teeth. "Whether I die or not is not up to you." Xiao Chen prepared to leave this place. Once any formation was activated, being trapped inside would be problematic. The formation could not be activated forever. As long as these three old men remained in the Sky Dome Palace, Xiao Chen had plenty of ways to deal with them and force them to release old Yun. As long as old Yun was safe, Xiao Chen did not care. He could not be bothered with the people of the three holy masters' holy lands. Xiao Chen stomped down heavily, but he did not draw his sword. Instead, he kicked Jianghu's chest, nearly knocking him unconscious from the pain. Xiao Chen casually kicked this person away. Then his figure flashed, and he appeared outside the hall. Suddenly, he discovered that something was wrong. Heavy clouds churned in the sky. The sky looked like it was going to collapse. Xiao Chen felt like he could touch the clouds if he stretched out his hand. Killing chi spread everywhere, giving off a sense of pressure like a storm was coming. "The formation is activated already?" Xiao Chen muttered as he landed on the roof of the hall. "It looks like they planned to plot against me from the moment I entered the Sky Dome Palace. This is somewhat problematic. If I want to go out, I will need some time." "That's fine. Let's see if there is anything about this Sky Dome Dragon Formation. In the future, when I face similar formations, I will not have to feel uncertain. I have finally seen it for myself." Soon, Xiao Chen recovered his mental state, calming his body and mind. "Kill." The word kill resounded in the sky. It was ear-splitting and struck at the mind, making one's soul tremble. A dragon roar resounded, and suddenly, a dragon head peeked out from the dark clouds in the sky. It glared and opened its jaws, launching itself at Xiao Chen. With a gentle flash, Xiao Chen dodged this attack. The dragon head retracted, and an unfathomable dragon claw swiped at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen turned around and gently pushed his scabbard forward, blocking the dragon claw. There was a loud sound, and Xiao Chen felt his arm go numb. He thought to himself, "This force is very strong. It is no weaker than the third heaven Emperor Wu's." The ferocious dragon in the sky was hidden in the thick clouds. The dragon's head and tail could not be seen. The attacks that it sent out were unfathomable. Furthermore, the dragon moved very quickly, entangling Xiao Chen in an instant. It looked like Xiao Chen was in danger. "Old brother Qin, you can let Bai Yu make a move now, right?" The white-haired old man from the Holy Lord's faction, who was hidden in the dark, asked when he felt that the time was right. The purple-faced Qin who had already rushed over long ago. He nodded and said, "He is already entangled by the Sky Dome Dragon's soul. It is time to make a move." How stubborn. This time, I will show him the consequences of offending the three holy masters. Whoosh, whoosh. The formations covering the entire Sky Dome Palace suddenly flickered. Thousands of beams of light soared into the sky. The spiritual energy of the world quickly gathered. Each beam of light hit a person. When the beams of light stopped, they gathered into a huge dragon on the ground. Every part of the huge dragon was connected to the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace. It looked like the entire Sky Dome Palace turned into a huge dragon that came to life. Standing on the dragon's head was the Vermilion Bird Holy Lord's faction, Bai Yu. Bai Yu looked coldly at Xiao Chen, who was entangled with the ferocious dragon in the sky. Bushan Palace disciples, heed my orders. Sky Dome Dragon Formation. 2 dragons merge. Immediately, the 2 ferocious dragons in the sky and on the ground opened their jaws at the same time and bit down. They sealed off the surroundings, cutting off Xiao Chen's path, preventing him from dodging. Since he could not dodge, he could only enter the dragon's jaws. Xiao Chen quickly made his choice. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he entered the ferocious dragon's jaws, entering a mysterious pitch-black place. Good. He entered. Jianghu and the white-haired old man said loudly, rejoicing at the same time. On the dragon's head, Bai Yu said coldly with a solemn expression, "Heed my command. Sky Dome Dragon Soars. Coiling Dragon Chop." Yes. The 1,003 Holy Masters cultivators stood on various parts of the dragon's body and answered in unison, their auras shaking the sky. Immediately, the Sky Dome Dragon on the ground coiled up, assuming the posture of flying into the sky. The entire Sky Dome Palace moved with it. The ground for 500 kilometers around rumbled and trembled endlessly. As for Xiao Chen, he felt the space around him twist continuously in that dark space. He could not walk straight. He could only spin upward, running continuously. However, no matter how he ran, he felt like he was spinning at the same spot. Chap! Bai Yu shouted coldly and ferociously stabbed the weapon in his hand into the dragon's mouth. Ka! 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 The 1,000 people stabbed their weapons into the huge dragon's body at the same time. Bang! In the darkness, Xiao Chen, who was already feeling extremely uncomfortable, saw many huge weapons descending from all directions, all pointing at him. Xiao Chen could not dodge at all. Immediately, he was covered in wounds. His 5 senses turned chaotic in this space, and his sense of direction became distorted. There was simply no way to dodge. Bai Yu shouted coldly again, and the coiled-up Sky Dome Dragon suddenly unfurled its body. The 1,000 swords were drawn at the same time, all of them dripping with blood. Immediately, blood spurted out from various parts of the huge dragon's body, scattering everywhere. It looked exceptionally horrifying. Ha ha ha. I allowed you to be arrogant, not because I feared you. This old man could have dealt with you long ago. Jianghu showed a sinister expression as he looked at the blood in the sky, going berserk with excitement. Chapter 1302. The white-haired old man at the side found this somewhat strange. This formation was used to deal with the demons. Now it was being used on him. Furthermore, the irony was that it could not deal any damage to the demons. However, it was very tyrannical when dealing with its own people. Whoosh! A hole appeared in the dark space, and beams of light shot in, blinding Xiao Chen into squinting. Hey Xiao Chen, are you all right? Do you think I'm all right? The 1,000 swords are all stuck in my body. What should we do? Let me help you, Ao Jiao said worriedly. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, They did not injure my heart of an emperor. To me, they are just superficial wounds. There is no need to worry. I have indeed underestimated this Sky Dome Dragon formation. I heard that this is just the simplified version. The Great Sky Dome Dragon formation can appear in the sky and on the ground at the same time. Look at the situation, and you are still in the mood to comment on this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Think of a way to break it. It's fine. One more time, and I will roughly know what's going on with this Sky Dome Dragon formation. What? You want to experience the feeling of 1,000 swords piercing your body again? When Bai Yu saw the blood drifting in the air, he revealed an expression of joy. Even if Xiao Chen had the heart of an emperor, injuring him like this 10 or so times would weaken him, forcing him to obediently accept punishment.
Again.
Bai Yu shouted coldly, filled with pride. The 1,000 people obeyed, and the entire Sky Dome Palace shook intensely again. The Sky Dome Dragon coiled up again. Outside the Sky Dome Palace, 3 pale-faced demonic world blood demon cultivators walked out from the darkness, startled by the intense mysterious phenomenon. The person in the middle looked delicate with purple patterns carved on his forehead. He was an outstanding royal talent of the blood demon bloodline. The servant on the right revealed an expression of joy as he said respectfully, "Indeed, even the heavens are helping young Master Shui. We wanted to save that Yao Man Lan and waited here for a few days because we feared this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Now they are in disarray." However, young Master Shui's complexion paled. "Even I am not confident of breaking this Sky Dome Dragon formation. Who is so capable that the Sky Dome Palace has to use this formation to suppress it?" The Sky Dome formation was expected to be problematic. However, it was not scary. What Xiao Chen feared were the unexpected changes.
Huchi!
With another loud roar, the azure dragon unfurled itself, and fresh blood sprayed into the air once more.
Kill! Kill! Kill!
The cultivators on every part of the dragon shouted in unison. Their roars were like thunder, shaking the surroundings. The might of the azure dragon was on full display. Even the previously powerful Xiao Chen could not do anything now. He could only let them torture him again and again.
Good, good, good.
Xiao Chen, I'll let you suffer as many times as you kick me. Qin, who felt extremely delighted and couldn't help but shout out loudly. When his voice entered into Xiao Chen's ears, it caused him to laugh coldly without end. After enduring 2 attacks, Xiao Chen had a rough idea of the current environment and came up with the corresponding countermeasures. However, with the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched, the spatial laws of the entire Sky Dome Palace had already changed. Xiao Chen's space had already been compressed to a point. No matter how he moved, he could not leave this point. Furthermore, no matter which direction the 1,000 swords attacked from, they would all strike Xiao Chen at this point. Since that was the case, there was no need for Xiao Chen to run around like before. All he needed to do was guard this point. If it were a regular Emperor Wu, even if he could figure this out so quickly, he would not be able to do anything. This was because they could not dodge the attacks of the 1,000 swords within a small space. They could only be tortured to death. However, Xiao Chen was different. After comprehending the fish dragon art, he was most skilled at dodging within a small space.
Continue attacking.
I want to hear him beg for mercy in pain. Qin, who instructed Bai Yu loudly with a ferocious expression. Bai Yu, who was on the Dragon Head Mountain, pointed with his sword, and the Sky Dome Dragon entrenched itself once more. Then, he stabbed his sword into it. The other disciples followed his lead and did the same. However, this time, they were destined to be disappointed. 100 transformations of dragon and fish, dodge. Xiao Chen's body swayed like an immortal fish swinging its tail within a small space. After images flickered. The seemingly casual swaying allowed Xiao Chen to dodge at the most dangerous moment. In one breath, the sound reverberated 1,000 times. Without exception, all the swords dodged. When the other party was about to pull out their swords, Xiao Chen's body suddenly moved. Flickering light passing shadows, he moved 1,000 times in one breath.
Cassie! Cassie!
The instant the Sky Dome Dragon unfurled, the cultivators standing on every part of the dragon all drew out a broken sword.
What's going on?
Why did my sword break? All of them found this inconceivable, showing incredibly shocked expressions. Even Bai Yu, who was on the dragon head, did not know what was going on. The smile on Qin, whose face froze. He felt that something was wrong.
Whoosh!
1,000 broken sword shards flew out of the hole. Each shard contained a strong saber intent as they shot out from the Sky Dome Dragon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Caught off guard, the 1,000 cultivators each suffered a wound on their bodies as they fell. Blood dyed the sky red. However, this time, it was not Xiao Chen's blood that fell. The Sky Dome Dragon lost the cultivators' control. Xiao Chen clearly felt that the previously tight and flawless space had become much weaker.
Clash of the Two Moons.
Xiao Chen sent out 2 palm strikes, executing the 1,000-year flame and 1,000-year death at the same time. The blood moon and the bright moon clashed, erupting with a huge destructive force.
Rumble!
The sky dome dragon, which wanted to soar into the air, crashed to the ground as if it suffered a severe injury. A large hole blasted open on the dragon's body. All sorts of bricks and tiles flew everywhere. Xiao Chen leaped out of the hole. When he got a clear look, he discovered that he had destroyed a building of the Sky Dome Palace. What a profound formation! To think that it can use all the buildings in such an ingenious manner. The sincere praise that came from Xiao Chen's mouth sounded humiliating to the cultivators below. Even such a profound formation could not trap Xiao Chen to death. In that case, they were even worse than trash. Bai Yu was still on the dragon's head. His face sank as he shouted, "All disciples, return to your positions. Sky Dome Dragon Formation. Double Dragon Tail Whip." Yes. The many injured cultivators felt dissatisfied in their hearts. However, Bai Yu's shout rekindled their fighting spirit. Thousands of pillars of light soared into the sky and leaped onto the dragon's body again. The hidden Sky Dome Dragon in the clouds in the sky was the first to charge over. Its dragon tail swept out unpredictably. The force was so great that it shook the surroundings, causing buzzing sounds. Space was like an old building, letting out a mournful cry. Xiao Chen, who had been preparing to leave and not continue fighting, looked at the dragon tails flying over from both sides. With a thought, Xiao Chen made a new plan. While he was in the dragon's stomach, he had already thought about it. This Sky Dome Dragon formation was somewhat strange. He did not know how many tricks it had. There was no need for Xiao Chen to compete with this formation alone. Even if he won, he would be at too much of a disadvantage. As long as Xiao Chen managed to leave, he could think of thousands of ways to force Jianghu and the others to submit. There was no need for him to fight to the death here and suffer. However, when Xiao Chen saw the two dragon tails, he thought of an idea. Use the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. If there were 3 Sky Dome Dragons, Xiao Chen would not dare to do so. However, there were only 2. This gave him great confidence. 2 fiery lights flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes, and the Taiji force field instantly formed. This time, Xiao Chen split his 100 strands of primordial energy in half, making the Taiji force field unprecedentedly strong. "Fight!" Xiao Chen shouted and looked around. Then, he faced the dragon tail descending from the sky and slowly raised his right hand. Xiao Chen's movements looked astonishingly slow. However, it was this slow movement that allowed Xiao Chen's right hand to firmly grasp the dragon tail. Then, his body moved like a fish. As he moved, thousands upon thousands of overlapping afterimages appeared. Jianghu exclaimed in shock. "How can this be? The force of this dragon tail can fling away the third heaven Emperor Wu." Yet, Xiao Chen managed to catch it. Furthermore, he is not injured at all. That's not right. He is deflecting the force. His movements look slow, but they are actually as steady as a mountain. Although the white-haired old man beside Xiao Chen could not figure out what was going on, he noticed something strange. Jianghu smiled coldly and said, "No matter how he deflects the force, when the second dragon tail sweeps over, he will definitely be injured under the pincer attack of the 2 tails." Whoosh! The afterimages merged. The calm and peaceful Xiao Chen did not make a sound as he grabbed the dragon tail and kicked ferociously. The clouds scattered, and the sky shattered. Xiao Chen forcefully pulled down an old dragon from the sky. The dragon tail on the ground crashed into the old dragon that Xiao Chen pulled down. The collision of the 2 dragons was a horrifying scene that no one could have imagined, and just like that, it happened. The thousands of cultivators on the dragon's body on the ground were instantly blasted away. The 2 Sky Dome Dragons each suffered heavy losses. Thousands of buildings on the ground collapsed. Using the enemy's strength to break the enemy's formation. Xiao Chen revealed a smile as he looked at the old dragon in the sky, rolling on the ground in pain. Then he said in enlightenment, "I was wondering why it was so powerful. It turns out that it is a genuine complete dragon soul. The capital required for the Sky Dome Dragon formation is really significant. Get into formation and kill him." Bai Yu roared as he flipped over and got to his feet. Then, he glared at the fallen Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen shook his head and said indifferently, "The formation has lost most of its might. What else can you use to play with me?" Taiji burst. Xiao Chen casually waved his right hand, and the Taiji force field, which had already spread over the entire area, suddenly exploded. The originally peaceful Taiji force field that looked natural and harmonious burst forth with world-shaking destructive power. All the buildings on the ground were uprooted, turning into countless pieces. Dust spread out, and smoke surged. The entire Sky Dome Palace was completely destroyed. All sorts of debris flew about in the air, covering the sky and sun. As for the cultivators charging at Xiao Chen, they were blasted into the air by Xiao Chen, scattering among the dust and wreckage that filled the air. Amid the chaotic and majestic scene, Xiao Chen walked towards Jianghu step by step. The explosion that sounded like the end of the world happened behind Xiao Chen like a violent storm. However, the white-robed Xiao Chen remained calm and peaceful, walking over elegantly in a calm and unruffled manner. The lunar shadow saber appeared out of nowhere. Naturally, Xiao Chen grabbed it and caught it. Xiao Chen happened to walk over to Jianghu's side. Before the stunned Jianghu could react, Xiao Chen casually kicked him into a kneeling position. Chapter 1303. The lunar shadow saber landed gently, pressing down on Jianghu's shoulder like a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he could not stand up. Don't think that I cannot do anything to you just because you have this peak-grade battle armor protecting you. If I cannot kill you with 1,000 kicks, I will kick you 10,000 times. If 10,000 times is not enough, I will kick you 100,000 times. I do not believe that you will not die. Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber and pressed down heavily, causing Jianghu to cry out in pain. Xiao Chen glanced around and saw another old man standing beside Jianghu. He immediately knelt down and said, "Blue Dragon King, we had no choice but to deal with you. Please do not hold grudges against us. Please let us off this time." With the white-haired old man kneeling, the two's overbearing aura of wanting to take down Xiao Chen completely vanished. Jianghu felt helpless. He begged, "Let us go, and we guarantee that we will not seek trouble for you in the future." Xiao Chen said, "You should rejoice that I will not seek trouble for you. Yet, you still want to seek trouble for me? I already have a grudge with the 3 holy masters long ago. Whether I let you off or not, the 3 holy masters will not let me off. Tell me, what do I have to do for us to leave?" Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was broken and they were in Xiao Chen's hands again, Jianghu and the white-haired old man no longer had any fighting spirit. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "I can let you go, but you have to leave behind the battle armor you are wearing. Dream on. This is the accumulations of a holy land. Each holy land only has 10 battle armors. If we give them all to you, wouldn't that mean that you have 3 sets? Don't think that way." The two were both startled and furious. They had not expected Xiao Chen's appetite to be so huge. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said calmly, "You are mistaken. The weak do not have a choice. Either you take the initiative to remove the battle armor, or I will personally make a move. After I kill you, I will take it for myself. How do you choose? I will give you 10 breaths of time." In the face of Xiao Chen's forcefulness, the two of them felt somewhat helpless, not knowing how to deal with it. 10 breaths of time simply did not allow for too much time to think. The two of them had conflicted expressions on their faces, and in the end, they painfully agreed to Xiao Chen's request. After putting away the 2 sets of armor, Xiao Chen found Bai Yu in the rubble and successfully obtained the vermilion bird armor. 3 sets of peak-quality king-grade secret treasures could be considered a great harvest. However, Xiao Chen did not intend to let the 3 off so easily. These 3 people had clearly come here with a premeditated plan. They were instigated by someone. Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the 3 holy masters wouldn't have been so bold as to pick a fight with him so blatantly. However, just as he was about to ask, Xiao Chen sensed 3 auras approaching from off in the distance. Raising his head, he saw 3 pale-faced men dressed in blood-red clothes rushing over from the dust in the distance. Of the 3, the one in the middle gave Xiao Chen the feeling that he was the most dangerous. When this person got closer and saw the purple mark on his forehead, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. The demonic world's royal clan is here for the Sky Dome Heart again? Logically speaking, this was not the time to fall out with them yet. Since the sneak attack failed once, there would not be a second time. Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, it must be you, right? I have heard of your great name in the demonic world. The royal blood demon in the middle looked at the surrounding rubble and continued, "Not bad. I have not even figured out how to break this Sky Dome Dragon formation. To think that you broke it so easily." A demonic genius of the demonic world's royal clan. Jianghu and the other 2 were startled. The bloodline of the 18 demon monarchs of the demonic world was famous for being strong. Now that the Sky Dome Dragon formation was gone, and their battle armor was snatched away, even protecting themselves would be a problem. Xiao Chen stepped forward and looked at this person. "Why are you here? Speak directly." The other party did not take the opportunity to make a move. It was probably not because of the Sky Dome heart but something else. "This is our clan's young Master Shui. He is not here to snatch your Sky Dome heart. Release Miss Manlon, and we will leave," the person on young Master Shui's right said coldly with an arrogant attitude. Xiao Chen did not care about this young Master Shui or not. He said rudely, "Release her? You killed 1,000 martial sages of my Sky Dome Palace. You want to leave so easily? Impossible. You are seeking death." Young Master Shui waved his hand to stop the two servants at the side. He smiled and said, "Everything can be discussed. If you have any requests, just state them. As long as you are willing to let them go, anything can be discussed. Earlier, when those 3 people wanted to kill you, you only stated your conditions. Didn't that make things easier for you?" Xiao Chen retorted calmly. "Conditions? Sure. Give me a bottle of primordial pills, and I can pretend that I did not see you and let you go." When young Master Shui heard this, he became enraged. This Xiao Chen did not care about them at all. To think that he treated them like captives. "You are really reckless." Xiao Chen smiled, and his Taiji force field appeared. Then, his figure flashed. Xiao Chen, who was originally as quiet as a virgin, moved as fast as a dragon soaring into the sky, bringing with him an overwhelming aura. Fast. Dragons and fishes changed. A blue dragon soared into the sky, scattering the clouds. Without drawing his saber, Xiao Chen hacked down at young Master Shui. Whoosh! Young Master Shui was startled. What fast speed! The two servants at the side stepped forward and shielded him, trying to block Xiao Chen's saber strike. "Can you block it?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly and swung his saber. His momentum was heavy and unfathomable. In one breath, he executed hundreds of saber moves. The 2 blood demons' faces sank. They no longer showed any contempt on their faces. They used their full power to block. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged 100 moves. The 2 felt their arms aching, finding it hard to block and unable to keep up with the rhythm. "I'll do it." Young Master Shui narrowed his eyes and charged forward. The 2 servants heaved a sigh of relief and quickly moved aside. "Good timing." Xiao Chen laughed loudly. His aura flourished as he pressed forward, forcing the 3 to retreat. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, leaving after images. Even though he fought 1 against 3, he held the upper hand, forcing the 3 to retreat step by step. The rhythm of the battle was too fast. In just a few breaths, they had already exchanged hundreds of moves. Young Master Shui and the other 2 used their full power, not holding back at all. However, they were still suppressed. Slow. Amid the fast rhythm, Xiao Chen suddenly slowed down. Within the Taiji force field, the movements of young Master Shui and the others seemed to slow as well. The 3 were caught off guard. Before they could understand what was going on, Xiao Chen pressed his saber forward heavily, sending them all flying. The 2 weaker servants vomited blood on the spot and rolled on the ground. Young Master Shui staggered back 100 steps before he stabilized himself. As he looked at Xiao Chen, deep fear appeared in his eyes. After young Master Shui activated the royal blood demon, his strength was terrifyingly strong. He did not fear Xiao Chen's primordial energy. However, the martial Dao techniques that Xiao Chen displayed earlier were unheard of. He could not keep up with the rhythm at all. As young Master Shui expected, he was easily toyed with by Xiao Chen. The problem was not scary. What was scary was this sudden accident. "What exactly is your strength?" Young Master Shui asked sullenly. Xiao Chen replied indifferently, "Under Emperor Wu, I am unrivaled." "Unrivaled?" Young Master Shui snorted coldly. "You are a frog in a well. Don't think that just because you obtain some ancient martial Dao, you can boast like that. Use your secret technique." "Yes." The 2 servants nodded. Then, the bodies of young Master Shui's group of 3 suddenly turned into bats filling the air. Thousands of bats gathered together, and young Master Shui appeared before Xiao Chen again. This time, his aura was more than twice as strong. A trace of emperor's might spread out from his body. Xiao Chen frowned and said, Emperor's might? In the demonic world, 3 people can merge and multiply the strength of the main body. To think that there is such a secret technique. I said all the nice things, but you did not let them go, forcing me to use the forbidden technique. You asked for it. Young Master Shui shouted coldly and punched back at Xiao Chen. When he punched, a scarlet light surged into the sky. It was as if the punch had come from a sea of blood. A vast sea of blood appeared before Xiao Chen, vast and boundless. Young Master Shui rode on the waves, and thousands of layers of blood waves soared into the sky behind him. When he punched, the sea of blood instantly spread out. A vast pressure surged out along with the sea of blood. Xiao Chen looked insignificant among the huge waves. None of these royal clan demonic geniuses can be underestimated. Xiao Chen shook his head slightly. He circulated all his primordial energy and split it in half. Emperor's might immediately spread out in the Taiji force field. Xiao Chen completely unleashed the aura of a king. His figure wavered as he swung his scabbard to receive this punch. Huchi! The force of the punch was too great. Xiao Chen's body spun along with the Taiji force field, slowly neutralizing the force. Young Master Shui's aura was overwhelming. After he punched, he launched an earth-shattering attack, raining down like a torrential storm. Xiao Chen fought fast with slow speed. He was like a small boat on the vast sea. As his figure moved, he left behind many afterimages. To the outside, the space where the Tuwa was spinning. The scenery was like flickering light and shadows, flickering continuously. It was chaotic, and there was no way to see clearly. The impenetrable defense made the strong young Master Shui very anxious. He had no choice but to increase his speed. After another 1,000 moves, Xiao Chen clearly noticed that young Master Shui had slowed down. Clearly, he could not keep up the momentum and was trying to pull back. Fast! Xiao Chen grasped this opportunity and instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. All the light within 1 kilometer vanished. The instant he drew the saber, Xiao Chen and the saber in his hand entered darkness at the same time. It was not that Xiao Chen entered darkness. Instead, his light was too strong, chasing away all the light within 1 kilometer. This saber was called Eternal Light. Young Master Shui, who had just thought of retreating, had no time to dodge. The saber struck him. The scarlet light vanished, and the bats filling the air flew around in a fluster. Bang! The bats reformed, and young Master Shui fell to the ground while vomiting blood. Young Master Shui looked at Xiao Chen, and his eyes revealed horror. Under Emperor Wu, Xiao Chen could be said to be unrivaled. These words were not exaggerated at all. Even the peak outstanding talents of the 18 royal clans of the demonic world might not be able to receive that final saber strike. That saber strike was too horrifying. It was so strong that young Master Shui could not understand it at all. There were traces of a very strong saber domain in it. However, young Master Shui had seen many experts who cultivated a saber domain in the demonic world. None of them were like Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's saber domain looked right but was actually wrong. It already surpassed the understanding of domains that ordinary people had. It was like he had entered a path that no one had taken before. Chapter 1304. Let's go. The 3 no longer dared to linger. They executed the Blood Race's secret technique, blood shadow evasion, turning into a long scarlet line as they fled into the distance. Xiao Chen did not give chase. He was not in a good situation either. Earlier, he had put in a lot of effort to break the Sky Dome Dragon formation. He had even suffered some injuries that he had not treated. After that, he fought with the merged young Master Shui. While it looked like an easy fight, in reality, his physical body had suffered a huge blow. If the young Master Shui had been able to hold on, Xiao Chen might not have been able to withstand the Taiji force field. This battle also allowed him to have a comprehensive and clear understanding of his own strength. Xiao Chen turned his head and glanced coldly at Qin Hu and the other 2. Then he instructed, "Release old Yun, and you may leave. However, leave behind the martial sage you brought." Yes, yes, yes. Seeing that the young Master Shui, who could even release Emperor's might, lost to Xiao Chen, the 3 felt even more reverence for Xiao Chen. They did not dare to disobey his orders. After Xiao Chen left, the 3 showed bitter expressions, feeling extremely conflicted. Bai Yu sighed and said, "What should we do? The Holy Lord gave us a mission. Not only did we fail to complete it, but we even lost the battle armor." Jianghu felt a bellyful of anger. He snorted coldly and said, "What else can we do? This old man was not willing to take this mission in the first place. Whoever can do it can do it." Right. Back then, we all knew that the Blue Dragon King was ridiculously strong. The Sky Dome realm did not allow Emperor Wu to come down. No one was willing to do it, so they pushed us out. Clearly, they wanted to test out Xiao Chen's strength. Jianghu glanced at Xiao Chen's back and said indifferently, "We should not worry about this. When we reach the Kunlun realm, someone will naturally come and deal with him. Now, pretend to be a coward and help deal with the aftermath. Once we are done, we will quickly leave this damned place. This old man is not willing to stay here any longer." Half a day later, the aftermath was more or less cleaned up. Xiao Chen met old Yun in a simple courtyard. Many thanks to the Blue Dragon King for his righteous actions. Otherwise, who knows how long this old man would have been locked up. Old Yun thanked Xiao Chen as he knelt down. Xiao Chen quickly stood up and helped Elder Yun up. "Elder Yun, you're too kind. I wanted to thank you for giving me the map. What's more, you didn't listen to them and framed me this time. That's why you ended up like this. I should be the one thanking you." After some thought, Xiao Chen took out the last longevity fruit and said, "Take this longevity fruit as my token of appreciation." Senior Yun quickly rejected, "I have already consumed this longevity fruit once. It is not very meaningful. Blue Dragon King, keep it for yourself." Xiao Chen now understood. The longevity tree was in this Sky Dome Immortal realm. How could the other party not have consumed it before? "How about this? I'll give you a Saint Tier pill. As long as it's not a fatal injury, you'll be able to recover quickly." There were only 10 sage-grade medicinal pills among the treasures left behind by the Thunder King. However, old Yun had been kind to Xiao Chen, so there was nothing to be reluctant about giving him one. Seeing old Yun's embarrassment, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I have a half-step golden body. This sage-grade medicinal pill is not very useful to me. Just accept it." Only then did old Yun reluctantly accept it and thank Xiao Chen. The two started chatting about the current situation. Jianghu and Bai Yu had already left, but they did not bring the 1,000 martial sages with them. In the future, as long as they repaired the buildings of the Sky Dome Palace, they could still execute the Sky Dome Dragon formation. The Sky Dome Palace still had the ability to protect itself. However, that Yao Manlon was a source of trouble. No one could interrogate her while she was in prison. No one dared to look at her eyes. Even when she was blindfolded, her voice could still mesmerize others. She was like an enchantress. Furthermore, this time, young Master Shui came to save her. Clearly, she held a significant position in the demonic world or had a major character protecting her. They could not interrogate her or kill her. Furthermore, she could summon a strong enemy. This was a huge problem for the Sky Dome Palace. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then he said, "In that case, hand her to me. I want to see which demon race in the Sky Dome realm dares to ask for her from me." Old Yun revealed a joyful expression. "That would be great. There is really no way to deal with this enchantress. She is giving me a headache." Xiao Chen left behind a message talisman. "While I'm in the Sky Dome realm, if old Yun has any trouble, you can use the message talisman to look for me. Bring me to the prison then." Inside the prison, Xiao Chen saw Yao Manlon, whose arms and ankles were shackled. However, her sorry state did not diminish her charm, making her look pitiful. Instead, it made one love her even more. Blue Dragon King, be careful when you go in. Several people fell for this enchantress's tricks. The one leading Xiao Chen was a woman. No man in the entire prison dared to face this woman. When Yao Manlon saw Xiao Chen arrive, she showed a somewhat excited expression. She stood up and wanted to pounce over, the swaying chains giving off dang-dang sounds. As Yao Manlon wished, Xiao Chen sent out a few strands of saber qi and broke the chains binding her. However, his figure flashed slightly. Plop! Yao Manlon, who had used too much force, fell to the ground. Yao Manlon cried out in pain and prostrated herself on the ground. She was somewhat stunned that her chains were gone. This only made her even more horrified. She took a few steps back and looked at Xiao Chen. "What are you trying to do?" Before she came to the Sky Dome realm, men were just playthings in her eyes. Even those outstanding talents of the demonic world were just more interesting playthings. However, after seeing Xiao Chen, this man became her nightmare. She had never been so afraid of a person before. At this moment, Yao Manlin's clothes were messy, and her hair was disheveled. She looked like a weak woman, flustered and afraid. Interesting. If someone who did not understand what was going on saw this scene, they would think that he was bullying her. Interesting. Tell me, what do you think you want me for? Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Yao Manlon continued to retreat until she reached the wall. When she had nowhere else to go, she said, "You can't touch me. Otherwise, once we leave the Sky Dome realm, no one will be able to save you." Yao Manlon really thinks that I want to touch her. Xiao Chen could not help laughing hoarsely. Due to his past experiences, Xiao Chen had a favorable impression of Eros demons. Of the demons, he was the least willing to kill Eros demons. However, this Yao Manlon had the appearance of an angel but the heart of a snake. No one liked her. Stand up and speak. Let me ask you, do you know of an Eros demon called Langyu? Xiao Chen asked. Langyu? The moment Xiao Chen said that, Yao Manlin's heart trembled. Her expression changed drastically. Then she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I don't know her. I've never heard of her before." Eros demons had always been good at hiding themselves. However, when Yao Manlon heard Lang Yu's name, her expression changed drastically. Could this Lang Yu really be a major character? Never mind. No matter how major a character is, it has nothing to do with me. Perhaps she has already forgotten about me. Perhaps the other party had already forgotten about the past. How could he engrave it in his heart like he did? If you don't know her, then forget it. Put away that act of yours and leave this place with me. Yao Manlon did not dare to imagine what would happen if Xiao Chen said that indifferently and walked forward. Yao Manlon originally thought that with her abnormal expression, the other party would continue to question her. Who knew she would get past it so easily? Could this fellow have something going on with Master? You're just standing there and not leaving? Do you still want to put on the chains and continue staying here? Xiao Chen asked when he saw that the other party was not moving. Yao Manlon reacted and asked, "What exactly do you want to do? This place cannot hold you. I'll bring you to Qingyun Peak. I'll watch over you personally. Never mind. I'll do it myself." Seeing that the other party seemed to be somewhat foolish, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to waste time, so he restrained her. After leaving, he tossed her into the Flood Dragon war chariot and flew towards Qingyun Peak. However, what Xiao Chen did not know was that the moment he left, a figure hiding in the darkness of the Sky Dome Palace discovered him. This is troublesome. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, is personally watching over you. I have to go back and report to the demon monarch Lang Yu. After bringing Yao Manlon back to Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen personally interrogated her. However, the other party refused to say anything. In the first place, Xiao Chen was not good at interrogating people. Furthermore, he was mindful of the Eros demon Lang Yu's kindness to him in the past, so he did not want to use any excessive methods on Yao Manlon. If Yao Manlon did not want to say anything, then so be it. It would be fine as long as she did not cause trouble for him. Xiao Chen arranged a wooden hut for Yao Manlon in Qingyun Peak and did not send anyone to watch over her. He only got the female disciples to send her some food regularly. He did not fear Yao Manlon running away. As long as she was 1 kilometer away from Qingyun Peak, Xiao Chen would be able to catch up in an instant. In his free time, Xiao Chen spent most of his time in the desolate back mountains, cultivating the major magic skill, Dermic World. Dermic World required a Dermic World before one could stand firm in the world. A Dermic World required one to use magic energy to condense a Dermic World in the sea of consciousness, reflecting one's heart. At the same time, one had to absorb the light of the sun and the moon, condensing one's soul in it. It was extremely complicated. In the information that the Mahasvara Buddha gave me, it said that everyone's Dermic World is hidden in the depths of one's heart. It is a projection of one's heart. I wonder what my Dermic World will look like? At the summit of the desolate mountain, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground. Then, he closed his eyes and entered into bitter cultivation. When the sun rose, sunlight shone on Xiao Chen's body, dyeing him golden. It felt warm and very comfortable. Xiao Chen circulated his mental energy to condense a Dermic World, slowly absorbing the radiance of the sun into his sea of consciousness. The sun set, and the moon rose. The blazing golden light on Xiao Chen's body vanished, turning into tranquil and peaceful moonlight. Then, he absorbed it into his sea of consciousness as well. This cycle continued for 15 days. After a total of 1 month, a miraculous scene of the sun and moon shining together appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. At the intersection of sunlight and moonlight, yin and yang merged, and a golden lotus was born. Of course, the golden lotus was not Xiao Chen's dermic world. However, if he used the Buddhist sex method to condense a dermic world, the dermic world would be born from the golden lotus. If he used the Taoist sex method, the dermic world would be born from a purple lotus. Different paths led to the same destination. The tiny golden lotus had just sprouted and urgently needed magic energy to nourish it. Xiao Chen was not stingy, slowly gathering his magic energy. He could clearly feel the joy and satisfaction of the golden lotus. Sun and moon shining together, the golden lotus sprouted. The nourishment of magic energy required care and persistence. One could not be too hasty and let the golden lotus grow wildly. Nor could it be too slow or it would starve the golden lotus to death. Condensing a dermic world required patience. Although it was complicated, as long as no one disturbed it, it would succeed. The golden lotus bud grew stronger and stronger as layers of lotus leaves covered it. When the flower bloomed, Xiao Chen's dermic world would appear. From then on, it would reside in the depths of his sea of consciousness, guarding it like a deity. Days passed. Xiao Chen's magic energy was about to run out. The golden lotus radiance was already extremely resplendent. Chapter 1305. Behind it, there was a Buddhist light that was faintly discernible. Buddhist chants turned into auspicious Buddhist lights that supported the lotus. That was Mahasvara Buddha's blessing for Xiao Chen. It would ensure that nothing could go wrong in the process of condensing his Dharma idol. Xiao. Suddenly, all the light in the depths of Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness gathered on the golden lotus. All sorts of resplendent lights were withdrawn into the lotus. All sorts of Buddhist chants and Buddhist lights dissipated, leaving only the plain golden lotus. He's here. Xiao Chen thought in his heart, feeling both anticipation and anxiety. The golden lotus had bloomed. Soon, he would know what his dermic incarnation looked like. 1 petal, 2 petal, 3 petal. The petals of the golden lotus slowly opened. As each petal opened, a faint golden light shot out in all directions. All sorts of afterglow danced in the air like ribbons. When the golden lotus completely bloomed, a pillar of light shot up into the sky. Within the light, there was a green-robed man bathed in golden light like a deity. His appearance was dignified without being angry, and there was a frightening hostility between his brows. His eyes were filled with killing intent, causing others to tremble. His appearance was somewhat similar to Xiao Chen's, but whether it was in terms of temperament or the look in his eyes, there was absolutely no way to associate him with Xiao Chen. Dharma. Is this my Dharma? What a dense killing intent. Even I can't believe it. Xiao Chen was secretly astonished. The Dharma idol was a projection of the depths of his heart. It turned out that in his heart, his evil tendencies were so strong. Something wasn't right. Logically speaking, his hostility shouldn't be so strong. Forget it. Now was not the time to be concerned about this. The Dharma had already been formed. The next step was to merge the body with the Dharma and stand between heaven and earth. After his magic power had recovered, Xiao Chen opened his eyes, got up and quickly circulated the mental cultivation method of the Dharma idol great magic power. Xiao Chen's body shook slightly, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. With a loud bang, his body inflated like a balloon, and in the next moment, he turned into a 1,000-meter-tall giant. Lunar Shadow Saber. With a thought, the Lunar Shadow Saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. It was different from what he expected. The Lunar Shadow Saber also grew larger. What was a divine ability? It was something that surpassed one's imagination and was inconceivable. This was the difference between a divine ability and a magical technique. What a human could do was called a technique, and what a human could not do was called a supernatural power. However, he did not have the time to carefully experience the great power brought about by this dermic world, as well as that extraordinary feeling. A second later, Xiao Chen's body shrank back with a whoosh. Interesting, this is too interesting. It's completely unbelievable. After his body returned to normal, Xiao Chen's heart was still thumping non-stop. This was the feeling brought about by the great divine power. It was truly beyond imagination, inconceivable, and refreshing. Xiao Chen's eyes revealed a look of anticipation. At that moment, I felt that even if it was Emperor Wu, I would be able to kill him with a single slap. And this is just the beginning. In the future, after the first, second, and third transitions, I wonder how powerful it will be. Unfortunately, the only drawback was that it consumed too much magic power. His magic power could only last for a second. Such a short period of time was meaningless in a real battle. I have to undergo the lightning tribulation quickly, and cultivate the purple thunder divine incantation to the 8th layer. I need to expand my sea of consciousness and cultivate even more magic energy. The strength of the great divine power made Xiao Chen realize the might of magic skills and the importance of magic energy. In the past, Xiao Chen had not paid enough attention to magic energy. His law energy and primordial energy had been tempered and condensed several times. A strand of law energy could double or even triple the might of an opponent. However, Xiao Chen had never tempered or condensed his magic energy before. He had to pay more attention to this in the future. At this moment, it was already late. However, Xiao Chen could not hide the excitement in his heart. He was currently thinking about where to undergo the lightning tribulation. The Heavenly Saber Pavilion would definitely not do. It would cause too big of a commotion. Who knew what kind of waves it would cause? After thinking about it, there were only two suitable places. One was the deep sea, and the other was the Sky Dome Immortal realm. As for the specifics, Xiao Chen had not made up his mind yet. There was still something important that he needed to do. He had to let that Eros demon sleep well for a while. At the very least, he could not let her wake up before he returned. Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived at Yao Manlan's courtyard on Qingyun Peak. When Yao Manlan, who was sighing in the courtyard, saw Xiao Chen suddenly appear, she was startled. Aside from interrogating her at the start, this fellow did not ask about her at all for the next 2 months. It was like he had forgotten about her. However, when Yao Manlan thought about Xiao Chen's methods, she did not dare to run. She spent her days feeling nervous and conflicted. Every day felt like a year, filled with grief. After not seeing you for 2 months, your complexion looks so much worse. Did you not eat anything? Xiao Chen asked casually. Yao Manlan retorted hatefully, cut the hypocrisy. What exactly do you want? Either release me or kill me. Give me a quick death. Don't torture me like this. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and smiled. When I leave the Sky Dome realm, I will naturally release you. Really? Wild joy welled up in Yao Manlan's heart, and she started to fantasize naively. Xiao Chen walked to the stone table and sat down. Then he poured himself a cup of tea. Of course I'm serious. You are not willing to say anything when I ask you. Keeping you around will just be a disaster. Of course I have to let you go. However, before Yao Manlan could savor the joy on her face, Xiao Chen's next sentence completely shattered it. Of course, the prerequisite is that I cripple your cultivation and shatter your meridians. After being fooled, Yao Manlan cursed. You demon! You scoundrel! There is no one more despicable than you in the world. Xiao Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he said slowly, you have to pay a corresponding price for what you do. You should understand this principle. Unfortunately you do not. Compared to a certain Eros demon that I know, you are far inferior. Yao Manlan's heart skipped a beat. A certain Eros demon was her master? That was impossible. Her master was a demon monarch. Of the 18 thrones of the deep abyss demonic world, one of them belonged to her. How could she have any dealings with her? It has been more than 10 years since we last met. The past is like the clouds in the sky. Originally, I thought that it had already gone with the wind. Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao still remembers this servant. The sudden voice made Yao Manlan feel both happy and shocked. She was happy that she was finally saved. She was startled that her master immediately appeared and slapped her in the face when she said that it was impossible in her heart. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw the Eros demon Lang Yu in the air, dressed in azure-colored clothes. Just like before, Lang Yu was still unique. The natural charm of an Eros demon could not be seen on her face at all. Lang Yu was just like when he first met her, as pure as a lotus flower. However, such a person was the only woman who could successfully charm him. Lang Yu had used her charm technique countless times in the deep sea, saving him from the brink of death. Master, Yao Manlan ran over in pleasant surprise and stood beside Lang Yu. However, she still felt somewhat nervous in her heart. Her master actually personally made a trip to the Sky Dome realm for her. Xiao Chen finished his tea and stood up to look at Lang Yu. He felt that he could not see through her at all. Back then, he already felt that this Eros demon was incredibly mysterious. Now that so many years had passed and his strength had increased significantly, he still could not see through her. Lang Yu seemed very strong and also very weak, unfathomable. There was only one explanation. Back then, Lang Yu's strength had decreased significantly because she was injured. Now, not only did she recover her strength, but she even grew stronger. However, none of this mattered. The other party still had not changed. He was not the only one who remembered the past. Why did Lang Yu remember it so clearly? It was because when she charmed someone, many imaginative scenes would appear. It seemed real and fake at the same time, making it hard to tell whether it was reality or an illusion. Furthermore, this period lasted for 1 year. The Sky Dome realm does not allow Emperor Wu to descend. You should know the rules. Are you going to break this rule for the sake of a disciple? Xiao Chen asked directly, not reminiscing about the past. Lang Yu smiled faintly and said, although great chaos is coming and there will always be people who break the rules, I do not dare to take this risk. It is just a clone. Sit. Xiao Chen extended his hand and invited Lang Yu to sit. Then, he poured her a cup of tea. Lang Yu picked up the teacup and thanked Xiao Chen softly. I owed you too much back then. Although you said that we were even, I know that I still owe you a lot. If you are willing to let me take Manlan away today, I, the demon monarch Lang Yu, will owe you another favor. The demon monarch Lang Yu. What a great background. When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled bitterly and did not say anything. When Yao Manlan saw Xiao Chen like this, she could not help feeling angry. What kind of status did her master have? She said that she owed him another favor, yet he did not do anything. This was too much. Xiao Chen said calmly, is there a need to calculate things so clearly between us? Could it be that past experiences, in your eyes, are just one favor after another? Lang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Then she placed the teacup to her lips. Back then, Xiao Chen was young and arrogant, showing off his sharpness without any scruples. Although he was a man of few words, he dared to draw his saber with a thought for her, saying that he would help her kill. This gave Yao Manlan a sense of security that she, a demon monarch, had never felt before. The various things of the past were buried deep in her heart, indelibly. When Yao Manlan recovered her strength and sat back on the demon monarch throne, she would occasionally think of that white-robed bladesman who was willing to stand up for her. Several times, Yao Manlan even doubted whether she was moved. However, so what if she was moved? It was impossible to be separated from a demon in the first place. Furthermore, she was a demon monarch, an aloof and powerful demon monarch. Later, Yao Manlan learned that the other party had gained great fame in the Kunlun realm, becoming the legend of the Blue Dragon King. Yao Manlan felt happy for him but also worried. If this continued, the two of them would end up on opposite sides sooner or later. It was better to forget about that white-robed youth who dared to pull her behind him and face a strong enemy alone. Now that Yao Manlan saw the other party again and saw that he was so strong at such a young age, she knew that the two of them would become enemies sooner or later. Lang Yu recovered her expression very quickly. From the outside, no one could tell that anything was wrong. She drained the tea in one gulp, not leaving anything behind. Dong! The teacup landed on the table moderately. Enduring the pain in her heart, Lang Yu smiled and said, if it is not a favor, then what does the Blue Dragon King think it is? Or do you think that this monarch's favor is not big enough? What other requests do you have? If you need primordial pills, I can give them to you as well. All you have to do is say the word. This smile was emotionless, like falling into an ice cave, chilling one's heart. The past was like the wind, scattered long ago. The final hope in Xiao Chen's heart shattered. Perhaps it would be better for an old friend to exist in his dreams. Chapter 1306. Lang Yu remained expressionless, his expression scarily cold. He drained the tea in his hand in one gulp and said indifferently, let's go. Demon Monarch Lang Yu, remember that you owe me, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, a favor. Lang Yu could still smile when the other party was heartless. However, Xiao Chen could not smile no matter what. Is he leaving? However, Yao Manlon felt something strange. Why does the atmosphere seem somewhat off? Lang Yu's heart bled, but she still maintained a smile. She stood up and said, Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen is indeed magnanimous. Now that I see you today, you truly live up to your reputation. This demon monarch will remember this favor. Whoosh! As Lang Yu carried Yao Manlon, she did not seem reluctant to leave at all. She left as soon as she said so, showing no intention of turning back. The last bit of hope in Xiao Chen's heart vanished. The teacup in his hand shattered with a loud bang. The shard stabbed into his palm, and blood slowly flowed out. It was a ghastly sight. Xiao Chen did not have many friends. Friends who had gone through life and death with him were even fewer. Since they were friends, he naturally did not care about the other party's identity. However, back then, when Xiao Chen said that they would meet again if fate willed it, how could he have expected that after they met again, it would be such a situation? Actually, given Xiao Chen's sharp eyes and meticulous thoughts, he should have been able to catch the change in Lang Yu's expression in that instant. However, Xiao Chen clearly understood why Lang Yu's heart fluttered. He just did not want to admit it. Although some things were hazy, they were very real, unforgettable. Far away, Lang Yu carried Yao Manlon through the void. She should have returned directly to the demonic world. However, she suddenly stopped and landed at the seaside. She could no longer keep up the pretense. She covered her face and squatted down in pain. Master! Yao Manlon felt a strange sourness in her heart. By now, she had already vaguely guessed what happened between her doting master and the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. However, how could an Eros demon fall in love? Furthermore, this was the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen. Once he advanced to martial emperor, he would definitely clash with the demonic world. After a long time, Lang Yu stood up. There seemed to be traces of tears on her face. However, her expression had already recovered the dignity and indifference that a demon monarch should have. Feng Zi acted on his own this time, thinking that by obtaining the Sky Dome heart, the winged demon monarch will view him in a different light. However, he didn't know that he had committed a great taboo. It would have been fine if he had gotten it, but who knew that he wouldn't have gotten it? Now, his father has already imprisoned him in the demon prison. When Yao Manlon heard this, she was startled, forgetting what she had just said. She cried out hoarsely, "Then what about the amber heart that he promised me?" Cold Rain did not say anything. A tri-colored amber filled with alluring light appeared in her palm. "I got it from the demonic wind monarch. If it is yours, it will be yours." "Master, I was wrong." Yao Manlon lowered her head and said with tears in her eyes. Lang Yu whispered, "You are not wrong. You just met someone you should not have met." "Who exactly is he?" Yao Manlon plucked up her courage and asked. "He is the person this emperor wants to meet the most in this life. He is also the person this emperor wants to see the most in this life." Wanting to see the most and wanting to see the most seemed contradictory yet not contradictory at all. Suddenly, Lang Yu's expression changed. Then, she led Yao Manlon away and hid their auras in the seawater. A strong gust of wind blew behind him as a white figure flew over on the clouds. That figure landed and stood at the seaside, looking into the distance as if searching for something. Through the icy seawater, Lang Yu clearly saw that figure's appearance. It was Xiao Chen, who had chased after them from Qingyun Peak. Drip, drip. Blood continuously dripped from Xiao Chen's right hand. The wound on his palm looked horrifying. Lang Yu felt a pang in her heart. When she looked up, she saw Xiao Chen smiling bitterly. His lips moved as if he was saying something. "I, Xiao Chen, have never misjudged a person. Was I really wrong this time?" In the seawater, Lang Yu covered her mouth. She could not hold back her tears, letting them flow freely. As he looked at the seaside, Xiao Chen's thoughts fluctuated. Then, he revealed a self-mocking smile. He already guessed the result, yet he still foolishly came over, thinking that he could see the scene he anticipated. After a long time, Xiao Chen slowly calmed down. He muttered to himself, "I'll just take it that I saw wrong. However, thank you for that 1 year. Goodbye." Xiao Chen gently pushed off with his feet, and his figure flashed. In a few blinks of an eye, he vanished from where he was, heading for the depths of the sea. He wanted to undergo his tribulation, the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer. He wanted to forget this unhappiness, to completely forget it amid the 10,000 bolts of lightning. Splash! Water splashed up, and Lang Yu and Yao Manlon leaped out of the water. Lang Yu looked into the distance, not saying anything for a long time. Her gaze seemed to be able to see very far. She could see that Xiao Chen was really rushing towards the deep sea without even looking back. Based on his hurried figure, she could see that he was resolute and decisive, not showing any reluctance to leave.
Master, he is really pretty good. Why didn't you come out?
Yao Manlon asked softly. In all fairness, in Yao Manlon's opinion, the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen was indeed a very charming person. Lang Yu muttered, "The better he is, the more we cannot meet."
Great chaos is coming. You don't know this, but in this great calamity, only one of the demonic world or the Kunlun realm can survive. No one can avoid this fate. We will eventually meet on the battlefield. What is he going to do now? Is he going to give chase to the demonic world?
Yao Manlon asked softly. Lang Yu felt worried in her heart. She shook her head and said, "It doesn't seem like it. He cannot go to our demonic world's lair in the Sky Dome realm. Manlon, go back by yourself. I'll follow and take a look." Yao Manlon nodded gently. She knew that since her master made this decision, there was no way to dissuade her. Amid the strong winds, Xiao Chen stepped on the sea. There were countless desolate sea regions in the vast deep sea, too many to count. There were many places to take the tribulation. Xiao Chen did not hesitate and landed on one of the desolate islands. The island was desolate. Aside from rocks and tall mountains piled with rocks, there was nothing else. The Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer lightning tribulation should have happened 3 years ago. However, he delayed it until now to be safe. Now that he had a half-step golden body, condensed a heart of an emperor, and cultivated primordial energy, it would be easy for him to undergo the lightning tribulation from 3 years ago. It would be just like when he fought his opponent 3 years ago. He would be able to kill his opponent effortlessly. No matter how many lightning tribulations there were, Xiao Chen did not fear them. There was only the final heart tribulation, the heart demon tribulation. There were too many unknowns. During the previous lightning tribulation, Xiao Chen also fell to the final heart demon tribulation. He could not make it through, so he got Ao Jiao to help. "Ao Jiao, don't make a move this time. Otherwise, even if I succeed in my tribulation, the heart demon will accompany me for life," Xiao Chen said seriously. Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, nodded. "I know. I am too deeply involved with you. If I make a move this time, your heart demon will be even more severe." However, worry flashed in Ao Jiao's eyes. However, is this really the right time to undergo the tribulation? Of course, she did not fear the lightning tribulation. With Xiao Chen's half-step golden body, he should be able to endure the 8th layer of the lightning tribulation without any problems. However, the final heart tribulation was hard to say. In the Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen had experienced 2 setbacks. The first was when Lu Rui's fate was unknown and she left this abandoned land. The second was now. Xiao Chen had misjudged her, causing his heart to waver. Undergoing the tribulation now was not appropriate, simply not appropriate. Ao Jiao wanted to advise Xiao Chen. However, Xiao Chen had already made up his mind, so there was no point in saying anything more. Just as Ao Jiao was about to say something, she sighed and pulled back. "Let's begin." Xiao Chen crushed an essence stone in his hand. Surging and pure spiritual energy surged towards the purple whirlpool in his dantian. Unlike before, Xiao Chen did not send the absorbed energy into his heart of an emperor. Instead, he let that whirlpool absorb the vast spiritual energy. Boom! The whirlpool, which had been suppressed for so long, did not last for long before exploding. It was so fast that it somewhat surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. It was clear that the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer could no longer hold on and needed to break through. It was like a barrel of gunpowder. With just a spark, it gave off a startling explosion. As the explosion rang out in Xiao Chen's body, the boundless thunderclouds within 500 kilometers of him gathered above his head like a vast army. Lang Yu, who was hidden in the distance, felt startled. Xiao Chen was undergoing a tribulation. However, this was not the great tribulation of wind and fire but the lightning tribulation, which made her feel slightly more at ease. Even if he is undergoing a lightning tribulation, he should not have done it now. Lang Yu said with some resentment as she bit her lip. At the same time, she blamed herself. Had she known that Xiao Chen was undergoing a tribulation, she would not have been so heartless. What if he got injured in the lightning tribulation? Whether she was willing or not, the matter had already happened. The lightning tribulation had already begun. Boom! When the first bolt of lightning descended, Xiao Chen gladly endured it. Following that, a continuous barrage of lightning followed, not giving him any time to catch his breath. After 100 bolts of lightning, Xiao Chen used his primordial energy to erect a shield. Given Xiao Chen's experience, this was just an appetizer. The main course would come later. Previously, it was 999 bolts of completely different divine lightning struck Xiao Chen until he wished for death, tormenting him half to death. His physical body nearly turned into mud. However, this time it was fine. Xiao Chen's strength had already undergone a drastic change. It was equivalent to having Emperor Wu's strength endure the blue-robed Emperor's lightning tribulation. As Xiao Chen expected, after 100 bolts of lightning, all sorts of divine lightning appeared. Some were like weapons, turning into sabers, spears, swords, staffs, and all sorts of lightning weapons, materializing all sorts of killing moves as they descended from the sky. Some turned into ferocious beasts, rearing their heads to the sky and roaring. Some gathered into all sorts of secret treasures, imitating all sorts of might, wanting to crush Xiao Chen. Some turned into mountains, looking majestic and majestic. Some stretched out endlessly, and some rose up strangely, wanting to suppress Xiao Chen. After withstanding more than 300 bolts of divine lightning, the shield shattered. Xiao Chen drew his lunar shadow saber and started to clash with the various divine lightning. He executed everything he learned to deal with the descending divine lightning. Although this was very startling and incredibly dangerous, it was very stable. Everything was within his control. Xiao Chen still had many trump cards that he had not used yet. The number of nines passed long ago. It looks like my divine lightning this time should be 4 nines, a total of 9,999 bolts. Xiao Chen calculated in his heart. At the same time, he marveled at how powerful this purple thunder divine incantation was. If he were only as strong as the blue-robed emperor, he would definitely die trying to take this lightning tribulation. He would not be able to last until the heart tribulation arrived. Chapter 1307. The further he went, the more dangerous the lightning tribulations became. Xiao Chen was no longer in the mood to count how many lightning tribulations he had undergone. Amid the flashing lightning and roaring thunder, he was like a small boat full of misfortune, in danger of being destroyed at any moment. Xiao Chen had used up all his trump cards. Finally, he relied on the Taiji force field to hold on and clear all the lightning tribulations. The tribulation clouds in the sky scattered, and Xiao Chen heaved a sigh of relief. His clothes were tattered, but his physical body was still intact. It was much better than the first time. The heart tribulation should be arriving soon. Xiao Chen became exceptionally cautious. Previously, he fell to the heart tribulation. He absolutely could not fall again this time. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a hole opened in the sky, and intense light poured down, dazzling Xiao Chen's eyes. When he opened his eyes, he discovered that he was on Qingyun Peak. Lu Ruyue was beside him. She smiled warmly and said, "You are finally willing to come back. Are you still leaving this time?" The familiar face, the familiar voice, and the gentle words. Even if one knew it was fake, one would not be willing to break this rare silence. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and held Lu Ruyue's hands. He said, "I'm not leaving this time." "Good, then it's settled. You are not allowed to leave this time." Lu Ruyue smiled faintly and held Xiao Chen's hands tightly. She could not bear to let go no matter what. The days passed like this on Qingyun Peak. Xiao Chen accompanied Lu Ruyue as they wandered around the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, enjoying the peaceful and warm time. There were no conflicts, no pressure from the Blue Dragon King, no enemies on the path of cultivation. There was only happiness. The two would argue over trivial matters. They would be moved over trivial matters. They would cry, laugh, and even make a fuss. Even though Xiao Chen knew it was fake, he was still filled with reluctance. He wanted to leave several times. However, Lu Ruyue's pitiful gaze defeated him, so he agreed to stay for 1 more month. The lightning tribulation was easy to clear, but the heart tribulation was difficult. Could Xiao Chen clear it this time? Month after month, Xiao Chen stayed in this heart demon world for 1 year. But no matter how long he stayed, he would have to leave one day. What was fake was fake. On this particular day, Xiao Chen felt like leaving. He hugged Lu Riyue and said, "Even if you are destined to leave, I should see you one last time and not watch you leave in Suifeng's memories." Tears appeared in the corners of Lu Riyue's eyes as she pushed Xiao Chen away. She looked at him and said, "Are you leaving? Promise me, stay with me for one more month, okay? Just one more month, and I'll be satisfied." The corners of Xiao Chen's eyes were also brimming with tears. He said in a trembling voice, "All right, I promise you, but you have to close your eyes first. As long as you promise me, I will listen to everything you say." Lu Riyue immediately smiled and obediently closed her eyes. "Sorry." Holding back the tears in his eyes, Xiao Chen swung his saber and chopped off Lu Riyue's head. There were some things that even if you knew it was fake, it was still difficult to do anything about it. Whoosh! The scene before Xiao Chen changed. Ao Jiao leaped out joyfully and said, "Congratulations, you finally cleared this heart tribulation." Xiao Chen forced out a smile. His heart was still immersed in the illusion, in that peaceful and happy atmosphere. That kind of beauty was something one could not bear to part with. This was the horror of a heart demon. Even if one knew it was fake, one would still treat the fake as the truth, forever unable to walk out. Fortunately, Xiao Chen managed to walk out in the end. He wanted to feel the effects of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 8th layer. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned. He looked up and discovered a figure hidden in the clouds. "Who is it?" Xiao Chen shouted and gave chase at lightning speed. The clouds parted, and he saw a clear figure. Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. Then he rejoiced. "Lang Yu! It's her! It's her! I did not see wrong. She did not go far. She has been following me." Executing the fish dragon arts movement technique, Xiao Chen flew over at lightning speed, chasing after Lang Yu. This time, Xiao Chen swore in his heart that he would not show a straight face on purpose. As a man, he should learn to understand and not act in a fit of pique. As Xiao Chen gave chase, he focused all his attention on that pretty figure in front of him. What heart demon? What Purple Thunder Divine Incantation? He had already forgotten all about it. "Lang Yu, since you can't bear to part with me, why can't you meet me now?" Xiao Chen shouted loudly when he saw the other party getting further and further away. The figure in front of Xianxia froze, as if something had triggered her, and her speed slowed down. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity and increased his speed. He leaped into the air and finally landed in front of Lang Yu, blocking her. Their eyes met. Xiao Chen felt many emotions. After a long time, he said calmly, "Even if you are a demon monarch with overwhelming strength, if you are willing, I, Xiao Chen, will always be your friend." Lang Yu shook her head and smiled. "It is not as simple as you think. There are too many things that you do not understand." Suddenly, Xiao Chen grabbed Lang Yu's shoulders and said sullenly, "Look at me. I'll ask you one thing. Back then, did you see only one person? I just want you to tell me. Yes or no?" Lang Yu showed a conflicted expression. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, "Don't force me." Xiao Chen smiled. He already knew the answer. Lang Yu had indeed been acting earlier. That smile was incredibly cruel, just to hide the struggle in her heart. She was not as heartless as Xiao Chen thought. Letting go of Lang Yu, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I won't force you. I just need to know that you have not forgotten the past. That is enough." Lang Yu smiled and said, "How can I forget that past? If I really did, I would not be so reluctant to part with you. Don't move. Let me look at that past again. After that, I'll leave, all right?" Lang Yu begged. Xiao Chen understood that Lang Yu wanted him to open his heart and search for that memory in the depths of his memories. "Sure, come in. I have never forgotten this part of the past." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and let Lang Yu place her finger on his forehead. In the real world, on a calm sea, Ao Jiao circled around Xiao Chen anxiously. 7 days had passed since the lightning tribulation, but Xiao Chen still had not woken up. Xiao Chen did not know what he had experienced in the heart demon world that completely entangled him. Ao Jiao felt sorrowful in her heart. If this continued, Xiao Chen's heart would definitely be swallowed up by the heart demon. He would become a heartless body, never to wake up again. However, she could not help at all. Xiao Chen could only rely on himself for such matters. Only an expert whose mental energy cultivation reached the level of the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could interfere. Not to mention the fact that Emperor Forsaken would not come to help Xiao Chen. Even if he did, 7 days had already passed.
It might not be of any use.
Up in the clouds, Lang Yu's expression turned grave. She had already cultivated her charm techniques to the point where she could infiltrate the mind. With one glance, she could tell that Xiao Chen was undergoing a heart tribulation. However, 7 days had passed, and Xiao Chen still had not woken up.
Not good. The heart demon probably caught hold of his weakness. I have to go and take a look.
Originally, Lang Yu was prepared to never face Xiao Chen again. However, now that Xiao Chen was in danger, she could no longer care so much. A purple mark flickered on Lang Yu's forehead. A strong wind blew, and a strong aura spread out from her body. The clouds scattered, revealing Lang Yu in azure, looking tyrannical as she hovered in midair. At this moment, the demon monarch Lang Yu did not look weak at all. Lang Yu's strong aura caused the vast and boundless sea to tremble in fear, kicking up huge waves.
Ao Jiao looked up.
However, before she could understand what was going on, she fainted the moment she saw Lang Yu's eyes. Lang Yu floated down and placed a finger on Xiao Chen's forehead. A horrifying scene appeared before her eyes. His heart, which was beating non-stop, had already been half occupied by the black shadow. It looked as if an ugly monster was going to swallow the tender heart whole. What exactly is it that made him completely defenseless, opening up his heart? Does this fellow not know that he is undergoing a heart tribulation? The demon monarch Lang Yu exclaimed. Then, she directly entered that heart. Whoosh! The scene before Lang Yu changed. She saw a scene that caused her mind to go blank. She saw Xiao Chen closing his eyes, letting her touch his forehead with her finger. The two revealed smiles on their faces. However, Xiao Chen's smile was blissful and serene. Lang Yu's smile was strange and sinister. To think that Xiao Chen opened up his heart for her.
Damn it!
Damn it to the extreme!
Rage surged in Lang Yu's heart. Her expression turned cold.
She had never felt so furious before. Insignificant heart demon, who gave you the courage to touch this monarch's person? Lang Yu roared as she walked over step by step. The demon monarch's tyranny made others not dare to look her in the eye. The heart demon Lang Yu, who was in front of Xiao Chen, turned her head and was startled, turning pale. Still not stopping. Do you believe that this monarch will lock you in a heart prison and let the heart flame burn you for 1,000 years, 10,000 years? The heart demon Lang Yu trembled, quickly letting go in fright.
Xiao Chen slowly woke up.
He recalled the memories he had with Lang Yu back then. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw two Lang Yu before him. One was lying on the ground, looking very weak. The other had a cold and emotionless face and a frightening killing chi. Her gaze revealed a strong tyrannical aura.
Xiao Chen, she is a heart demon.
Quickly save me, the heart demon Lang Yu said as she sobbed. Lang Yu frowned and shouted coldly. How dare you? Lang Yu waved her long sleeves, and the heart demon Lang Yu's body immediately burned. She cried out in pain and reverted to her original form. That clump of ugly illusory light changed continuously as she wailed in pain.
Xiao Chen seemed to wake up from a dream.
He looked at Lang Yu, who gave off the boundless sovereign aura. However, he felt somewhat confused, not knowing what was going on. Lang Yu walked over step by step, and her expression turned gentle. You opened up your heart to the heart demon.
The situation is critical. Don't ask anything now.
I already occupied this heart demon's true body.
If you kill me now you can come out.
Xiao Chen felt like he was dreaming. You did not leave all this while. Are you watching me undergo my tribulation?
Lang Yu smiled sadly.
If something happens to you, I will not be able to rest easy. After saying that, Lang Yu grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and stabbed it into her heart. Boom! All the illusions vanished, and Xiao Chen returned to reality. He saw blood leaking out of a corner of Lang Yu's lips. Her finger, which was on Xiao Chen's forehead, relaxed. Chapter 1308. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart. He quickly stretched out his hand to grab it. However, Lang Yu's body turned into light and scattered. Lang Yu revealed a smile as she caressed Xiao Chen's face with her other hand. Don't overthink. The relationship between you and me is not something that can be explained with words like Favor. Whether you are the Blue Dragon King of the Kunlun realm or me, the demon monarch in my heart, you will always be that frivolous youth who left me behind.
Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Lang Yu's body turned into nothing. This clone died for the sake of saving Xiao Chen.
At the same time, in a cold and magnificent palace in the deep abyss demonic world, Lang Yu wore luxurious yellow robes and had her eyes closed, exuding a cold and noble air.
Many figures stood on both sides of the throne.
Without exception, they were all handsome men with strong auras. There were humans, fiend race, deity race, and demon race.
These were Lang Yu's heart slaves, all her slaves.
When the clone died, Lang Yu, who was on the throne, opened her eyes. All the heart slaves knelt down and shouted respectfully, "Master!"
Lang Yu did not even look at them.
She stretched out her hand, and a beam of light materialized into a white-clad youth with a treasured saber hanging at his waist.
There are thousands of handsome men in the world. The demon monarch, Lang Yu, is moved only by you.
What happened in the illusion happened in reality as well. What was real and what was fake, what was real and what was fake.
Even Xiao Chen could not distinguish them. No wonder the heart demon could find an opening.
Xiao Chen closed his eyes and looked at his dantian.
The purple electric chi whirlpool had clearly doubled in size. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and finally understood.
In the illusion, when he checked the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, all sorts of things attracted his attention, preventing him from checking it. This was because even Xiao Chen did not know what the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation was like.
Naturally, he could not create a heart demon in the illusion.
Now that he saw the chi whirlpool formed by the 8th layer of the purple thunder divine incantation, and his sea of consciousness that had expanded by 4 or 5 times, he finally knew that he was truly standing in reality.
After a while, Xiao Chen guffawed loudly.
Lang Yu had indeed not changed.
Xiao Chen had not misjudged her.
There was an indescribable carefreeness in Xiao Chen's laughter, as if a knot in his heart had been untied.
After laughing, a feeling of hunger suddenly came from every part of his body.
Not only did the cyclone in his dantian feel hungry, but the nascent soul in his sea of consciousness was also crying piteously for food. Since he reached the consummation blue-robed emperor, his cultivation had stopped.
After that, Xiao Chen, he had not felt this hunger in a long time. Unfortunately, this was the Sky Dome realm and not the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, it would be like a fish in the sea, comfortable and carefree. Xiao Chen's face lit up in joy.
The progress that he had been waiting for was finally here.
Xiao Chen.
Qi. Xiao and Chen and a Yun and the Xiao. And Ji, Chen. After the purple thunder divine incantation converted the spiritual energy from the essence stones, it split into 2 parts.
One flowed to his sea of consciousness, increasing his magic energy. The other flowed to the blue dragon Yuanying, increasing his cultivation.
In merely 1 hour, the 2 essence stones were completely drained, turning into useless rocks.
His body was not satisfied yet.
Xiao Chen tossed them aside and continued to take out the 2 essence stones to cultivate. Right now, he urgently needed these cultivation resources, so he did not feel any reluctance to part with them.
Time passed slowly.
After 3 days, the hunger in Xiao Chen's body was no longer as pressing. The magic energy flowing in his enlarged sea of consciousness already occupied half of it. Counting carefully, the magic energy was more than double that of the purple thunder divine incantation's 7th layer.
Furthermore, it was purer.
When Xiao Chen filled his sea of consciousness, his magic energy would be much stronger.
However, this was not the greatest change.
The greatest change was in his blue dragon Yuanying. The blue dragon martial spirit residing in his dantian felt like it had undergone a qualitative leap. However, the price was startling as well. In the past 3 days, Xiao Chen had used up double the 20,000 essence stones that he had. Xiao Chen sighed softly. If I were in the Kunlun realm, given the abundant spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm, I would have been able to save at least 5,000 essence stones.
Although Xiao Chen said this, he did not regret it.
There were too many uncertainties in the Kunlun realm. He might not have been able to clear his tribulations so smoothly in the Kunlun realm.
Xiao Chen, you cleared your heart tribulation?
Ao Jiao, who had been unconscious for 3 days, slowly woke up.
She still felt somewhat groggy.
Xiao Chen smiled and said, I did. It's been hard on you. Ao Jiao smiled embarrassedly and said, What hard on me?
I'm too embarrassed to say that I actually fell asleep. Damn it. Xiao Chen understood that Ao Jiao should not have fallen asleep. Lang Yu must have made her fall asleep. Come, let's return to Qingyun Peak. In the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Xiao Chen's life became exceptionally peaceful. Aside from cultivating, he would wander around. Occasionally, he would see some of his old friends in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. The Taiji Dao, the Saber Domain, and the major magic skill of Dermic World slowly calmed down during these peaceful days. Sometimes, when Xiao Chen calmed down, he vaguely felt that the Emperor's bridge that connected the world to the chasm was already mostly completed. Xiao Chen stood on the bridge and looked across. The heavy fog surrounding the Emperor's door had already significantly dissipated. The great tribulation of wind and fire approached. It was fine in the Sky Dome realm. When Xiao Chen cultivated, he could even hear the sound of surging winds and blazing flames. Under such circumstances, Xiao Chen had already stopped cultivating his primordial energy and heavenly sage laws. He feared that if he made a mistake, the great tribulation of wind and fire would suddenly descend, catching him off guard. Xiao Chen focused all his attention on the cultivation of his magic energy, continuously tempering and polishing his magic energy, making it even purer. Now, he could maintain the major magic skill of Dermic World for 3 seconds. One should not underestimate these 3 seconds. 3 seconds of Dermic World was sufficient for Xiao Chen to do many things. If he used it at a crucial moment, he could instantly reverse the situation and turn the situation around. The Taiji Dao, the mysteries of stillness and movement, fast and slow, had already formally entered the introductory stage. This Taiji Dao was like a brand new door, opening a completely different world for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's cultivation of the fish dragon art slowly entered an optimal state. When he dodged, he nearly completely infused it into the Taiji Dao. The cultivation of the saber domain entered a completely different realm, a comprehension that had never been recorded in the Kunlun realm before. Now, Xiao Chen had cultivated 3 spots of light like the sun in his sea of consciousness. Xiao Chen did not know what they were exactly. He only knew that when he touched them, they would be extremely mighty, as horrifying as the sun exploding. In the blink of an eye, 1 year had passed since Xiao Chen left the Kunlun realm and arrived in the Sky Dome realm. On this particular day, Yu Chenxi, Gong Yongyu, and Shenyuan Zhantian traveled together to Qingyun Peak, where Xiao Chen was. Are we leaving? Xiao Chen asked. The 3 nodded. They were different from Xiao Chen. Right now, Xiao Chen could no longer raise his cultivation. He mainly focused on cultivating his mental state and cultivating his magic energy. Furthermore, they were in their golden years and needed to take risks and encounter great fortuitous encounters to raise their cultivation. They could not remain in the Sky Dome realm for long. Half a year was already a very long time. If they were in the Kunlun realm, half a year would be enough to raise their cultivation by 1 grade. Right now, the Sky Dome realm looks peaceful on the surface, but in reality, there are undercurrents. One day it will erupt, Yu Chenxi said worriedly. At the mention of this, Shenyuan Zhantian felt worried. He nodded and said, Indeed. My father told me that there will be a great change in the Kunlun realm. Great chaos is coming. Right now, this is just the calm before the storm. From the moment Feng Zi started snatching the Sky Dome heart, Xiao Chen had already anticipated that there would be a great change in the Sky Dome realm. Xiao Chen knew even more than these 3. He had learned from Ying Yu that the great chaos 10,000 years ago, which caused the Tianwu Emperor and the Qing Emperor to fall at the same time, started in the Sky Dome realm. With such worry, even if they left, they would not feel at ease. Xiao Chen said, How about this? Bring your families to my Xiao clan. I laid a formation there that can defend against Emperor Wu. Even if there is great chaos in the future, it will be a buffer, giving us time to send reinforcements. That is good. Yu Chenxi and the other 2 rejoiced. On this trip to the Kunlun realm, the ones they worried about the most were their families. With Xiao Chen's words, they finally had something to worry about. Xiao Chen smiled faintly. Then, he thought of something and said, There are a few people of my Xiao clan with pretty good talent. This time, I'll have to trouble you to bring them to the Kunlun realm. If you have time, help me take care of them. Don't worry. Just leave this small matter to us. As Xiao Chen watched the 3 leave excitedly, he revealed a contemplative expression on his calm face. Everything that happened in the Sky Dome Immortal realm still made him feel uneasy.
Something must have happened in the Kunlun realm. Otherwise, the three holy masters would not be so bold as to send people to the Sky Dome realm to seek trouble for him. Everyone says that great chaos is coming. How chaotic will it be? Xiao Chen asked as he swirled the teacup in his hand. Just at this moment, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a fluctuation, and he immediately looked into the distance. At the limits of his vision was the ancient desolate land, the hidden dragon lake, the first-generation Jianghu emperor's grave. This was strange. Back then, the formation that Xiao Chen used to seal the first-generation Jianghu emperor's grave was considered powerful in the Sky Dome realm. However, it could not block an existence on the level of the blue-robed emperor. However, even after so many years, no one had touched the first-generation Jianghu emperor's grave. Many people should be interested in such a person. However, no one had broken the formation that Xiao Chen left. Xiao Chen was the one who laid the formation, and the formation flags were his secret treasures. As long as there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. Back then, when Xiao Chen left the formation, he did not intend to block everyone. He only wanted to be able to rush over immediately when someone touched the formation. However, no one touched it. Was it because they feared his reputation and did not dare to touch it? Xiao Chen felt that this possibility was very low. The greater reason might be because of Chu Chaoyun. This person definitely held a high position in the deep abyss demonic world. Perhaps Xiao Chen had instructed the demons not to touch it. As for the people of the Sky Dome realm, they gave him face and did not touch it. However, there was a sudden fluctuation today. Someone was touching the formation that Xiao Chen left behind. Strange. Xiao Chen stood up and casually tore space, rushing towards the ancient desolate land at lightning speed. 10,000 years ago, the ancient desolate land had been the capital of the Qianwu dynasty, the center of the entire Sky Dome realm. With the fall of the dynasty, the prosperity of the past was no more. Now, this place had turned into a stretch of endless lakes. Chapter 1309. Whoosh! Xiao Chen appeared in the sky above the ancient desolate land. He felt that the attacks on the formation had suddenly stopped. The formation that Xiao Chen laid was still there. This startled Xiao Chen. It was not that someone was truly trying to break the formation. They just wanted to lure him over. Who could it be? However, Xiao Chen did not fear this. Right now, he believed that no one in the Sky Dome realm was a match for him. Even major characters like the three holy masters did not dare to send people to seek trouble for him after Xiao Chen snatched away 3 sets of peak-quality king-grade battle armor. Xiao Chen only felt suspicious. Who exactly was the person who lured him over? Was he not afraid of death? Xiao Chen extended his spiritual sense everywhere he looked, immediately covering the entire lake in the ancient desolate land. The cultivators on the various islands and lakes with different expressions could not escape Xiao Chen's eyes. After scanning the entire lake and withdrawing his spiritual sense, Xiao Chen still could not find anyone suspicious. Just as Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, he noticed a back view. The owner of this back view sat at the edge of the ancient desolate land with a sword on his back. As he looked at the lake in the ancient desolate land, he entered a daze, his face filled with grief. Just by looking at this back view, one could sense the sorrow and vicissitudes of life in his heart. It's him. Xiao Chen slowly descended and walked over step by step. With one look, he guessed who this back view was. It was the Qianwu dynasty's descendant, Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun did not have any special aura. He looked ordinary. When the other cultivators passed by saw this appearance, they all felt confused. They all felt that they didn't know what was going on and found it hard to understand. Why was Chu Chaoyun staring at the lake in a daze for no reason? Furthermore, he even put on a sorrowful expression. Who was he showing this to? When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he suddenly thought of a saying, "Those who know me know my worries. Those who do not know me know what I seek." Those who knew the ins and outs, like Xiao Chen, naturally knew. Chu Chaoyun was just reminiscing. 10,000 years ago, this was the most bustling place in the Sky Dome realm, the center of the entire world. Carriages and people came and went, and the banners of the Qianwu dynasty filled the air. However, 10,000 years later, the city was gone, and the capital was destroyed. All that could be seen was a vast lake. As a descendant of the dynasty, he would probably feel deeply moved every time he saw it. However, outsiders did not know that those martial artists who passed by only saw a silly boy staring blankly at the lake. When he saw Chu Chaoyun, He was certain that he was the one who had led him here. As if he had eyes at the back of his head, Chu Chaoyun seemed to have sensed Xiao Chen's arrival. He suddenly got up and dashed forward. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he chased after him. As the chase continued, they arrived at the hidden dragon lake. Chu Chaoyun dove into the lake with a plop. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Chen evaluated his strength. Even if there was an ambush below, he would be able to escape if he executed Dermic World and even kill his opponent. Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen quickly followed after Chu Chaoyun and entered the hidden dragon lake. When Xiao Chen reached the bottom of the lake and passed through the invisible barrier, he saw Chu Chaoyun hovering in the air above the Jianghu Emperor's grave. Aside from Chu Chaoyun, there was no one else in the surroundings. There was no ambush that Xiao Chen feared. Xiao Chen walked over calmly and asked, "What do you want by luring me here?" "Chu Chaoyun, you can speak now, right?" Before the Jianghu Emperor's grave, Chu Chaoyun turned around and looked at Xiao Chen. Then he revealed a smile and said, "It's nothing. I just want to see how strong you are now." Xiao Chen was now extremely calm. He asked indifferently, "In that case, are you really seeking death?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Indeed. Aside from Emperor Wu, no one is a match for you. Even the most horrifying outstanding talents of the royal clans in the deep abyss demonic world might not be a match for you. However, when judging a person, one should not just look at what is in front of them. More importantly, one has to look at the future. I am here to see if you have any hope of clearing your tribulation." Xiao Chen said interestedly, "Many thanks for your concern. In that case, what do you think my chances are?" Chu Chaoyun replied unhurriedly, "With your strength, I feel that you have a 10% chance." Xiao Chen smiled and said, 10%? That is quite a high chance. Since ancient times, not even 1 in 10,000 people have cleared their great tribulation of wind and fire. I'm not done yet. If we consider external factors, your chances of clearing your tribulation would be 1 in 10,000. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing, "Perhaps you do not know yet, but the Thunder King's 10,000-year tribulation arrived early. Now, there is no news of him. His fate is unknown. No one knows any news of him." "What?" "You heard right. Now, there is no news of the Thunder King. Many rumors say that he is already dead. The entire Kunlun realm is in chaos." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt startled. No wonder the 3 holy masters dared to come to the lower realm and send people to attack him. It turned out that such a huge change had happened in the Kunlun realm. As the undisputed king of the Kunlun realm, the strongest expert, the Thunder King, such a huge situation actually happened to him. There was no news of him, and his fate was unknown. The Thunder King could be considered Xiao Chen's strongest backer. Back in the Kunlun realm, the Thunder King's existence was a major reason why Xiao Chen had not been crushed to death by the major characters. However, such a change was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Xiao Chen. The difficulty of advancing to martial emperor suddenly increased explosively. The great tribulation of wind and fire already left him in a terrible state. The moment the Thunder King left, the balance of the external factors was broken. The external factors immediately became strange. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Sorry for bringing you such bad news. However, this is good as well. It is much better than going to the Kunlun realm and suddenly finding out. At the very least, you have a buffer." Xiao Chen recovered his wits and asked coldly, "What's wrong? Should I thank you?" Chu Chaoyun waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. You don't have to look at me like that. There will definitely be a battle between us, but now is not the time." These words again. Xiao Chen frowned and said, "I've heard enough of these words. What exactly is the grudge between us? Although I have always treated you as my opponent, I do not have much hatred for you. However, for so many years, you have been hiding things from me, telling me these words. What exactly do you mean?" "There's no rush. Our goal is the same. We have not achieved our goal yet, so how can we tell you everything? Catch this." Chu Chaoyun gently leaped up and casually broke the formation that Xiao Chen left. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed a formation flag, tossing it to Xiao Chen. A formation that a martial sage laid could not pose a problem for Chu Chaoyun. Xiao Chen was not surprised. However, he had not expected the other party to break it so casually. Xiao Chen caught the formation flag and saw that Chu Chaoyun seemed to want to destroy the Jianghu Emperor's grave. His expression changed slightly, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. Stop. Chu Chaoyun gently drifted down and stood on the simple tombstone of the first-generation Tianwu emperor. He smiled gently and said, "Why stop? Actually, you must be very curious about the first-generation Tianwu emperor's grave, right? Today I will let you see what is inside." Before Xiao Chen could stop Chu Chaoyun, he saw Chu Chaoyun shatter the tombstone with one palm strike. The entire grave exploded, blasting the coffin out. The lid of the coffin opened with a huangdang sound. When Xiao Chen, who was preparing to make a move, saw the situation in the coffin, his face filled with shock and disbelief. With a face full of shock and disbelief, he stopped what he was doing. Empty? That's right. After the heavy coffin lid opened, there was nothing in the coffin. It was completely clean, and there was nothing there. Xiao Chen suspected that he saw wrong. This place had been determined to be the grave of the first-generation Tianwu emperor for close to 20,000 years. However, there was indeed nothing in there. The old dragon guarding this place had solemnly instructed Xiao Chen not to let anyone open it. There was nothing in there. What difference would it make if Xiao Chen did not open it? Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Chu Chaoyun. "You knew long ago that there was nothing in there?" Chu Chaoyun smiled gently and said, "If there really was any inheritance, someone would have opened it long ago when the Tianwu dynasty was destroyed to save the dynasty. Those major characters would have already come to take it away. How could it be left to us, two small fries?" Xiao Chen did not dare to believe it. However, that old dragon solemnly guarded this place for who knows how many years. If there is nothing in there, why would it need to guard this place? Chu Chaoyun's lips curled up as he kicked the coffin a few times. "It is not that there is nothing. I heard that this coffin was made by the first-generation Tianwu emperor himself. It has a pretty good commemorative value." The old dragon was foolishly loyal. What it guarded was just a symbol. Chu Chaoyun's words were filled with disrespect for this first-generation Tianwu emperor. He did not care about the first-generation Tianwu emperor at all, treating him like an ancestor, not showing any respect at all. Xiao Chen still found this inconceivable. This result surpassed his expectations. Unexpectedly, there was nothing in the grave of the first-generation Tianwu emperor. Xiao Chen's figure flashed and arrived at the blasted grave. The grave palace was rather intact, filled with the style of the ancient Tianwu dynasty. Xiao Chen carefully looked around. The construction of the grave palace was not complicated or spacious. The walls of the average-sized grave palace were all solid. There were no secret passages or secret rooms. There were some murals carved on the walls. When Xiao Chen touched them, he felt a sharp sword intent. Even after the destruction of the dynasty, more than 20,000 years ago, the sword intent was still sharp. If not for Xiao Chen's current strength and his cultivation of the saber Dao reaching an unprecedented level, it would be hard to say that he would not be injured. Aside from the sharpness, Xiao Chen could feel the casual nature of the sword intent's master in this sword intent. That was to say, these murals were casually left behind by the sword intent's master and did not hold any special meaning. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand and carefully examined the murals. Due to the passage of time, the murals were already very blurry. Most of them were covered by dust. However, based on the trajectory of the sword intent, Xiao Chen could feel that the sword intent's master carved these murals in one breath, using a sword. Xiao Chen looked around and used his sharp senses to find the starting point of the murals. After that, he stepped forward and closed his eyes. Then, he used his left hand to touch the starting point. Life bestowal spell. Xiao Chen formed hand seals with his right hand and extended his hand. The dust in the grave palace flickered with light. Under the control of Xiao Chen's life bestowal spell, the dust gathered into a figure holding a sword. Vaguely, Xiao Chen seemed to see the scene of the sword intense master dancing with a sword 20,000 years ago. Xiao Chen followed the starting point of the murals and walked forward step by step. His right hand continuously formed hand seals. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The figure formed by the dust danced with the sword, executing a sword technique. It was like this figure was reenacting the actions of the sword intense master from 20,000 years ago, dancing with the sword. The sword light was magnificent and elegant. Chapter 13:10. His swordsmanship could not be considered very brilliant, but his carefree and casual temperament could still be felt clearly even after 20,000 years. Sword chi swept through the grave palace, causing the dust on the walls to fall off. The mural that revealed the true face of Mount Lu seemed to be influenced. The figure in the mural came to life and started dancing. Instantly, the entire grave palace was filled with sword images. Metallic clangs rang out endlessly. The scenes of distant history and reality merged together, creating a complicated scene. The stars moved in the grave palace as if time and space were reversed. On the ground, the previously calm Chu Chaoyun showed a slightly strange expression when he saw the sky full of sword images in the grave palace. Suddenly, two figures of light appeared on Chu Chaoyun's left and right, one black and one white. They held swords and moved at the same time. The sword technique materialized was no different from the one in the grave palace. In these sword images, Xiao Chen found a familiar feeling. The three sun-like lights in his sea of consciousness flickered endlessly, showing off their sharpness. They were like suns in his sea of consciousness, giving off an intense light. Xiao Chen walked slowly, step by step. As he sensed the sword Dao contained in the sword intent, he continuously perfected his saber Dao. When Xiao Chen reached the end of the mural, the figure formed by the life bestowal spell smiled faintly and nodded. It seemed very satisfied with the mural that it made. Then, it sheathed its sword and soared into the sky. Chu Chaoyun raised his head and looked at the figure soaring into the sky. His expression was complicated as he muttered to himself, "Since you are so strong, unparalleled since ancient times, why did you leave behind this vast dynasty and not care about it?" Whoosh! The black and white figures merged into Chu Chaoyun's body. He stretched out his finger, and the figure soaring into the sky directly shattered, turning into countless specks of dust and scattering. Inside the grave palace, Xiao Chen did not know about Chu Chaoyun's expression. He was currently carefully comprehending what he gained from the mural. Xiao Chen was practically certain that the first-generation Tianwu emperor left this mural behind. He had casually created it in one breath, forming this majestic painting. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Those sun-like motes of light in his sea of consciousness were a kind of energy that could only be comprehended through the saber domain after entering the saber Dao. Let's call it saber energy for now. It was a certain level of the saber Dao. He felt a similar sword energy in the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's sword intent. However, the first-generation Tianwu Emperor's sword energy was much stronger than Xiao Chen's. It would not be an exaggeration to describe it as a drop of water compared to an ocean. From the looks of it, Xiao Chen's choice in the saber domain was correct. As a bladesman, he should focus on the saber and supplement it with his domain. The use of the saber domain for bladesmen was to cultivate this saber energy. With a flash, Xiao Chen reappeared on the ground. He looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, "Many thanks for your help. Otherwise, I would not have been able to understand my saber Dao so clearly." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "I didn't mean it. You don't have to thank me. I should be the one thanking you for making me realize how despicable the owner of this tomb is." Hate. Xiao Chen saw hatred in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. Hatred for the first-generation Tianwu Emperor. The first-generation Tianwu Emperor left behind a fake tomb and faked his own death, no longer caring about his descendants or the dynasty he founded. No wonder Chu Chaoyun hated him. Where did the first-generation Tianwu Emperor go? Had he left this place of exile? Or perhaps he was not a person of this abandoned land at all, and just went to where he should be. Why did Xiao Chen think this way? It was because he felt that this first-generation Tianwu Emperor was ridiculously strong, much stronger than the cultivators of the Kunlun realm's ancient era. There was also that strange heavenly flame. Xiao Chen felt that this heavenly flame might be like the heavenly snow divine flame that he obtained, a flame born from the primal chaos. However, the heavenly flame was already nourished to an extremely strong level. As for the heavenly snow divine flame that Xiao Chen obtained, it was extremely weak, like a baby crying piteously for food. Xiao Chen calmed down and said with a grave expression, "Chu Chaoyun, what is your purpose in luring me here? Can you tell me now? You told me that the Thunder King is missing and blasted open the tomb. What exactly are you trying to say?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "Given your intelligence, you should be able to figure it out on your own. Think about it." Xiao Chen's face sank. He knew that Chu Chaoyun definitely had an ulterior motive for luring him here. He would not come here to reminisce for no reason. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced. A light flashed in his mind, and 4 words rang out, luring the tiger away from the mountains. With a thought, Xiao Chen split his spiritual sense into 2 and spread it out frantically. Soon, The scene of the Shao clan city and Qingyun Peak appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It was calm and peaceful, without any ripples. Everything is fine. In that case, it is for the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and looked straight at Chu Chaoyun. He said, "You want to obtain the Sky Dome heart?" Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are indeed not stupid. However, it is useless for you to know now. The Sky Dome Palace should have been broken already. Speaking of which, I have to thank you. If not for you demonstrating how to break that Sky Dome dragon formation, the Sky Dome Palace would not have been easy to break." Whoosh! Xiao Chen could not be bothered to speak nonsense with Chu Chaoyun. His figure flashed and flew forward, preparing to rush to the Sky Dome Palace. "It is not that easy to go and help." Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. His left eye released an intense white light, and his right eye turned a fearsome black. A smile separated black and white. With Chu Chaoyun's body as the boundary, one on the left and one on the right, black and white were distinct. The black light and the white light divided the entire world into two. It was an extremely strange sight. The black and white lights formed a formless aura that tried to swallow up Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. This fellow had already comprehended the will of light and the will of darkness to their limits. Xiao Chen's figure flickered, and this aura forced him back. After spreading out his saber domain, the moment Xiao Chen landed, he gently pushed off with his feet. Then, he shot forward like a sharp arrow, charging with an even stronger aura. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and spread out his sword domain as well. Then, he took a step forward and charged at Xiao Chen. The two did not draw their sabers and swords, fighting speed with speed, only using their fists and palms. However, the saber intent and sword intent in their fists and palms were not weak at all. Although it was clearly just a clash of fists and feet, intense clanging rang out in the sky. The saber domain and the sword domain overlapped, piercing space and turning it into a mess. Xiao Chen did not use the Taiji Dao, only using his saber domain and his fists and feet to fight. The two knew that this was just a simple test. After 100 moves, they both pushed back 10 kilometers and faced each other from a distance. Faintly, the two of them emitted a sharp glow that soared into the sky, forming a formless saber and a formless sword. Suddenly, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Chu Chaoyun, it looks like your cultivation of the state of primal chaos is not going well. The stronger you cultivate light and darkness, the more they oppose each other, and the harder it is to merge them." A few years ago, when Xiao Chen met Chu Chaoyun, the other party could still merge light and darkness, forming a vague form of primal chaos. However, now that Chu Chaoyun grew stronger, the opposition between light and darkness intensified, making it even harder to merge them. "It is enough to stop you," Chu Chaoyun said. He did not confirm or deny Xiao Chen's guess. Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "That might not be the case." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he drew the lunar shadow saber. Then, he used his flawless saber Dao to form an even more ferocious aura. His body merged with the saber. His clothes and hair each gave off a sharpness. Retreat! Before Xiao Chen's strong aura, Chu Chaoyun did not choose to clash head-on. His body gave off a black and white light as he took 5 steps back. When he could no longer retreat, Chu Chaoyun drew his sword. Chang! Chang! When Xiao Chen drew his sword, 2 sword hums rang out. Suddenly, Chu Chaoyun's body split into 2. One was clad in black robes, and the other was clad in white robes. Their appearances were the same, but their auras were different. The most important thing was that they both had a sword domain. Light sword domain and dark sword domain. Just because I did not enter the primal chaos great Dao does not mean that I have become weak. The two figures spoke at the same time, their voices echoing in the surroundings. Then, they suppressed Xiao Chen from the left and right. Invisibly, Xiao Chen's saber technique was suppressed. Taiji Dao. With a thought, the primordial energy in Xiao Chen's body materialized the Taiji force field as he executed the fish dragon art. Xiao Chen alternated between fast and slow. After images flashed, and lightning flashed in the sky, reversing the situation. Xiao Chen was no longer in the mood to waste time with Chu Chaoyun. He still had to rush to the Sky Dome Palace. After 100 moves, Xiao Chen directly executed the Taiji explosion. Bang! The ground under Xiao Chen's feet exploded. The power of the world controlled by the Taiji force field shattered and shattered. The explosion of the Taiji force field seemed to have obliterated the laws of the Great Tao within 1 kilometer. Chu Chaoyun's black and white figures vomited blood as they flew back. After they landed, they smiled bitterly. Without primordial energy, fighting you is really at a disadvantage. Among the same generation, any outstanding talent that did not advance to martial emperor would be using half their strength to fight Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen snorted coldly and said, "Go away. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting serious." After obstructing him until now, Xiao Chen was truly enraged. He still had the peak will of thunder, the 3 layers of saber energy, and the major magic skill, Dermic World. If Chu Chaoyun continued to block him, Xiao Chen would not mind using these trump cards. However, Chu Chaoyun should also have trump cards that he had not used. Defeating the other party would not be a problem. However, whether he could kill Xiao Chen was uncertain. Xiao Chen sheathed his swords and smiled at the same time, saying, "Let's go. I hope you can make it in time." Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. Then, he glanced at Chu Chaoyun before leaving in a flash. "How much of his strength do you think he has exposed?" the white-robed Chu Chaoyun asked. The black-robed Chu Chaoyun replied unhurriedly, "About 40%. It seemed like Chu Chaoyun was talking to himself, but it also seemed like the two of them were conversing. The scene was incredibly strange. 2 beams of light, one black and one white, merged back into Chu Chaoyun's body. Primal chaos filled his eyes as he muttered, "The great chaos of the Kunlun realm has already begun. No matter what, I hope you can clear your great tribulation of wind and fire." By the time Xiao Chen arrived at the Sky Dome Palace, the recently rebuilt Sky Dome Palace was in disarray again. Many cultivators lay on the ground, crying and groaning. However, most of them were fine. Their lives were not in danger. Amid the crowd, Xiao Chen found old Yun. The other party's complexion was very poor, like he had aged significantly. Chapter 13:11. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He knew that he was probably too late, so he walked over and asked around. Indeed, a group of mysterious people snatched away the remaining half of the Sky Dome heart. "They are not demons?" "No. Although they were masked, I can be sure that they are not demons. They do not have the aura of a demon." Old Yun told Xiao Chen about what happened back then. A group of masked people used a method similar to what Xiao Chen did. They made the dragon soul in the sky clash with the Sky Dome dragon on the ground, breaking the Sky Dome dragon formation and snatching away the Sky Dome heart. Old Yun sighed. "This world is really chaotic. I believe that this group of mysterious people will snatch away the other half of the Sky Dome heart from the demons." Xiao Chen was stunned. It looked like Chu Chaoyun's ambition was extraordinarily great. Unknowingly, Chu Chaoyun actually gained such a strong force in the Sky Dome realm. It was like he could occupy the entire Sky Dome realm at any time. Chu Chaoyun was just waiting for an opportunity, waiting for true chaos to descend. Old Yun continued, "Right now, the Bushan Palace is also very chaotic. Blue Dragon King, when you return, you have to be more careful." Xiao Chen asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Old Yun frowned and said, "There are many factions in the Bushan Palace. Everything is in chaos. I requested for reinforcements several times, but they ignored me. From the looks of it, it looks like they want to revolt and re-elect the palace master of the Bushan Palace. They simply cannot care about such a small matter. I did not receive much news while I was in the Sky Dome realm. I really don't know what happened for it to suddenly become so chaotic." Xiao Chen knew very well that the Thunder King had disappeared, his fate unknown. The 3 holy masters were already dissatisfied with the Thunder King. It would be strange if the situation was not chaotic. However, Xiao Chen could not tell old Yun all this. That would only make him worry. Xiao Chen consoled, "Since the Sky Dome heart is gone, there is no need to rebuild the Sky Dome Palace. Come with me to the Xiao clan. There is a small iron defense magic formation that I laid there. Its offense is not strong, but its defense is much stronger than the Sky Dome Dragon formation." "Really?" "Thank you, Blue Dragon King," Elder Yun said with a smile. Xiao Chen sighed. Chaos was coming, and he couldn't help much. This was all he could do. He really wanted to go to the Kunlun realm to see what was going on. However, the Taiji Dao, the flawless saber Dao, and the cultivation of saber energy needed to be sorted out properly. He could not act rashly. 1 year. Give me 1 more year. That will be enough, Xiao Chen said in a deep voice. The fact that the Sky Dome heart had fallen into Chu Chaoyun's hands was already a fact that could not be changed. Xiao Chen did not care too much about what Chu Chaoyun was planning or how much power he had in the Sky Dome realm. He only cared about the safety of his family and friends, as well as the disciples on Blue Cloud Peak. After leaving the Sky Dome Palace, Xiao Chen arrived at the Xiao clan city. Then, he saw Xianxia and the other two, who were about to leave, in the city lord's residence. Right now, the Kunlun realm was in great chaos. However, great chaos often meant great fortuitous encounters. To the three of them, this might not be a bad thing. Xiao Chen, when do you intend to return to the Kunlun realm? When will the great tribulation of wind and fire arrive? Yu Chenxi asked out of concern. Gong Yongyu and Shenyuan Zhantian were also very concerned about this problem. Everyone knew that of the 5 years that Yu Bingyun had set for Xiao Chen, only 1.5 years remained. As the time drew closer, it was hard for Xiao Chen's good friends to not worry. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, not avoiding this question. There is still about 1 more year. I have gained something in the Kunlun realm and need to properly digest it. As for the great tribulation of wind and fire, it might come at any time. Let nature take its course. When he spoke, his body exuded a sense of tranquility, allowing others to feel his tranquility. Yu Chenxi and the other two felt slightly relieved. They knew that Xiao Chen's mentality was much better than theirs. This time, when you go to the Kunlun realm, you should have a great fortuitous encounter. Grasp it well, and it won't be hard to gain something. Remember, your lives are the most important. Shenyuan Zhantian and the others felt suspicious. Xiao Chen seemed to know something, but he did not say it clearly. They had not left the Sky Dome realm, so how did Xiao Chen know the situation of the Kunlun realm like the back of his hand? Xiao Chen, can you explain? Xiao Chen shook his head and said, there is no need to say too much. You will understand when you get there. In that case, we will take our leave first. Right. I will leave the 3 juniors of my Xiao clan to you as well. After sending off the 3 with his eyes, Xiao Chen gave his blessings in his heart. He only hoped that his 3 friends would be able to obtain some peace in this chaotic world. Right now, Xiao Chen was like duckweed. If he was not careful, he could get scattered by the wind and waves. There was not much he could do. If he could not clear his great tribulation of wind and fire, he would not be able to protect himself in this chaotic world. Shaking his head, Xiao Chen met with his father. Then, he started to think about how to strengthen the small iron defense magic formation around the city lord's residence. Spring passed and autumn arrived. In this Sky Dome realm, Xiao Chen traveled back and forth between the Xiao clan and Qingyun Peak. Occasionally, he would go out and enjoy the scenery. There was not much time left for Xiao Chen. However, he did not just enter closed-door cultivation. Instead, he moved about frequently. Amidst the mountains and rivers, he savored the Taiji Dao and tempered his mental state. He let nature take its course and did not dwell on the details. Seven-Horn Mountain, White Water City, the Deep Sea. He walked the paths that he had taken in the past. Finally, he arrived at the most mysterious place of the Sky Dome realm, the ancient Desolate Tower. Back then, Xiao Chen had fought against the outstanding talents of the various nations in the ancient Desolate Tower. Only then did he gain some fame as the white-robed bladesman. Now that he was in Desolate City again, the bewildering formation that hid the ancient Desolate Tower naturally did not hinder Xiao Chen. He immediately saw that mysterious ancient Desolate Tower. The ancient Desolate Tower had existed since the time of the Tianwu dynasty. After understanding the strength of the first-generation Tianwu emperor, Xiao Chen even felt that the first-generation Tianwu emperor might have personally built this ancient Desolate Tower for the sake of tempering the royal clan's disciples. Ao Jiao, speaking of which, why did you make me stop at the 8th floor back then and not go to the 9th floor? You should be able to tell me this secret now, right? Xiao Chen asked casually as he recalled a matter from the past. That year, Xiao Chen revealed his brilliance among the outstanding talents of the various nations. He overcame all the difficulties and killed his way to the 8th floor. Later, due to Ao Jiao's words, Xiao Chen gave up on the idea of entering the 9th floor. That was a small regret. Originally, Xiao Chen had expected that Ao Jiao would not make things difficult for him now. Who knew, after Xiao Chen spoke for a long time, he did not hear a reply from Ao Jiao. He could not help feeling curious. Now, Xiao Chen's strength was overwhelming, comparable to Emperor Wu's. Even Chu Chaoyun had to give way to Xiao Chen, not daring to challenge him. To think that Ao Jiao was still worried. What exactly was in the ancient desolate tower's 9th floor for Ao Jiao to be so worried? Just as Xiao Chen was about to continue asking, Ao Jiao flew out of the immortal spirit ring. She said, "There is a mirror in there called the Three-Life Mirror. It can show the future and the past. Those who enter the 9th floor will have another chance to choose whether to look at the past or the future." An interested expression appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. And then? Sang Mu chose to look at the future. In the end, he saw his body shattering and his Tao falling. After that, it really came true. No matter how talented he was in the Kunlun realm, he could not change it. Xiao Chen's expression froze. When he heard Ao Jiao's sullen tone, he said, "Sorry, I should not have asked." Xiao Chen finally understood why Ao Jiao did not want him to go to the 9th floor. She was afraid that he would end up like the Thunder King Sang Mu, defeated by fate. Ao Jiao smiled and said, "It's fine. There is no need to hide these things from you. The choice is up to you." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "It would have been fine if I did not know about it in the past. Now that I know about the Three-Life Mirror on the 9th floor, I have to make a trip there." With Xiao Chen's current strength, the various restrictions of the ancient desolate tower were naturally ineffective. If he wanted to enter, he just had to forcibly tear space. However, how should he choose? Look at the past or the future? The Thunder King felt that there was nothing to see in the past, so he chose the future. In the end, he ended up dying without a complete corpse. In the end, it really came true. When Xiao Chen thought about it, it did feel somewhat horrifying. Before fate, a single person's effort was insignificant. No matter how hard he tried, he could not change it. Little Ao Jiao, wait here for a while. I'll go in and take a look. Without waiting for Ao Jiao to reply, Xiao Chen tore space and broke the various restrictions in space. Then, he silently arrived at the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Indeed, it was as Ao Jiao said. The empty 9th floor only had a mirror in the center. Aside from that, there was nothing else. The mirror was close to 2 meters tall. Its surface was as smooth as water. When Xiao Chen entered, he kicked up a strong wind, causing the mirror to ripple. "Strange. You are already as strong as a half-step Emperor Wu." "That's not right. You are even stronger than a regular Emperor Wu. How are you able to enter the ancient desolate tower?" A cute girl appeared in the Three-Life Mirror. She stared at Xiao Chen and asked, finding it strange. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "You must be the item spirit of the Three-Life Mirror, right? Although I did not follow the rules and barged in, I managed to get here step by step. It's just that I gave up this opportunity back then. It's not too late to do it now, right?" The pretty girl in the mirror giggled and said, "So that's how it is. You do have the aura of someone who cleared the earlier stages. In that case, it is not too late. If not for the mark of the earlier stages, even if you managed to barge in, Little Three would not be able to reveal anything about you." Xiao Chen walked forward and looked at the lively item spirit. He asked, "Do you remember the person who came here the last time?" The pretty girl's eyes sparkled. She smiled in a somewhat infatuated manner and said, "Of course I remember. He was a very handsome fellow, even more handsome than you. However, he did not have the air you have. If I had to choose, I would be in a difficult position. I do not know who to choose. Should I choose the handsome and sunny type or the elegant and quiet type? How difficult, how difficult. How should I choose?" In the mirror, the pretty girl completely forgot about Xiao Chen's existence. She tilted her head and rubbed her chin, appearing to be in a difficult position. Cold sweat appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. This item spirit had been lonely for a long time. It had not spoken for thousands of years, but when it did, it would say a lot. Furthermore, it was infatuated. "He is dead." "Is he really dead?" The pretty girl was somewhat stunned at first. Then, she smiled excitedly and said, "Little Three is really incredible. It got it right again." Chapter 13:12. Xiao Chen felt helpless. There was really no way to hate this kind of girl. Furthermore, she was an item spirit. She spoke without thinking, but her heart was rather pure. "Hee hee. I knew you wouldn't blame Little Three. Then, tell me, do you choose to look at the past or the future?" Looking at the past is giving you a chance to see the various things of your previous life. Looking at the future is letting you see the joys and sorrows of this life. The little beauty smiled as she introduced. She explained in detail, revealing her chatterbox nature. You choose, the past or the future? Little Three smiled mischievously. You only have one chance. Xiao Chen opened his mouth, but he still found it hard to choose. Should he look at the past or the future? What's wrong? You can't decide? Do you need Little Three to help you decide? The little beauty asked, giggling. Xiao Chen thought for a while before saying, I suddenly thought of something. Be it the past or the future, it cannot be changed. In that case, what is the point of looking at it or not? The past has already happened. Of course it cannot be changed. However, although the future did not happen, it cannot be changed. The so-called fate was already decided the moment you spoke. Xiao Chen smiled and said, keep it simple. Just nod and say that I'm right. There's no need for a long explanation. The little beauty smiled bashfully and said, how is that possible? It's just that Little Three has not met a living person for too long and could not help but speak insincerely. Stop. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to stop the other party. This little beauty's words gave him a headache. He finally witnessed the terror of a chatterbox. Little Three covered her mouth and smiled. All right, let's stop talking. If you can't decide, let the heavens decide. Xiao Chen asked curiously, what do you mean? Toss out a prop, and you make the decision in whatever direction it is thrown. When Xiao Chen heard that, he hesitated. Let the heavens decide? Little Three did not say anything, waiting for Xiao Chen to answer. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Chen sighed softly. Since when did his courage fall to such a level? To think that the past and the future had to be decided by the heavens. Indeed, time had worn down his edge. If he had come up here back then, he would have chosen to look at the future without any hesitation. Now that he had restrained his sharpness and stood in a high position, he became fearful instead. How is it? Do you need it? Xiao Chen shook his head. No, I've made up my mind. I don't believe in fate. I only believe in myself. Show me my past. I want to see my past life. No matter what happened in the future, it was the result of his own decisions. It had nothing to do with fate. He wanted to see the past. He was also curious about how he had transmigrated. He occupied the body named Xiao Chen, devoured his soul, inherited the will of the original Xiao Chen, and lived in this world. Was the so-called previous life the previous life of that Earth's Xiao Chen, or the original Xiao Chen of the Sky Dome realm? Little Three pinched his chin and said, past lives. Very few people look at their past lives. They don't understand what's there to look at. But Big Brother White Clothes, since you've made your choice, Little Three won't refuse. Put your hand in. Xiao Chen followed Little Three's instructions and directly extended his hand into the mirror. Hee hee. What a white hand. How pretty. It's very elegant and full of spiritual energy. Little Three really likes it. So you are called Xiao Chen. However, others call you the white-robed bladesman. Little Three is not wrong. The pretty little girl smiled as she held Xiao Chen's hand and opened her large cute eyes wide. Xiao Chen said helplessly, can we begin now? Yes, let's begin. I'll bring Big Brother White Clothes to see your past life. No matter what happens, don't let go of my hand. I'm going to pull you into this three-life mirror. Xiao! The pretty little girl pulled hard, and Xiao Chen felt like his soul was being pulled out. The world spun around him, and he felt dizzy. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw that his body still maintained the same posture as before, like a statue, not moving at all. Hee hee. Don't look back. What you need to do now is look forward. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked to the front. A star turned into a flame and fell from the sky. There was no way to avoid it. Surging heat waves and overwhelming ferocious might surged over. Xiao Chen paled in fright and tried to move away on the spot. However, he discovered that Little Three was holding his hand tightly, preventing him from escaping. Before he could cry out, he closed his eyes, and the fireball passed through him and landed on the ground. The fireball smashed open a huge crater. Then it took human form. Its life essence turned into multicolored light and scattered like fireworks. Little Three giggled endlessly. Only then did Xiao Chen react. Everything in front of him was the past. It was impossible for it to injure him. Little 3 was just scaring him on purpose. I'll settle the score with her later. Xiao Chen did not have time to care about Little 3's little tricks. He focused on the scene before him. The scene before him was like the end of the world. There was an unimaginably vast and flourishing palace in the sky. The palace fell apart, and flames blazed. All sorts of tender spirit hubs were burned away. The glorious buildings turned into rubble. However, these were not the scariest things. The scariest were the stars in the sky. Only now did Xiao Chen see clearly that these stars were not real stars but people. However, these people were too strong, unimaginably strong. Before they died, they gave off a star-like light. Stars fell from the sky. Space shattered, laws collapsed, and order ceased to exist. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Xiao Chen's mind boomed. This was the scene of the immortal epic's destruction. How could he have seen such a scene in his previous life? Ah! How incredible! Elder brother White Robes was actually an immortal in his previous life, Little 3 said with a smile as she held Xiao Chen's hand and walked through the space where the immortals fell. Xiao Chen found it strange. He asked, "You don't seem surprised. Have you seen immortals before?" Little 3 puffed out her chest and said, "Hee. They are just immortals." Little 3's creator could be considered a major character in the heavenly court. That was a major character who jumped out of the cycle of reincarnation, undying and able to twist time and space. In the past, there were some people who were immortals in their previous lives. However, that is not a big deal. Just looking at the things of my previous life is enough. The past is just a passing cloud. It will not be of much help to this life. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He continued to watch. He wanted to know if this was Earth's previous life or the Sky Dome Realm's Xiao Chen's previous life. "Hey, I found you!" Little 3's eyes lit up as she led Xiao Chen over. Space and time twisted, and the scene suddenly changed. Xiao Chen arrived in a world of black and white. 18 layers of purgatory, gates of life and death, Yellow Springs Road. Xiao Chen immediately remembered. What is this place? It looks so familiar. Isn't this the Yellow Springs Road, the 18 layers of purgatory that I went to in the past? In the Yellow Springs Road, the last group of immortals of the immortal epic gathered together with fatigued expressions and weak auras. Among the immortals, there was a person dressed in white, looking spotless. He stood at the side, listening to the discussion of the others without saying a word. Xiao Chen looked at this person. He had a vague feeling that made his heart skip a beat. Was this how I looked in my previous life? Damn it! The immortal epic collapsed, and this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva actually took advantage of the situation, occupying the entire purgatory. This bald monk is really disgusting. Now that the purgatory is in chaos, he actually took advantage of the situation to refine the sea of bitterness and absorb the power of faith. He blocked the 6 paths of reincarnation, not letting us leave. The group of immortals felt very angry. However, their strength had dropped significantly. They could not do anything to the tyrannical Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. The laws changed, and the immortal epic came to an end. This group of immortals suffered a destructive blow. Although the Buddhist cultivators were affected as well, they quickly adapted to the situation. The damage to Meru Mountain was much smaller. I'll go and have a chat with him. A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the white-clad immortal, who had been silent all this while. Then, he walked forward. "Sky Dome Immortal Lord, don't be rash," the other immortals immediately exclaimed. Although the Sky Dome Immortal Lord said to go and have a chat, everyone knew that the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva would not agree. There would definitely be a huge battle. Now that the immortal epoch was slowly passing, they could feel their strength weakening. They simply could not fight with this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. A bolt of lightning flashed in Xiao Chen's mind, stunning him. He had clearly heard and seen that those people were calling out the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, the leader of the 3,000 Immortal Lords. Was that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord in my previous life? Xiao Chen muttered in some disbelief, feeling like he was dreaming. Right now, Xiao Chen had not confirmed whether the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was his previous life or the original Xiao Chen's previous life. I have to go and take a look. Feeling that he was getting closer to the answer, Xiao Chen quickly chased after the Sky Dome Immortal Lord with Little 3. He wanted to see how the Sky Dome Immortal Lord negotiated with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. In the sea of bitterness, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's colossal body gave off layers of Buddhist light. There were 3,000 arhats around him, chanting Buddhist chants and holding Buddhist prayer beads in their hands, continuously purifying the vast number of aggrieved spirits. Hell was shattered, and countless wandering spirits turned into light and entered the Buddhist light behind the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It was like there was a nation there. Xiao Chen felt startled. Back then, when he saw the headless body of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the might and pressure from it was already horrifying enough. However, compared to now, it was completely different. The sea of bitterness below the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was vast and boundless. It was several times larger than the sea of bitterness 10,000 years later. When the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord arrive, he did not even open his eyes. He said indifferently, "Sky Dome Immortal Lord, I already told you immortals to leave quickly. This Bodhisattva has already made a great vow. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty." The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's gentle words were supported by Buddhist might, lingering in the surroundings for a long time. The words, "I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty," made the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist light even brighter. With one look, one could put down the butcher's knife and kneel before Buddha. Compared to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's colossal body, the white-clad Sky Dome Immortal Lord looked pitifully insignificant as he walked on the sea of bitterness. However, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's outstanding and pure aura was very dazzling when compared to the thousands of aggrieved spirits and wild spirits around him. With one glance, one could discover his extraordinariness. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord looked at the aggrieved spirits in the sea of bitterness around him. Then, he looked at the 3,000 arhats beside the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the vast Buddhist nation behind him. In the midst of great chaos, there would always be ambitious people stirring up trouble. Clearly, this Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva before him was one such person. He swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. However, once he became a Buddha, he would become the new epic master. Chapter 13:13. Without saying a word, he struck out with his palm. Boom! When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord threw a palm strike, his body swelled with the wind. When the palm wind landed, his body was already comparable to the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's. Immortal might spread out from his body, sweeping away all the Buddhist light in this sea of bitterness. Amidst the loud explosion, the Buddhist kingdom behind Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva shattered, scattering light everywhere. The layers of Buddhist light on his body dimmed several times in an instant. "You!" In his rage, the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva burned with rage. Buddhist light covered his entire body. Boom! What answered the Sky Dome Immortal Lord was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's second palm strike. When this palm strike landed, the 3,000 arhats all died. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva felt somewhat afraid. He saw a kind of coldness in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. It was a coldness that made one forget about life and death. Nothing mattered, including one's own life. Right now, he was extremely regretful. This kind of person could not be entangled at all. Even if he killed him, he would still be the one to suffer a loss. One of these two palm strikes destroyed his Buddhist kingdom, and the other destroyed his 3,000 arhats. Who knew how long it would take for him to recover? It was because of these two palm strikes that the Qing Emperor had the opportunity to behead him. The so-called karma had already been planted long ago. Without these two palm strikes, none of the subsequent events would have happened. "Stop. I'll let you go," Ksitigarbha said. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord withdrew his hand, and his figure shrank as he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood. When the blood landed in the sea of bitterness, it immediately spread out and burned the millions of aggrieved spirits to death. Xiao Chen thought to himself that his previous life was so domineering. With just 2 palm strikes, Xiao Chen forced the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva to obediently let him pass without saying a word. Similarly, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord did not say anything as he quickly returned. He came to a group of immortals and said calmly, "It's done." The last of the immortals were overjoyed, and a smile appeared on their tired faces. "All right, the 6 paths of reincarnation should still be intact. We can leave through the heavenly Tao. There's always a way out. There's always a chance. We've finally escaped this calamity. When the new era stabilizes, we can come back and rebuild the celestial world, restoring our glory." That's right. As long as the immortals don't die, the world will still be ours. Seeing the group of excited immortals, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord remained silent, not saying anything. But when the group of immortals arrived before the 6 paths of reincarnation, they were all dumbfounded. Without exception, the 6 paths of reincarnation had all shattered. It's over. Everything is over. The heavens are going to exterminate the immortal. Their fate energy has reached its end. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord stretched out a finger and executed a supreme magic skill. The human path in the 6 paths of reincarnation started to slowly heal. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord finished executing the magic skill, the human path of reincarnation completely recovered. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, how can you still have such strong magic energy? The reconstruction of the human Tao cycle is useless to us. Sky Dome Immortal Lord, go and rebuild the heavenly Tao cycle. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord shook his head and said, if you want to leave, leave now. I have not reconstructed the cycle of reincarnation. It is only temporarily restored. I do not know when it will shatter. However, the path of reincarnation is connected to space and time. There definitely won't be any immortal chi there. If we go, we'll just be waiting for death. That's right. Only the heavenly Tao's cycle of reincarnation can allow us to cultivate and restore our glory. Whoosh! The Sky Dome Immortal Lord did not say anything more. His figure flashed as he went through the cycle of reincarnation. The other immortals showed sorrowful and helpless expressions. They sighed repeatedly and shook their heads as they followed in. The scene changed. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord and the last group of immortals arrived in a savage world. Not only did this world not have immortal chi, but it was also filled with danger. The immortals used their remnant magic energy to defeat the natives of this savage world. Then they started to rebuild this world. Time passed. 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100 million years. The immortals died one after another. With each death, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord would bury them, leaving behind a nameless gravestone. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord ran all over the place, refining all sorts of medicinal pills, doing his best to extend the lifespans of the other immortals. However, there was nothing that could be done. There was no immortal chi on Earth. Like they said, these immortals could only silently wait for death. Xiao Chen could feel the sorrow in the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's heart. That heart of his had actually died long ago. Time passed slowly. The original savage world had already changed. Tall buildings, planes, and trains had appeared long ago. When Xiao Chen saw this, he understood everything. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord was Xiao Chen's previous incarnation. That savage world was the Earth that he once lived on. Little San was astonished again and again. Her chatterbox nature made her chatter non-stop. Every time she saw something from Earth, she would mutter to herself for a long time. However, Xiao Chen did not hear a single word. Indeed, his arrival in this world was not a coincidence. There had never been any coincidences in this world. Everything was predestined. Clearly, the final luck of the immortal epic landed on the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. However, this was not a good thing. Even the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could not avoid death. Before he died, he had to endure boundless loneliness. He had to watch his friends die one by one and personally build gravestones for them. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord could only watch as an epic ended in his own hands, unable to reverse the situation. No one could understand such grief. In the end, all the immortals died, leaving only the Sky Dome Immortal Lord alone in this world. The Sky Dome Immortal Lord's aura grew increasingly weaker. Occasionally, he made some calculations and looked at the starry heavens, like he was waiting for something in the final moments of his life. Xiao Chen calmed himself. He had figured out several things. He knew that the answer he had been seeking would appear soon. A saber light tore through the starry heavens. Then, an azure figure flashed and headed for Earth. This figure was in a sorry state. His clothes were tattered, and he looked incredibly weak, like he was severely injured. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he held his breath and focused. It's here. Everything, all the answers, will be revealed soon. However, just as that azure figure raised his head and Xiao Chen saw his appearance, a gaze looked toward Xiao Chen and Little Three. A gaze looked at Xiao Chen and Little Three. It was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord. It was like the Sky Dome Immortal Lord discovered two people sneaking around in the past. This made Xiao Chen's and Little Three's hearts tighten at the same time. Bang! Before the two could react, they saw the Sky Dome Immortal Lord send out a palm strike. It was like the two suffered a heavy blow and went flying back. This startled Xiao Chen awake. When he recovered his wits, he discovered that he was already on the 9th floor of the ancient desolate tower. Everything in the past, all the various scenes, felt like a dream. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Little 3 is in so much pain. In the 3-life mirror, the pretty item spirit teared up in pain as she rolled on the ground, acting like a spoiled child. Get up! Get up! Quickly tell me what's going on. Xiao Chen exclaimed excitedly as he looked at the pretty little girl in the mirror. This was simply too strange. When the Sky Dome Immortal Lord attacked in the 3-life mirror, he could still attack them. The palm strike from Xiao Chen's previous life forced his current self out. Furthermore, this happened at the most crucial moment. When Xiao Chen was about to see the azure-robed bladesman, he could not see anything. Could it be that the Sky Dome Immortal Lord is not dead yet? Little 3 stood up and stretched her neck and arms. Then she said doubtfully, Little 3 does not know what's going on either. Elder brother White Robes. Don't worry. Let Little 3 help you think about what exactly is going on. The pretty little girl rubbed her chin and frowned. Then she paced back and forth in the mirror, muttering to herself. The past is already in the past. First of all, I can be sure that this person is already dead. In that case, that palm strike earlier is easy to explain. Some strong immortals are good at divination. It is not impossible for them to predict certain things in the future. Hee hee. Little 3 is really smart. That must be the case. Little 3 said excitedly to Xiao Chen, Elder brother White Robes, it is like this. This Sky Dome Immortal Lord already predicted that someone would peek at this scene in the future. Hence, he made a backup plan at that time, erasing this part of the past so that no one could see it. Xiao Chen asked, feeling depressed, how can it be like this? Isn't your 3-life mirror supposed to be able to see the various things of the past? Little 3 narrowed her eyes and smiled embarrassedly. That is true. Actually, Little 3 was created by an immortal. Several immortals had means to avoid being peeked at. The magic skills and strength of the immortals from the immortal epoch are not something you can imagine now. Just think about it. Since the 3-life mirror can see the past and the future, naturally, the immortals would have means to counter it. After all, if someone saw their future and past, it would be equivalent to knowing all their karma. To immortals, that would be very dangerous. Xiao Chen said in understanding. That is to say, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord could not be sure who the person peeking at the past was. However, out of caution, he did not allow anyone to see it. Yes, yes, yes. That's it. Elder brother White Robes. You are really smart. So don't be unhappy. Little 3 said with a smile after she figured it out. Xiao Chen thought to himself. If he did not guess wrong, that azure-clad bladesman was definitely the Qing Emperor. That azure-clad bladesman gave off saber intent. Back then, the Qing Emperor happened to kill the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, leaving behind a saber light in the Yellow Springs land. It was very likely that the Qing Emperor had gone through the cycle of reincarnation and arrived on Earth in a space-time tunnel. Through this scene of Xiao Chen's previous life, he could connect all the clues together. 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor fought with the final Tianwu Emperor. Then, he fought with the 18 demon monarchs. After he returned to the Sky Dome realm, the powerhouses of the various races surrounded and attacked him. The Qing Emperor was already besieged on all sides and had nowhere to go. Left with no choice, he came to the Yellow Springs Road. After traveling through the space-time tunnel, he arrived on Earth and saw the dying Sky Dome Immortal Lord. In that case, the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's purchase of the Compendium of Cultivation and the so-called Immortal Pill might not have been as simple as a coincidence. As the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, it was logical for him to obtain the luck of the Sky Dome realm. As for the Sky Dome Immortal Lord, he possessed the final luck of the immortal epoch. His rise in the Kunlun realm could also be explained. Karma. Without the karma of the previous life, there would not be the current karma. What a great scheme. Just thinking about it made Xiao Chen tremble in fear. However, was it the Qing Emperor who laid this scheme or the Sky Dome Immortal Lord himself? 10,000 years ago, the Qing Emperor was so strong. Who led the entire Kunlun realm to attack him? All this was still a mystery. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and said, I have to become a martial emperor. I have to become a martial emperor. Only by going to the Blue Dragon Palace can I know everything that happened back then.